talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. Let me tell you where it starts and ends. Creeping your way in, but you don't know who I am. I'll get you believing I learned from the best. I came here to tell you you can save your breath. You talk your talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool, don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. You ain't never fool me. You won't never wake me. You will never fool me. You ain't never fool me. You won't never wake me. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool.
It's a system breakdown on a smash TV. There ain't never been a harder time to believe. I see myself in everyone I meet. The many lost souls looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. In the sky, feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try, can't stop the sky from falling. been digging your own grave up to your neck in shame and gravel. If you've been paving your own way, are you trying to be the one who holds the gavel? If you've been sleeping your own bed, are you trying to get up, but your wings ain't able?
clock is ticking just a little too slow. I only got a couple more hours to go. There's happy hour down at a bar I know. It's already started, I don't wanna miss the party. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, get in all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Paycheck's coming up a little too light. You work 100 hours and it just ain't right. Bills need paying and the money's tight. But wouldn't a cold beer make a beautiful sight? I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, get in all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Another day, another dollar. It just makes me wanna holler. I can't take another minute. There's a half-price pitcher gonna dive right in it. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, get in all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift.
Somewhere out in South Alabama, down at the end of an old dirt road, Mama's all alone and Dad is in the slammer. Time took its toll and she's growing old. Hey, some things never change. Hard times just a part of living. Watching the days just pass us by. Might be country, but we ain't forgiven. Just take me back to the simple times. Live off the land and drink from the holler. Plow the fields, come rain or shine. Putting in the time, gotta make another dollar. May not be rich, but I'm doing fine. Hey,
every drop till it's gone. Think I'll float down a river, might even write me a song. Gonna do some living before I'm gone. I'll be climbing the tallest mountains, and I'll be riding the biggest horse I can find. Gonna do all the things I ain't done in my life. Gonna do some living before I die. Think I'll buy me an old car and ride like the wind. Gonna drive and I ain't looking back. Think I'll head for the sunset and see where I get. And thank the good Lord it ain't over yet. I'm really not sure what took me so long to do some living before I'm gone. Take me by my outstretched hand, lead me to cold black water. The fires that I've started
so right, it feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but feels so right, it can't be wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my I've been losing What about if you opened up? When are you gonna tell all about you? All about you, I wanna know. Come on and tell what you want with all your fantasies. Know you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Ooh, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. What about if you talk to me? And in the secrecy, what's behind that little smile that you're giving me? Oh yeah. Come on and tell what you want with all your fantasies. Know you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Ooh, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, what you want, what you want, what you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. Make it mine, make it mine, make it mine, yeah. No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine.
Hello, folks. Hello. It's ESL One Raleigh time here on the Ember stream, and it's the Newcomer stream. So if you're new to Dota or returning, lots has changed over the past decade of gameplay. We've got all the little tidbits and information that we can possibly give a broad strokes view of, I guess, Dota esports in general. And I'm Gareth, joined by Wagamama. How you doing?
Yes. Yeah, I'm just happy we get to watch some amazing games here. We get to go into the basics a little bit more. You know, take the stress away. Don't focus on all the stuff that's gonna happen, because we're gonna have some crazy fights in these games. But we're gonna bring a little bit of a more digestible approach to the game, and yeah, obviously, still feels amazing to be able to do that while also watching some of the best to ever do it compete here in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, what best teams in the world basically is what you can argue at these ESL One events, qualifying through a bunch of qualifiers, through a season of play. So the kind of grand overview of the ESL One Pro Tour is that you've got multiple events through the season, which all culminates with the Esports World Cup in, honestly, a few months now, going by the timeline. We've got this event, ESL One Raleigh, and then a Dream League, which is kind of an online event, which is a bit more chill, not a big LAN stage event, which is what we've got right here in front of us. Gathering up points, prize money for sure, but points which then allow you to qualify for the big World Cup of the year, basically, in Riyadh in a couple of months. And that's what everyone's kind of striving for now, right? We've got teams that are already qualified for that event that are here playing for the prize money.
Exactly. There's, a lot of folks on the competitive side, but we want to welcome, everyone, whether you're into the pro Dota or if you're just wanting to get into Dota. If you have a friend who wants to learn about Dota, recommend them this stream right now, because we're going to be open to questions from the chat, talk about mechanics, and we'll try and break it down to, a digestible point. And we've both played this game a lot, right? And I've played this game for more than 2 decades. I've got, between Dota 2 and Dota 1, probably closer to 40, 50,000 hours in this game. So any question someone has, hopefully I should be able to answer them. But of course, Dota is an infinite trench of learning. It's learning and relearning a lot.
It is. I've always got to Google it. I always forget. But I remember 5.84 was the first Dota 1 map I played. That's 2004.
5.84C was a good one.
Yeah, 5.84C. I think that was the one that I started on. 21 years, man. Yeah, 2 decades. So between us, we've got 40. It's like the old Mythbusters shows. Like between them, they've got 50 years of proper and special effects experience. That's us with Dota.
I think 84C was the patch that actually fixed the load times in Dota 1 from having long load times to being fast. There was a time when the load would take like 5 minutes just to get into the game. And then in one patch, they just someone optimized the code in the map editor, and we had 20 seconds, 10 seconds load time.
We used to play in LAN cafes, and that would be the time you go outside for a bit of fresh air. You'd have the loading break to go out and chill for a bit, chat about your previous game. But yeah, super excited to kind of run you guys through this. And again, if you've got any questions, drop them in chat. We'll be keeping our eyes on that. We've also got Scriff and Wepass producing and observing. So they're also going to be, kind of filtering some of your questions through if we do miss them. So make sure, don't be shy if you've got a question, if you're not sure you understand something, or if, in Dota, it's very easy to kind of explain something poorly with the depth the game has. If you feel like we didn't go as far as you would have liked, we can go into detail with stuff as well. But yeah, that's the goal here.
And overall, it's going to be a journey, right? We have this game first with the series first. So this could be 3 games in total. And then we have a second series after this. And then we're coming back tomorrow for the finals as well. We're going to have more series coming up. So we will sort of do it as a journey here. We will not try to repeat ourselves too much, even though some things are worth repeating. This will be a journey of learning towards the end. And hopefully by the end of it, everyone watching will feel like they have a very good understanding, at least, of how to read the game.
Yeah, and I guess, my side, primarily the kind of esports tournament side, right? You're more, mechanics, gameplay kind of thing. So
yep.
I guess from my end, thinking about where we are right now in the tournament in general, the first series up is the upper bracket final. So the winner of this goes to the grand final, and there's a lower bracket waiting for them with 4 teams remaining. We're going to start knocking them out pretty quickly over the next couple of days until we've got those 2 teams for the grand final tomorrow. Today, it's both best of 3s.
Good point you make, because Dota competitive scene is also how do you hop in, how do you watch, how to choose a team and someone to follow, and honestly, just learning the EPT system that teams will basically fight for points and then qualify further based on how they do throughout the year and season. You realize that these positions that they get in the tournaments matter not just for the tournament but for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And then they're kind of differing in the way the game's played as well. You're thinking about, best of 1s in open qualifiers, where you have 1 game to try and get yourselves towards further qualifiers or further in tournaments. 2-game series, usually in group stage, where you're kind of either 2-0ing or going 1-1. And then once you get into the playoffs, it's best of 3s, which gives a much fairer, even playing field to show the depth of understanding, the level of skill and drafting and preparation of the teams. And then grand final best of 5, so it gives the wide gamut to show all of the strats that they've got prepared. Similar if you've watched StarCraft and Age of Empires and stuff, right? There's best of 7s and best of 9s and things like that as well. Our games can go a little bit long.
They can go a distance, at least in time duration. Yeah, Age of Empires, I'm a big fan of the AoE2 franchise. You know, I hosted Viper a lot, one of the pro players there, long before he became a big streamer, and, you know, rated him a few times on Twitch. And now they're fighting for, they had a tournament recently for 40,000, or was it $400,000 in their prize money. And, you know, that's a 1v1 game. Wow. So it's pretty crazy to see how that has taken off. Love seeing the resurgence of an old game like that. But yeah, in Dota, we don't really have the crazy number of games played, but the games can really drag out. We have what we call the early, mid, and late game, and then possibly you go into the ultra late game. And the teams we are playing today, the first teams we have, I would say Team Spirit is probably the most late game oriented team in this tournament. So they generally play a bit greedier, want to go there, get to the later stages where they have all the puzzle pieces, and then execute their opponents.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like going to penalty kicks. You know, you're just drawing the game, holding on, and you know you've got penalty kick specialists. You're like, we're going to win this. We're going to own it. Going to late game is like a next level skill you've got to learn in its own right. There was an old player, Eternal Envy. You know, he used to talk about how the chaos and the craziness in late game was something he used to thrive in because it gives you, this opportunity to be creative, find avenues which you wouldn't in the early game. But yeah, so early game, usually the first 10 minutes or so of the match, then 10 to 25, 30, that mid game, 30 plus late game. We have some games finish technically minute 10, very rare. Usually games are around 30 minutes long, but then we've also had games which have been 2 hours long. There is no time limit on Dota, right? One of the questions I remember when we were at Key Arena in Seattle, some of the security guards and ushers and stuff, asking, it's like 20 to 20. They've scored all these points. They've got these kills. When does the game end? And I'm like, brother, this could be an infinite amount. So you could be here all night.
Yeah, it's difficult to say. You basically have to, that's what we're here for a bit as well, to learn to see how the game is going, which direction it's going. We'll get more in on that detail when we get in-game. But yeah, kill score is one thing. I've sat next to pro players' parents when they were spectating them play at the big stage, at the biggest events. And, Era's dad, for instance, when I was watching him play at International many years ago, his dad was like, is my son doing all right? Like, how was that a good fight? And, trying to explain that to someone is always a lot of fun, because Dota, you can be behind in kills and ahead in the game. And that's confusing to a lot.
There's so many, depending on what combination of heroes you pick, you're kind of aiming for certain times in the game. You're aiming for certain moves that you can make. And there's all these, it's like chess, right? You're thinking 10, 20, 50, 1,000 moves ahead sometimes, knowing that this hero is going to do this thing at this point. It's getting there that sometimes is the challenge.
Yeah, often you have a general idea of what you want things to look like, but perhaps not exactly the full vision for how it's gonna manifest. But you're like, oh yeah, we want to drag it out to a certain minute mark, and that's what I was hinting at earlier with Team Spirit versus Tundra. They don't know exactly what they're gonna want to do in late game, but typically their players are a little bit more comfortable dragging it out, getting to that later stage, and then using what they have available. Whereas Tundra, speaking about them a bit, the team that is coming in probably more tempo driven, I want to say, and also very creative. We saw Tundra's approach when faced with the Wraith King Medusa earlier, where they picked up Crystallis and that crazy anti-mage and building random items. This takes like extreme experience what these players are capable of doing, but they're very adaptable.
Yeah, there's so many moving pieces, so many things that you can swap in and out in Dota. Every hero out of the, oh god, what is it, 123? I lose track. Do you know off the top of your head?
Yeah, I haven't counted them in a while now. I used to count them like, oh yeah, we have 116, and then at some point I just stopped doing that because it's too many. But I think it's something like that. 123 sounds about right.
126, it looks like.
126, is that the current count?
Yeah, what's that? 23 universal, 34 intelligence, 34 agility, 35 strength. Yeah, that's an awful lot. Yeah, my brain was like 117, but that's the number that we used to learn 10 years ago before they started releasing new heroes.
Exactly. But yeah, basically, you know, there are a lot of heroes, and the thing in Dota is that you want to play your favorite setup of 5 heroes, but we're gonna have the most important part. This is important, as you mentioned earlier in Age of Empires 2, where they ban out different civilizations and pick the ones that they like. We have the same thing in Dota, but on a much, much deeper level. The draft is, in competitive Dota, probably about 50 or 60, 70% of the game is decided by the draft, a huge part, and we're gonna head into that right now and see what these teams are gonna end up picking and banning for themselves.
Yeah, so this is the kind of picking and banning section, and like you said, picking 5 heroes that are going to work well in your team for your players, in, you know, the mood and vibe that you play in, that speed and tempo that you've been talking about, against the enemy, right? Because you have this fluctuation of, you're mentioning Team Spirit likes to play fast, likes to play kind of slow, drag things out. Other teams like to play very quickly and want to win the laning stage as their primary goal. Other teams like Spirit want to find, you know, a couple of team fights in that mid game as their primary goal to try and launch themselves to victory.
Yeah, so you have natural inclinations that some teams want to avoid certain heroes because they kind of throw a wrench in their game plan, but then you also have the constant evolution of the scene. Just, we have new patches all the time and new things becoming the meta, so teams generally gravitate towards the same sort of strategies a lot, since it is some of the strongest heroes. And we'll see what the teams are going to prefer in this one as we head into Team Spirit versus Tundra, game number 1.
Yeah, here we go, game 1 in a best of 3. And you can see some of these heroes, I mean, most of these heroes that are grayed out at the bottom are the bans which both teams are removing. And they're either going to be heroes which are kind of signature heroes for players, you know, that they're individually very good at, or what you're mentioning, that meta game, the popular heroes of the current patch or the current tournament, which have, you know, kind of been developed in pub games when you're just playing on your own, not in a professional setting. You're practicing, finding new heroes, they get popular, then they burst out onto the scene. We've had this whole thing, right, with profiles of players not being publicly visible anymore. So a lot of these heroes that they're trying out are hidden.
Yeah, very true. Do you think that Team Spirit possibly banned Keeper of the Light because of the extreme flashbang they're experiencing in their face right now? Because we're looking at these players and, hey, it looks bright, man. They're sitting right next to the sun. Look at that. I think it's gonna calm down for him in a second, though. But yeah, first you start out with the bans. These are the most broken heroes generally in the game right now. The heroes that you absolutely don't want to face. And we can't really dive into every single one and what they do immediately, but we can talk a lot about the specific heroes we're going to be seeing in this game.
Just trust us. All those heroes there that are banned, they are busted.
Yeah, they're there for good reason. The first one we get picked, though, is Tundra picking up the Ice Cone, Mr. AA. Ancient Apparition, the Iceman on Tundra there. Gives you a global ganking potential. Once he hits level 6, he can send a nice ultimate across the field and hit anyone, anywhere in an AoE. And it synergizes really well with ganking heroes who want to set up some kill potential anywhere on the map.
Yeah, and he's the second most contested, so second most popular hero in picks and bans at this tournament. And when he has been picked, he has won 75% of the time. So just by the stats, you know, you want this hero on your team. He does well in lane. He offers you... You mentioned his sniping potential. Sorry, did you talk about his laning power as well?
Yeah, his laning power, I didn't really mention it, but you obviously have a lot of strength there as well, where he's able to bully people. He can just keep hitting people from very far away. And there we go, a little bit of a calmer screen for us to enjoy. So yeah, he obviously is very strong in what we call the laning stage. The first 10 minutes or so of the game, you generally have the players split up on different lanes, and you want to just farm up and get what you can. That's where he's a support who can really push the enemy back and deal a lot of damage.
And then you were talking about Ancient Apparition, this Ice Cone, loving heroes that can start fights, kind of jump in onto someone and get things going. That's what Team Spirit have started their draft with. Tiny, a hero that can play in multiple different roles, but always has the same kind of signature move. He buys a Blink Dagger, which lets you jump onto an enemy, and he's got a toolkit which is able to stun them, stop them from moving, do a lot of damage, and also throw them into a position that you can choose. So you can throw them back into your teammates.
Yeah, Tiny, I think one of his main benefits as well is that he is one of the absolute hardest to kill heroes in the game, just by having so much HP and eventually getting a lot of armor as well from his ultimate once he levels it up a few times. Hero also comes with a massive amount of base damage, so his last hitting ability is very, very strong. just getting those creeps is quite easy for him. So it's a good starter hero for both these teams. You can see the different ideas. Where Tiny is going to be probably flexible between some roles, but quite likely going to be their mid hero they want to play around just to set some tempo to the game.
Yeah, quite often nowadays, mid heroes are heroes that can get on top of people and are kind of dictating the flow of the game. This is where we're going, that's the hero we're killing, and you've got heroes like Tiny or some of the spirit heroes who are very good at jumping. And usually when you've got these jumping heroes, you kind of want vision heroes to go along with them, right?
Yeah, you definitely want some way to see what you want to pick off, you know. So we'll see what they're going to pair up with it. Right now we have a little bit more bans coming out, of course, as it goes cyclical here. We have the bans, the picks, then the bans again. Team Spirit are going to pick up Darks here. So fantastic team fight hero, offlaner who generally does quite well in most lanes as long as he has a nice hero to pair with him. You can put the Iron Shell on someone, which deals damage to anyone who goes near the Iron Shell. And then that can be used either to farm or to go for kills on the enemy.
Just looking at those bans as well. Beastmaster, another one of these heroes that goes on people. Alongside Ancient Apparition, he's also had a very high win rate because of the ability to push out on the map and find enemy heroes to kill. And Silencer, a ban from Tundra, a hero that is a big old reset button. If the enemy has that and you're trying to jump, catch, and kill them, they press Global Silence. It means you can't cast spells anymore. And in this case, you've got Sand King, Ancient Apparition. Sand King likes to blink and stun. Ancient Apparition wants to throw his Ice Blast. If you global at any point in the middle of that, it ruins the gank. So a very solid ban.
Yeah, extremely strong combination coming out from Tundra as well. Having the Sand King who has all AoE damage, pairing that up with the Ancient Apparition who has that global gank potential with his ultimate. You now do a lot of damage in an area. So their single target, maybe not the strongest, but their AoE is great. And now they add a little bit of mix of both here with Wind Ranger, who can either lock someone down, but can also single target pretty hard with a power shot onto them or ultimate onto them. Quite likely this is going to be their secondary support, the AA and the Wind Ranger.
Who had first pick and who had second pick here?
First pick was AA. The Tundra has first pick. It's always the team that has last pick had second pick. So either you get first or you get last. It's sort of how to keep it balanced, because the last pick can be really, really valuable when you see the entire enemy draft and you get to pick something that's like a gotcha card, like, haha, you guys didn't think of me. But first pick is really great because you get to pick out of all those heroes that didn't get banned, you get to pick the most broken one that you see remaining.
And then there's also that fourth pick that Tundra has as well. Let's see what they go for. Team Spirit have the double pick now, so another hero that, I mean, these three heroes from Team Spirit like to go in kind of brawling action heroes once they start to get into a bit of a rhythm.
Yeah, Ember is also a very telling pick. We said earlier that we expected Tiny to quite likely be their mid hero and default towards it. That's now been superseded by seeing Ember. Ember is like almost never played anywhere else than mid lane. Mid lane is his home. And this is a hard support that we don't see that often. Bane coming out. This guy, all about single target control. Locking down single targets and preferably be undisturbed, channeling his long duration ultimate, which if he doesn't get stopped, he can hold someone in place for a long time and deal damage to them. But if a stun lands on him, the stun from his ulti also gets ended.
Yeah, no matter how much Dota you watch or cast, there's still stuff that is going to surprise you and catch you off guard. This is a hero that we didn't get to cast through the groups or the bit of playoffs we did. Kind of been off the radar. But Team Spirit have picked it before and have won with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Meposhka Bane.
So we got a question, and I encourage chat to ask as many questions as you have. Anything that's on your mind, just ask. We're here for you guys. So we got the first question of the stream. Why is the draft so long? It feels like one game takes hours. The draft is pretty dragged out in Dota, but that's because the game can also take, upwards of an hour possibly. It can be as quick as 20 minutes, but Dota in general, if you sit down for a game of Dota, you expect it to be like, I gotta have at least an hour clear to make sure that I have time to play this. And it's a bit of a slower game.
And I guess also the difference between professional tournament play and playing as a casual gamer. You don't have this drafting screen when you're playing, normal Dota as a
That's a
casual
great point.
player.
Yeah, in your pubs, this is not how it looks. If you just hop in, you're just gonna pick heroes. It's way faster. Bans are done on a more automated scale as well when you play pubs. You can still ban heroes, but not to the degree tailored like this as the pros are doing.
Yeah, so it's like pub games are when they tell you there's 3 forms of matter, there's liquid, solid, and gas, and you go to advanced physics, and it's like, well, actually, there's plasma, actually, there's this. You get to a much deeper level of picking heroes, nuanced understanding of this does well against this, or, in pubs, it's very much, I guess, to the next question, right? Counter picking heroes. That I feel like that used to be more of a thing in the olden days. In the olden days of Dota, you would counterpick and say this hero individually matches well against that enemy hero. But now it's much more about crafting hero pairings or even triplets or even a full 5-man draft that you want to try and play.
For competitive Dota, that's the level we're at, where you get to craft like an entire concoction. In pubs, you can still very much see like, oh, there's a this hero, I'm gonna pick that. Like I see a Ricky, I pick Bounty Hunter or Slardar because they give vision.
Or in this case, right, the Ember Spirit. Very often we've seen Ember Spirit picked, and then we've had Huskar a pick to deal with him in the mid lane, and you kind of crush that mid lane matchup.
Yeah. I would say, as an answer to Eric in chat, that are there actual strategies? Does everyone just counterpick? I would answer that grandly by saying Dota probably has possibly the most strategies and possibilities out of any competitive game out there. Like, it is absolutely absurd the amount of things you could come up with or craft in this game. The possibilities are nearly limitless. Don't let that be too scary though, because most people won't employ those ideas to you when you play a random pub game, but it does mean that you sometimes see some really creative stuff.
Yeah, whether it's intended or not, so sometimes it might be a little bit of spaghetti code in there that was forgotten.
And here comes the final hero that we were waiting for Tundra. They needed a carry hero. You want to have that safe lane carry hero who's going to get the farm priority. What I mean by farm priority is going to be the big hero they lean towards to carry them as the game goes later, and will be the main damage output hero. So Gyro's going to be the farmer, if you will, hitting those creeps. And Team Spirit are still not showing full identity yet if it's going to be Tiny carry, their first pick, or if the last pick is carry. I would say the last pick is most likely going to be a carry here.
Yeah, I mean, that's another big shift as well, right? At pro level, we used to have 4 Protect 1 drafts where you would kind of put all of your eggs into one basket and that would be your hard carry. Nowadays, you've got much more of an even spread of distribution of gold, items, farm onto multiple heroes. So we don't really have that one guy rules all, but it can become the case sometimes.
It can be, especially when you have someone like Radon getting his hands on Luna as a last pick. Luna, a hero that is known for very, very fast farming. Also can be pretty good for just a pushing strategy, but more frequently you see her farming quickly. There are different creeps you can go towards. The ancient creeps, for instance, in the jungle, the big ones. Both Luna and Gyro, the 2 carry heroes we see here, are exceptional at clearing those big, strong neutral camps.
Yeah, and the prevalence of stacking these camps as well. So you've got the lanes where you're fighting waves of creeps which are meeting at your objectives, which is kind of the slow and steady way that you start the game off. But then as the game progresses, there are little jungle camps of neutral creeps that are waiting for you to go and kill, that reset every once in a while, that you can go and kill. But you can also drag them out of their homes so they repopulate, and you build them up over and over again. And at this tournament in particular, the first 15 minutes has been a lot of building up these jungle stacks for their core heroes, these guys who want that large distribution of farm to go and get their early items that much faster.
Exactly. It can be a nice way to propel your farm when you go into mid and late game. It's just by stacking those camps. Even if you couldn't kill them yet, one day you're going to be able to kill them. Yeah. And if you, on the minute mark, or rather on the minute mark, the spawns will populate. If you make sure all the creeps leave the spawn box by the minute mark, then you can make sure that there are more creeps for you later. So overall, we see pretty much what we talked about expecting as well. Team Spirit coming in with a draft that says they're pretty happy going late here. They got the Darks here, got the Luna, and Ember. While he can be good tempo early game, he's also a real menace in the late game. So their draft looks a lot like we expect from Team Spirit. Tundra, however, they've got all the gank potential in the world, man. They can set up kills all over the place. We'll see when we get into this game, but if I just saw the heroes and I didn't see the teams, I would say that I really love what they're doing on Tundra in this game.
There's a lot of ways to catch people, bring them back in, allow the damage dealers to do their job. Yeah, super cool to see these two Titans clash here in game 1 of this best of 3. But it's not as if Team Spirit are all in on dragging this game out, right? They're not just waiting and waiting. They're able to punch back a little bit. They've picked heroes that can come out of that first 10 minutes with a bit of a fighting start.
Yeah, we can head into the game and we can have a look at, the game is paused up right now. The players need a second. They're calling go, actually. But we have, down in the bottom left, Team Spirit playing as the Radiant, already heading out. And top right, we have Tundra, of course, making their way down the lanes as well.
So in his bottom lane, the Wind Ranger, the ranged bow holder, she's going to be shooting arrows, harassing people. That's her job as a position 4 support, so gets very few creep kills and is there primarily to secure the early lane for the Sand King, who is this little scorpion fella off to the left. And 33, one of the best offlaners in the world, has made a name for himself on heroes with a lot of summons, but this time around going for an initiation hero instead. This guy wants to get a blink dagger, jump on people, and unlock the ability for his other heroes to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, 33, a lot of people, we saw them in the fans there. There was someone holding up, 33 micro god or something on his sign. Obviously has a lot of fans in the crowd, but micro is not the only thing this guy is good at. We've seen him perform really, really well on other heroes like Doom and so on as well.
So right now, they've used the Smoke of Deceit. They're kind of invisible until an enemy hero stands next to them when they'll be revealed. So they're hiding their position to try and find an opening kill or try and steal the early bounty runes. A bit of money that spawns at the start of the game.
We see those little circles on the ground where the bounties kind of spawn and the teams are fighting for them. Bane, Miposhka here has walked a little bit too close as the AA came in out of nowhere, Mr. Ice Cream Man.
It's a lot of damage. He tries to cast one of his spells to fall asleep and walk away, but it's not enough to survive. So the Sand King got himself the bounty rune, a bit of gold, and he killed the Bane for first blood, which is a nice little bonus. When you're the first person to kill any enemy hero at the start of the game, you get bonus money for it.
Yeah, that sets them back a little bit on bottom lane. Miposhka will be able to teleport back to the lane, but this is still going to be a great start for 33 on the Sand King, who otherwise might have had a hard time into a Luna and Bane. Double range can be hard for a melee offlaner. As you can see, the moment he steps to the lane, he just gets harassed. But the fact that he got that first blood will push him towards some items early on, and that will help him a lot.
And this Bane and Luna, the kind of two purpley blue heroes, they are primarily laning heroes. They're going to be sticking around in this area of the map for the first 10 minutes or so. Sand King, we've seen this prevalence of even level 2, level 3 going to jungle. We'll see if he makes that decision and whether or not Saxa on this Wind Ranger can get some stacks going, because right now he's being chased by the Bane. One of the greatest things Bane has ever done is stopped the lane pulling. Stop these heroes that get in behind you.
Yeah, Bane is very, very nasty to fight 1v1 as well, so tough for Wind Ranger to trade against him. His Nightmare ability, holding you in place, allowing him to attack into you while you just stand there doing nothing. On top of that, it can reposition you to walk in, you're sleepwalking in the wrong direction. Someone asked what do we think about Luna since we haven't seen her in this tournament. I think Luna is pretty damn good. I think she's like a little bit weaker than perhaps some of the top carries right now, but can be a good curveball last pick like Team Spirit did here. If it fits the bill, like you want someone to go kind of late game, farm ancients a lot, and build up, then it's great. But she isn't necessarily the most oppressive in the early game.
They're very good at clearing stacks and accelerating, though. We'll see what the Luna can do. I noticed up at top there's a bit of nonsense going on. There's wave dragging happening. So it looks like this Tiny and Darkseer didn't want to head-on meet this Gyrocopter and AA lane because of the two ranged heroes non-stop clicking them. So what the Tiny and Doxy have been doing is going behind the tower and pulling the lane of creeps away to somewhere that's a bit safer.
It's very advanced mechanics. It's something that I would advise most people to just kind of ignore, because
Just lane.
Doing what we call lane shenanigans, pulling the creep wave and stuff, can be really advanced, like pulling it around. Pulling camps is fine. Like, generally you want to pull the small camps when you're on the safe lane and try and get some extra experience by killing neutral creeps. But the mechanics they're trying to employ on top lane on Team Spirit is not easy to do right, and that's because this lane is a lot weaker than the AA Gyrocopter. These two range heroes, again, pointing out the same weakness as they had bottom. The double range versus melee offlaners can be tough.
But the goal is what we see here. Collapse on the Darkseer is next to his tower, so relative safety where he can hit creeps, get experience and gold. Of course, as I'm saying this, he's missed two of them. Gets the third. There we go. A bit of money for himself. But this means he's not being harassed and non-stop attacked by the AA and Gyro. So they are a much stronger lane. And then the third lane, yeah, 3 corridors, 3 lanes, into mid. We've got ourselves Ember Spirit.
So
Mr. Laurel?
mid lane is a very unique lane, because this is the only lane where you expect to be 1v1. This is typically in Dota widely accepted by everyone that this should be only 2 people going mid, 1 per team. And generally you can go there and gank and help out later on, but it will largely be a showdown. And here we see Miposhka actually coming in, trying to mess with the mid laner a little bit. Just kind of sleepwalk him onto low ground. Yeah. To get him to walk out a little bit. It's probably not gonna kill Kunkka, but it's just bothering him. He actually throws a tip the way of Miposhka, saying, "Why are you here? Just let me be."
I'm also not sure it was ideal, because the Ember ran up the cliff and the Kunkka got sent down the cliff. A little bit awkward there for Lal to try and hit him. But either way, it's forced a bit of a reaction. I saw the Wind Ranger move into mid. That means that Sax is going to leave there, go and grab a bounty rune and head down bottom. And Lal, BZM, can be left alone to their 1v1 again. Well, no, they can't. The Bane's still here.
Yeah, Bane is still hanging around. He says that Luna is having such a good time bottom that Bane doesn't feel he needs to sit down there and help, since the Sand King moved away and has been jungling a lot. We can see the score on the left. You see the last hits and the denies for all the respective players. So the left number is the amount of last hits, the farm they have. Oh, Luna getting gone on. Should be completely fine, but that's a lot of damage to her, and now it's dangerous to farm.
Yeah, it's like a completely fine for now, right? That kind of move isn't necessarily to straight up kill someone, but it puts the Luna on half health. And then when round 2 happens, so right now the inventory of Luna is a lot of stats and no regen. So there's no way for her to get back to full health really quickly. It's going to have to send more items with the courier or have it delivered with one of her friends. So if they go on her again, there is that potential for Luna to die. Speaking of dying, it looks like Collapse and Rue are going to die to that very difficult lane up top.
Yeah, they are not having an easy time right now. The Darkseer struggling a bit, as the Gyrocopter and AA are off to a fantastic start. Yeah, we didn't really finish the trail of thought earlier, but the left side number and the left is the last hits. The right side is actually denies, so you can take away creeps from the opponents. Once a creep is below 50% HP, you can attack your own creeps to take away golden experience from your opponents. That's the number you see there.
And it also lets you kind of hold and freeze the wave in a more defensive position. So here we have the Ancient Apparition moving in towards the mid lane. Another very important timing, right? We talked about the water runes at minute 2. The bounty runes came up at minute 3, and we kind of skipped over that. But at 6 minutes, an active rune spawns.
Yep. Yeah, the first active rune is always a big thing to play towards. It was a regeneration rune this game, which just does what it sounds like. Gives you a lot of regen for your HP and mana. But there are some bigger ones. If you get a haste rune, you run at max movement speed, double damage rune. Well, I guess it's an AD rune, but we call it the DD rune, the blue rune.
Amplify damage.
It's been renamed, but
yeah.
you know, if you ever hear someone talking about the DD rune and you're like, I only see an AD rune, then you know why. Dota players are not prone to change in general. We like our traditions, I guess.
We do. And then 7 minutes in, there's a lot of timers to hit here. We've got the Wisdom Shrines. So we see the Sand King there taking the Wisdom Shrine, gives him and the lowest experience hero on his team a bunch of experience. Tiny does the same thing on the opposing side of the map. And quite often we see these kind of get contested and run at by enemy players. This time around, very calm.
it's a mini objective to play towards. It's nice if you can both, because then the enemy are set back and you are propelled forwards. But this time, like you mentioned, no contest. There is some contesting going on by Bane walking in and putting vision in the enemy area here. He went in and threw a ward on the high ground to keep eyes on the Sand King. So he might even walk in and try and leech some kill potential, or to go in and get experience for himself.
It's a lot of creeps for Sand King to farm, but yeah, the Bane gonna stick around and try and leech some of that experience.
Is where, you know, old players might say, oh, but you don't get experience from ancient creeps. You do, in fact. Even if it's Sand King killing the creeps, Bane is currently leeching, as I said, getting experience for Sand King doing all the work.
And even trying to make a play on him. Neposhka.
He doesn't see him, though.
Yeah, no longer sees the Sand King, who uses his ultimate.
Courier.
Had a lot of magic damage being pumped out, but there's the Kunkka arriving, so the defensive move from the rest of Tundra, bringing a number of heroes to defend this very important prime farming area, gets a kill on the enemy support, and doesn't allow this Ember Spirit from the mid lane to get a kill.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Bane didn't have detection in time against the Sand King. He had it on his courier flying in, and would have been able to provide vision on the Sand King, but just a little bit too far on his courier. Every single player got their own little couriers. You gotta make sure you micro those in time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, for now, we have a bit of threat to the first tower. Mid tower, Ember is trying to bring it down. We used to say, you know, in Dota, for instance, comparing it to League of Legends, for instance, where you would say that towers protect you. In Dota, we say you protect the towers. That's the main difference between these two games. So attacking the towers a lot and playing to get rid of them is very central to the gameplay.
Yeah, and another kind of timing thing as well, right? Every 5 minutes, the creep wave has a catapult in it, which does more building damage to be able to take these towers down. So at 5 minutes, sometimes you have a little bit of a, you know, a scrap, a push, and then minute 10, quite often we have moves to go and actually push and kill the tower. Like right now, mid lane tower, oh yeah, Ice Blast from the AA flies all the way across the map to where they'd set up on this Luna to get the kill.
Yeah, so that's AA being able to help even though he was on mid lane. In fact, the farther away it is, it can be easier to help since his ultimate gets a bigger area the longer he shoots it. The Ice Blast being a global ability. Really great for these catches.
So here's the Ember Spirit playing behind tower. Trying to get on top of this AA with the help of this Tiny. But there's backup from Tundra with a couple of heroes arriving. They're going to force this Ember Spirit to disengage. But he's moved back in quite aggressively. An over-eager move might be putting him to a close there. Yeah, BZM gets a big Tidebringer hit, and they'll fight the Tiny as well. So Tundra, with his teamfight catching lineup, fighting back against Team Spirit, who got very, very aggressive in that mid lane, trying to push the tier 1 tower.
Oh no, there's no way out. Soon he's gonna get X-Mark. He tries to vacuum, but that X on the ground is gonna pull him back. Nice high ground cliffing by the vacuum at least, but still. All that on the back of Ember misclicking a bit. He has these remnants that he can jump to at any point in time, but he messed up and jumped in instead of jumping away there, I think. Yeah. That's why he got tipped by his opponents.
That's what it felt like.
Either a misclick or an over-aggressive decision.
Either way,
it's hard to say.
Yeah, it didn't pay off. But it does showcase an important part of Dota. Ember Spirit has this maneuverability. He's got these remnants where he throws this kind of mirror image of himself, and then he's able to fly towards it, teleporting almost. A kind of, you know, maneuverability tool. But then you face up against heroes like Kunkka, this pirate who has X marks the spot. And that's a maneuverability tool the other way, a displacement tool which actually is going to be able to drag you back to an initial position to then throw stuns onto you. And we also saw Darkseer do a similar thing with Vacuum, right? Displacing an enemy by moving them around.
Yeah, you got your evasive maneuvers, and then you got your displacement tools for enemies. The cool thing about Kunkka is that you can actually use it on allies too. So if you want to X-mark yourself on a safe spot, then walk in and play aggressively, knowing that you can get pulled back to safety whenever, you can do that too. And that's a really neat play.
Well, this Gyrocopter has stepped into the wrong neighborhood. There's a level 6 Bane. 2 ultimates thrown at him. And this is
very aggressive place to be farming, though. He got brought down. That's the carry dying. Actually, a very big thing. Luna and Gyrocopter are probably the two most important heroes to keep an eye on in this game if they die and how they're doing progression-wise. And right now, the Luna, she's at level 11, farming a lot. She's top net worth, and Gyrocopter falling behind a bit, 1,000 gold behind it.
And now they're making an aggressive move top, which is going to net them a kill on that Wind Ranger, and should be able to do a lot of damage, if not just straight up kill that tower. And the reason Gyro was down in that bottom lane because the Radiant tier 1 tower down there had already died, right? So it kind of opens the map, and he's trying to fill that vacuum where the farm is residing. Does overstep and die as a Gyro. But this is what Team Spirit are now trying to do top. Open up the map, get access to more farm, more jungle camps, and more freedom of movement.
Yeah, this is probably the toughest part of Dota to play. It's like laning stage is over, but you don't really have your items yet. Nobody has a lot of items to work with. Most of them are running around with boots only, especially the supports. So whoever starts getting some fighting item complete is going to have a big advantage. And right now, some of those heroes is Kunkka and Sand King. Sand King actually has a Bloodstone completed already.
Wow.
33 with a big healing item, big HP item on Sand King. Gives him spell lifesteal for all his spell damage that he does. And he can also dispel himself with it.
Very, very tanky now. Well, up at top, it looks like a bit of revenge there from Tundra as they push back. They didn't lose their tower, and they're going for one of their own. And what are we now? 13, 14 minutes in. Things kind of going to plan for both teams. Tundra have 10 kills, a 4k lead. They are pressuring the map and playing aggressively as we expected at the end of the draft with the heroes they had. But Team Spirit are still kind of holding out, and Luna is still the top farmer. They're playing this waiting game, weathering the storm and looking for... So if you had to put a number on it, what would we be looking at here, minute-wise, for Team Spirit to be feeling comfortable?
Their timing, I would say their timing is probably... I mean, in 10 minutes they might be comfortable. It all comes down to how Radon is gonna keep scaling. He is the one I'm keeping my eye on right now. Luna is having a great game. So if he has the farm that continues on this pace that he is doing now, he just got Manta Style completed, then in 10 minutes time he could be so strong and formidable that it can be hard for Dire to fight. But most likely they still have to do a lot of splitting up Tundra, try and play around them. That's what Manta Style is great for. You literally split yourself. You've sent some illusions to push out, so now we can see him sending them to push out the top lane. Gonna have to fight the Ember a bit for farm there.
It's a good safe way of pushing waves because your normal hero isn't there, obviously. So you can do damage without showing yourself while the real hero is farming elsewhere. Also a pretty good item in these team fights as well to kind of get away from danger. You can dodge some spells.
They're fighting a boss, Gareth.
The mini
First
boss.
boss of the game. Yeah. This is a boss that does nothing, but he reflects the damage back onto you, the Tormentor. Whatever damage you do to him, he will deal it back to you, and that's why you need multiple heroes to take him down almost always. Very, very difficult to solo kill him as you take all the damage yourself. The more heroes are there, the more you spread out the damage to multiple heroes. And by killing him, they get not only a lot of gold, but also a shard that upgrades one of your players. So in this case, Wind Ranger got it. It's always gonna go to one of the two poorest heroes on your team that doesn't have shard yet. Wind Ranger gets a shard that can push people in a big area. So enemies will now get a wind that just pulls them. You'll see it in effect soon if he gets in an engagement.
The Sand King barely missed the initiation there. Might have been able to get them a kill. But yeah, that mini-boss, the Tormentor in the bottom right corner. Is this a dire advantage? Is this something that I'm making up and I'm biased for? Or is this a real thing?
I would generally say that it's easier for Dire to take it, because the way laning stage plays out, if we go a bit deeper into it, is that the first tower to fall is usually the safe lane tower, which for Radiant is the bottom tower, for Dire is the top tower. We call these the safe lanes, and your off lane will be the opposite. So for Radiant, off lane is top. For Dire, off lane is bottom. Bit confusing, but we have asymmetric, you know, laning in Dota.
Oh, it used to be even worse when we had long lane and short lane, which were meaningless and descriptive terms.
Yeah.
And Poshka's Bane gonna get jumped on by a couple of Tundra heroes. He's popped some healing. I think a Lotus, a Wand, an Essence Ring. A bunch of little things there, but still dead in the end.
Yeah, now that Sand King has this Blink Dagger, this is one of the most defining items in Dota, has been for the entirety of Dota's existence as well. Blink Dagger is just an item that allows you to be more aggressive, reposition your hero, and catch people. We saw it used top as well now by Rue on the Tiny. He has picked up a blink first item so that he can jump onto someone. The reason he wants to do that is because he can toss people back. He can throw them somewhere else. So he's going to use that to reposition opponents a lot.
It's very much the teleports behind you, nothing personnel kid kind of item, right? You jump in, surprise your enemy.
Oh, they're on the gyro mid. Big target. He can't get off the BKB.
No, can't do anything. When that Fiend's Grip ultimate from the Bane catches you, you cannot react.
Yeah, that's... You've been caught by the demon from hell, basically. This Bane, he just grabs you. And
Sleep paralysis demon.
yeah, the sleep paralysis demon, we could call him. If nobody is there to help you, you will just be held in place for a grand 4.75 seconds. May not sound that long to someone who doesn't play Dota, but a level 1 ulti holding you for 4.75 seconds, no matter what, pretty much, it's very, very scary. Pair that with his Nightmare, which can hold them for even longer.
Yeah, a long disable, but that ultimate is channeled, so it means that Bane has to stand there thinking about the spell, channeling, and doing the spell uninterrupted to keep it going. So if he gets stunned, silenced, anything like that, the ulti will stop.
And that's where we could mention that Tundra, literally all their heroes could potentially stop his ulti. Not necessarily super fast in the case of like Ancient Apparition, who has a very slow disable. It takes a while before it sets in. But all their heroes have a form of disable to break that channel from Bane. So it'll make his job a lot harder in big team fights. But if you get left alone, then Bane might punish you.
Oh, that Bane is getting punished again. So quite often, Bane plays as this hero who is up at the front starting things because of all the things you described as long duration of stun and disable. Is actually going to have a proper fight kick off. Or maybe not. The jump in, then the run away. Radan's Luna steps up. The Ember Spirit in the back. Oh, that vacuum drags them all to the high ground where the wall's on them. Awkward positioning here for Tundra as they try and disengage. But the Ember Spirit has been too aggressive. Goes right into the middle of them all and doesn't have a team to back him up anymore. They're going to lose Rue as well. So they kill the AA, but they lose... what? The Ember and the Tiny.
Yeah, a little bit tricky for Team Spirit. If they don't have Luna in perfect position right now, I think their team fight is very, very hard to take. They do kind of end up winning the fight in a way because, you lost 2 heroes, but look, they're still the ones on the forefront here, looking to be aggressive. Radan thinking about slaying this mid tower. Gonna lay into it with Manta style.
And this is...
he runs away.
And this is where we come back to that thing, right, where I said very rarely do we have this all eggs in one basket kind of deal. But this Luna is going that direction, right? 14,000 net worth. She's now 2,000 ahead of her nearest opponent, and she's already 4,000 ahead of her nearest teammate.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for competitive Dota, the left side of the screen is very important to look towards. I would say more so than the kill score. We'll look at the left side and just look at the gold, the net worth of the heroes. Luna leading the way, sure, at 14,000, but then you have 3 dire heroes, all very rich, 12, 11k, 10,600, whereas the Ember sitting pretty poor. These are, of course, the 6 cores, and then the 4 at the bottom. We don't talk about them as much, but those are supports. Their net worth is not the most important, usually. It can be big if a support manages to get rich, but if you're poor as a support, it's not the end of the world.
You do a lot with a little. And on this topic, I don't know if this is going too deep, but the Kunkka recently picked up a very big item, but it took him a long time to get there. So Kunkka was sitting with, what, 3,000 gold, just kind of waiting in the bank until he could afford that big item. So you look at his net worth, 11,000, but in effect, it was around 8.
Yeah, I think it's pertinent information to mention. It's like, imagine you're saving up for a nice couch, you want to buy a couch, but if you just have 80% of the money you need to buy the couch, you're still 1 couch short from having a couch. So you do not have it yet.
You're still sitting on that plastic chair in the middle of your room.
Once you get it, though, that's a power spike. You got that couch,
Yeah.
And that's currently what happened to Kunkka. He got the Blade Mail and Radiance both complete. So he is very, very strong right now, hitting what we always talk about. Power spikes in Dota are super important.
And again, this smoke, which we saw at the start of the game, you've turned yourself invisible, so you're hiding from the wards, the vision of your enemies, to come around behind them. Start off with a stun, there's the Ice Blast combo, so you're locked in place, just watching the damage come towards you. While Radan's Luna has tried to use the ultimate there to get a kill on the AA, Rue's Tiny gets the catch and throws the AA back in. The BKB, the shiny golden effects on this Luna and Gyro, make them almost immune to spells and magic damage, so they can get away from this further initiation. But the fight is getting really messy, with people jumping back and forth. The Luna is the focal point still. Tundra do a really good job at sticking onto that high value target, and then the chase continues. Once she's down, they know there's not much left for Team Spirit to give, so they just keep throwing stun after stun. Lyle's Ember Spirit has to run back into his base, and Tundra, they take control of this side of the map.
Fantastic fight there coming out for Tundra. The first decisive fight where they managed to bring down the Luna. She was trying to run away using that BKB to stay safe, but again, Kunkka with X-Mark ended up pulling her back towards the end of the debuff immunity of the golden item. During it, most things in Dota can't really affect you. There are exceptions, but most things won't do anything. X-Mark wouldn't work if he was still in the effect of the BKB, but as it ran out, Kunkka pulls him back and spot on. And this is now concerning Team Spirit. You were doing kind of fine in the sense that Luna was farming it a lot at least, but that one death sets him back, and his job of hard carrying this game, sort of being the one who can bring everyone down, it's getting harder.
Yeah, this fight was Team Spirit wanting to try and balance the playing field, level the playing field a little bit, fight back, maybe draw even, primarily keep control of your Ancients and keep this Luna from farming. But seeing how Luna can get isolated and tracked down by these Tundra heroes and killed, they still need more time.
Can call attention to the minimap as well, as you see Wind Ranger probably going to go down as she was alone. But paying attention to the minimap in the bottom left, we can kind of see where the teams are intending to play, what action they're looking for. And right now, Roshan is in the bottom part of the area of the map. We haven't talked about him, but he's the second big boss that we fight for. The fight that they're looking to set up now is so that they will be able to kill Rosh, because he's a big objective, but it's scary to go and just take it on while the enemy is alive. So we're looking for a pick-off before they go and kill him.
Yeah, the Poshka, the Bane, as good a target as any. And Roshan, when you kill him, going to drop an item, the Aegis, which gives you a second life. You die once, you respawn after a couple of seconds where you died, and then can continue fighting, which is vitally important, especially in this kind of game, when you are against a hero like Luna, who is highly farmed, and you need to commit to kill her. You now have a lot more freedom and safety to just go in and do it, because you've got that second life.
Exactly, yeah. The Aegis is an extremely handy ability to make your strongest hero able to have 2 lives in a fight. Arguably the biggest single item power spike in Dota is getting that Aegis on your carry.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They didn't get it though because Rosh was unfortunately about to move top, so after the pick off they couldn't go for it. Nice pick for Team Spirit. Got a quick kill on the AA.
Some return fire, though, onto the Tiny and the Bane in the back as the Sand King and Kunkka make short work of the 2 Spirit supports. And now Team Spirit thinking about fighting. You can see the positioning of Radan's Luna moving towards enemy heroes. They decide to go and hold a high ground, though, up the staircase, so they have advantage of terrain. But this Sand King has a great double stun, and Team Spirit realizing now that the jig's kind of up. Radan has
the rocket. Can he do it?
2 defensive tools, still gets stunned. Vacuum Wall from the Darkseer drags them back into danger, but that's a good torrent, and continual disables from Tundra means Radan cannot react, and a bonus kill on Collapse likely to come out here as well. This 33 Sand King is just non-stop jumping on people over and over again, and we see the high value and the strength of this hero pick. AA Sand King, they can kill pretty much anyone and continue fights.
Yeah, that was exactly what they were looking for. A massive enough fight. Now they're going to go straight for more objectives. Dota, you take a team fight, you then want to make something happen with it. They're going to go down towards mid. Get another support kill, so kind of chain feeding.
Is under attack.
Of course, they may have expected the opponents to already be going for Rosh, so he didn't think he would get jumped mid. And now they're going to go over there.
We can see there 33 in the Roche taking posture with one knee up. Some Dota players have refined some very nice manufactured postures.
That's saying that Radon needs to press his BKB. Yeah, that's true. He might need to join us here on the Newcomer stream so he can explain to him that he needs to. He was trying to mantle dodge the missile, didn't get it, and then he could never get the BKB out. Once you're stunned, you're stunned. You can't use items.
Oh my goodness. And then that Tiny trying to maybe steal the Roshan and the Aegis. You know, you can potentially time your jump in there to grab away some of the goodies, but he was scouted on his way around the Roche pit.
Yeah, not gonna catch it. And there we see Wind Ranger chasing after the Bane, trying to hold him in place for a while the team comes in.
It's been a rough one for this Bane, but again, that's kind of his job to get out there, place vision, be vision himself.
Yeah, sometimes just giving information to your core heroes about where the enemy are might be valuable enough that if you die, it's kind of okay. It's not great, but yeah, we do see the double Wisdom Rune taken up by Tundra. You get very good at the, you know, dividable by 7 numbers. Whoa, Crystallis. A little bit nervous. Pops the BKB. That must have been a misclick even. I don't think he meant to BKB as he saw the Luna. He has Aegis still.
Yeah, usually you hold that BKB until your second life when you respawn. So that's now a timing that Team Spirit knows there's no BKB, and they're going to smoke up and play aggressively off the back of that info.
Yeah, it's actually massive. They can go onto the gyrocopter, but they have to be aware about Sanking. Sanking does a huge amount of damage as well.
They try to
Saw
scout.
them break the smoke there. He saw the Sleight of Fist.
Yeah, Ember trying to sleight of fist up the high ground to see if there's any targets. If he hits someone, he knows someone's there. But it's Miposhka's Bane.
already.
Yet again, found out while the Sand King has made a jump. Ice Blast onto the top of him to help out, but 33 has been turned on and focused. The rest of Tundra, they're going to arrive and chase down Spirit here. Spirit happy with this situation if they can get out alive, and they will TP home, survive, and get back to safety.
Okay, so they get out at least, and they did get the Sand King, losing their 2 supports only. Honestly, better than I expected for Team Spirit with that positioning they have. And Sand King, I think, is pretty critical target to bring down at this stage. He is doing a ton of damage if he gets to throw out the epicenter. His ultimate, even upgraded by his Aghanim Scepter that he has purchased, does a lot of area damage.
And one big problem this Luna can face in this game, you know, she is top of the net worth, very farmed hero for sure, but the natural itemization that we see there, the quick buy of Radahn, he's queued up the list of items he wants next. Butterfly, Satanic, and I assume Daedalus as well, relies a lot on lifesteal and healing. Well, actually, hang on a second. Whitemon's Ancient Apparition being run out by Lol with a fresh BKB, so he's got that safety and protection to make the jump and then disengage freely. And Team Spirit don't want a long, you know, embroiled fight stuck in the mud. They want to kind of poke and prod at this, get a catch if they can, toss someone back. Slight and Chains from the Ember Spirit is going to try and catch this Saxo Wind Ranger, but this fight has now dragged on, feels like too long for Team Spirit. Tundra repositioning to go back in again. BZM.
Fine.
They missed
the jump.
With Crystallis Gyro stepping forward, Rue is going to get focused down. Radahn pops his BKB, stands his ground to fight back and kills 3-3. Crystallis now afraid again. Still has this second life in his pocket, but Tundra are the ones to run back and away, respecting Team Spirit's ability to continue this fight. Tossing the Gyro around, Collapse and Lol right on top of him now as well, with more control and the damage from the Luna coming in. They're going to find the first kill, and can they kill him twice?
I think so. Aeolth is coming in though. Can they turn it?
I mean, this Crystallis Gyro is going to stand there and heal back up. They can't do it. He's too tanky and he's outputting too much damage now. He's beyond godlike on this gyrocopter, and Team Spirit, they've bitten off more than they could chew. That Ice Blast, too much damage, whittling away at Team Spirit and then blasting them down with BZM getting a double kill.
Blood in the water. Now 70 seconds dead on the Luna. We see the death timers up in the top. This can be a good time to explain as well. The gold around Bane's death timer, the 8, 7, 6, that one has a gold bar. It means he could buy back with money to come back to life immediately. Luna doesn't have that bar, so we know that she doesn't have it. Opponents do not see this. You cannot see it for enemy players. You can only see it for your teammates. So maybe they are worried that she would buy back, and that's why they're not forcing high ground right now on the side of Tundra. But the fact that she's dead for that long without buyback could have been a moment to try and crack the base a little bit. Instead, they're going to play towards top. Again, looking for objectives, looking for advantages. But yeah, the buyback is a huge mechanic we could explain a little bit. There is a big price to pay to buy your life back. You need to pay the gold, but you also have a cooldown on it if you do commit your buyback. So basically, if you ever die after buying back, that is a massive vulnerability in your team.
Yeah, it's a massive window that your opponents can exploit. And Team Spirit have come out of their base and lost both supports again. Tundra, they're going to swarm this bottom part of the map. They can kill off a tier 2 and start planting themselves in position here to push towards the enemy base. But yeah, before that whole 3-minute long sequence kicked off, I was going to say Gyro and Luna kind of function in similar ways with this build that they've both gone for as well. The Satanic Daedalus means they want to be life-stealing and critting, doing a lot of physical damage and healing off of it. So standing your ground, the enemy hits you, you don't care because you're healing. But with an Ancient Apparition in the game, Luna's healing is gone.
Exactly. If you get clipped by or directly hit by AA ulti, if you're at all affected by it, you cannot heal. It turns off healing for its duration. Any form of actual healing will not work. There's a lot of heroes that got hard countered by this. Oh, Darkseer gonna get slowed up by AA. Held in place, the ulti comes in, so no healing for you now, mister.
Yeah, and a reasonably tanky hero, you know, he's itemized to be a beefy boy. The Pipe, Vanguard, Shiva's Guard give you magic resistance, physical block, armor. Tons of stuff there that should make you stronger. But the damage output Tundra has was just too much.
I'm almost inclined to agree with my what I'm reading in chat here, that Radahn should go Aghanim Scepter in this game. Tough to, of course, say what is best, and obviously Radahn is, you know, one of the absolute best carry players ever to play the game, so he has a good reason for what he wants to do. But Aghanim Scepter, I believe, on the new Luna, with he has the CDR talent for his Eclipse and damage talent for his Lucent Beam. I think it would have been really strong to have some burst damage for them to try and get those quick kills. That's what they're lacking on Team Spirit right now.
I mean, basically, you throw a bunch of ion cannons onto an area, right? If there's an isolated couple of heroes on their own with no creeps near them, they get blasted from the skies.
Yeah, you increase the amount of beams from your ulti as well by 50% just by getting it. And it also unlocks that you can hit the same target an unlimited amount of times with the beams. So if someone is completely alone, they could get absolutely blasted. Whereas if you don't have Aghanims, there's a limit of 5 beams per unit. So it would allow some single targeting. The problem is,
7,
it's not
14,
a hard carry build.
21, 28, 35. Wisdom Shrine.
Yeah, dividable by 7, and we're back to taking wisdoms. This time, Radiant get a hand on one of them, so they get some experience as well.
And we are now getting into late game, right? Mid to late game now, I guess, is more accurate.
Yeah, I would say this is still a bit in the mid game, but item-wise, you could say it's late game. I mean, you click Gyrocopter and show me those items, I'm gonna say, yeah, that's late game. So you could argue that the high farm rate of these players make late game come around faster than what you might see in some random pubs as well.
Accelerated late game. Radahn, the little golden hammer there next to his items means he's deciding on what neutral item to get. And if you're returning to Dota from a while back, neutral items, they've come, they've gone, they've changed. You now get to select what item you want with a little buff that comes alongside of it.
Yeah, you get to build it yourself. You pick a module item and then you prefer what stats you want to buff it with as well. A bit of a special mechanic, but essentially it's items that you don't need to pay for. Neutral items you get just by you or your team clearing jungle camps. So the more jungle creeps you kill, the more you'll drop shards that give you these neutral items over time.
A lot of towers dying. Tundra setting up.
We have a swing back by all of Tundra, and meanwhile Crystallis is showing, saying that, oh, I got my team behind me, but it's a bait. They're all going back to murder Team Spirit. They're wrapping around.
They see the Luna first. Radahn, shackle shot, stun hits with the control combo they've got. That 24,000 net worth just disappears.
Oh,
that's Team Spirit now. Without a carry, Lal has to BKB TP.
A late X mark? Does he get him? I don't think so. It's too early still.
So X mark you can place on someone when they've got this BKB going. If the BKB continues while you bring them back, it doesn't work. But if the BKB expires, then you can drag them back.
Exactly. Yeah, the BKB runs out eventually, and the duration on the BKBs does go down. The more time you use it, goes down to 6 seconds duration. So then you can catch people a little bit better. But that was a really great move by Tundra. They pretended that they were gonna go push. They actually had Gyrocopter show right outside the enemy base, saying, "Oh guys, we're coming. We're gonna destroy your base." But then his entire team wrapped around to go back and defend, much like we see them do against Tiny right now. Poor guy. Just a support trying to buy some time and space, but he gets quickly disposed of by 2 cores.
Yeah, when you kill an enemy carry like that, you're looking for objectives. So with Luna dead, you're thinking, Roshan, can we take him? High ground, can we kill tier 3s and barracks in the enemy base? So what Tiny is doing there is trying to keep the waves away from the base, because to push high ground and kill buildings, you need allied wave creeps to be there to actually break through the tower protection.
Yeah, and that's going to be Aegis claimed again by the Gyrocopter. Got the Aegis in hand now, so that's going to make him feel safe to go into the enemy base and start pushing. Having the second life makes it very tricky for Radiant how they're going to take the fight. If you go on the carry now, he's just going to come back to life and you used all your resources. So they need a better angle, and they're setting up for it now. Going out, going to smoke up to try and get a good position. So they're going to make themselves invisible in just a second here, I believe. Wow, they're really holding this area.
It's like you can't... Yeah, you can't just sit on a corner and blind fire around it, right? You've got to find a way to wrap around your opponents.
They're fighting under a ward, so they're trying to fight under their own vision. There's generally a big concept in Dota. If you see your opponents first, but that ward gets removed.
And there's an initiation from the Sand King, forcing a reaction from Team Spirit. That's just going to be a defensive one to get back into the base for now, though. But yeah, we're seeing this Luna who, building all of these carry stats items, bought the Butterfly for that evasion, which has somewhat been countered by the Gyrocopter's item build, who goes for Monkey King Bar, which pierces through that mischance.
Yep. Yeah, Crystallis has made a good choice itemization-wise. He also has the Daedalus for critical damage, so he hits extremely hard on Gyrocopter right now. He is not easy to stand next to, and as you can see, he can shoot everyone at once when he hits the flak cannon. It's an AoE attack, essentially.
And like you said, with the Aegis, he's able to stand here on the high ground at half health and not worry too much about the state of affairs. He will get tossed in, but he gets off his BKB and Satanic, and because he has Aghanim Scepter, he was still hitting while being gripped. Sand King has come through with another stun to allow Crystallis to turn back and run away from danger, but the damage from Team Spirit is substantial. This Gyrocopter, well, he drops pretty low, but the backup from his team has allowed him to slip away. Another vacuum, though. The 3-man drag back. Gyrocopter isolated. They've killed off Lars Ember Spirit, but the Gyro now dies to the Luna. So Team Spirit able to hold their high ground and maybe go for more. The Wind Ranger sleeps up to high ground because of this Bane. The Sand King got tossed into Radan, and Luna giving chase with a buyback from Lyle. So Ember Spirit spends his money to return to the battlefield, gives himself another life through that bit of cash, gets more kills and forces Tundra back, and Team Spirit defend their base.
That was 3 of them committing buybacks. So 3 Radiant heroes died and then spent money to immediately come back to life. So while it was a good fight by them, they took it in an impressive way. A little bit of a mistake on Tundra at the same time, perhaps. The BKB Satanic usage by the Gyrocopter before his Aegis timed out meant that once he respawned with that second life, he didn't have any defensive tools anymore, and he got caught in the enemy base. This gives a slight opportunity for Team Spirit to get on the map and start threatening high ground themselves. As we mentioned earlier, Dire heroes, they're death timers. You can see all of them have the gold around it, so all of them could buy back if the situation gets risky.
But now we've entered this kind of standoff situation where, I mean, first of all, Team Spirit had the defender's advantage. They were forced to buy back, repel the enemies, stop the hordes of Dire heroes killing their buildings. But now with these 3 heroes having that buyback cooldown, if they die here, Tundra could immediately flip the script and say, okay, we're going straight back down to push your base again, because... So Ember Spirit died, spent money to buy back. If he dies now, he's gone for, what, 70 seconds? Well over a minute, right?
Oh, well over, yeah. He would be dead for nearly 100 seconds, yeah. He's level 23, so... he would have a massive death timer. You can see the respawn or the buyback cooldown as well by hovering. the gold of any of these players. You can see the timer for when they are going to have their buyback available.
Don't do it,
Obviously,
Wagner.
yeah. Obviously, Luna hasn't spent hers.
Don't do it. Don't get into the unreliable gold conversation.
I'm not going to mention unreliable. No, there's different types of gold, but it's irrelevant. You can learn that later on. It's under the hood stuff, you know? It's like you can enjoy a car without knowing everything about the car, right? Much like you can have a PC and use it, but you don't need to know exactly how every single transistor and stuff works in your PC.
All the funny business. And Team Spirit, if nothing else, confidence from that last fight, able to bite back through the gyro and his Aegis and all of his tools. Again, smoking to reposition, so they want to get out of their base, increase the angles of attack and approach that they have. But this time they don't have that high ground vision, so the information isn't complete here for Team Spirit. They're working on the fact that nobody has shown on that bottom wave to push it, so process of elimination, the enemy must be top or middle, very likely in this Ancients area.
They want to poke in and get some vision onto this high ground.
Look at
Ember is itching to go up high ground.
So he's stutter stepping to see where the smoke breaks, and then he opens up with a slight chains, sees the gyrocopter, and it seems like that's not the target that they want to start on. At least not for now. As,
they
with the
toss
tiny.
back.
He makes a jump on the
What a
Sand
grip.
King with a grip. The combo there from Team Spirit, beautifully executed.
huge.
And now the catch from this Ember Spirit onto Gyro, Chrysalis. Well, he's trying to stand on this staircase and hold his ground. X-Mark, not going to work out there. Collapse BKBs. Radan also going to BKB and step forward. Chrysalis may be exploited
Sand
now as they
bite back.
buy back on the Sand King. Vacuum to high ground though. BZM and Sax are trapped up there, but they've lost the Luna. 100 seconds with no Radan. And Chrysalis seems too
this is
powerful to contend with now. It might just be game over. Luna doesn't have buyback, is 2,000 gold away from it, and Tundra have 5 heroes alive.
Would be surprised to see them not call it here. Team Spirits, I think they realize what's coming in. They even get sniped in the bottom lane. Or from the bottom lane, in the base. And he kills him in the fountain. The disrespect coming out, bringing them all down. Tundra close out the game #1 in a very convincing fashion. There were moments where Team Spirit bit back and tried to stop the tempo coming out. But look at the scores, man. BZM had a flawless game at 12-0 and 20 on that Kunkka. Huge impact from him. And I honestly think that if they play like this will be an easy series for them.
Yeah, I mean, a well-crafted draft. Everything worked and went to plan. You know, you'd argue one fight didn't go their way, as Team Spirit, you know, were able to punch back a little bit. But Team Spirit, getting to their timings was a struggle. That's the big story here, right? Miposhka's Bane, 0-15-11, had to literally sacrifice himself, throw his body into harm's way to give space to this Luna. And in the end, it wasn't enough for the Luna to actually get off the ground properly.
Yeah, can you show us, actually, Observer, how much damage the different heroes did in this game? If you look at the scoreboard here, there's some different information to be taken away. But yeah, look at this damage tab. Look at Crystallis down there. 51,000 damage from the gyrocopter. You know, we were nitpicking on his decision making here and there when he popped the BKB and what he did with it, but still the gyro was by far and away the top damage dealer in this game. He did what he was supposed to. He carried the game really hard, but it was a very well coordinated team effort by Tundra.
Like half the damage from Flak Cannon, that ability that spreads all of his shots away.
Oh yeah,
Doing
this
an
is
AoE effect.
This is very nice information to go and look at sometimes. If you ever get curious in a game, you're like, what happened? Why did this guy, you know, destroy me so hard? You can actually go into the post-game scoreboard and find some information. You can see how much gold you got from these different sources, yeah, how much damage or how much healing you did from different things. And even if you get curious about how someone built their heroes, you can actually go and check their skill build order as well in the scoreboard. You just scroll a little bit more to the right and you can find exactly what they're up to there.
The breakdowns are all Dota Plus, right?
Yeah, breakdowns are part of Dota Plus, but you do get that as a free trial if you're a fresh player for the first month.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah, fresh accounts got 1 month. I believe that's still a thing. Yeah, here we have the detailed breakdown for item builds. But But yeah, that was a very, very strong game won by Tundra. I think Team Spirit showed signs of life, but what we need seeing in the next games here is the rest of the team kind of stepping up and doing stuff in the early game. It can't all be about Radan carrying the game when you go late. You need more of a game out of Laurel. You need Collapse to not have a lane where you just get shut down, because that top lane was just destroyed by Tundra's safe lane.
Yeah, and we were talking about Team Spirit wanting to kind of hit that mid-game stride, and it's not as though Tundra were worthless in that kind of mid-game to late game either. They were able to keep the pressure up, keep that tempo going, and make Team Spirit's ride pretty difficult. So game 1 to Tundra in this best of 3. We'll take a break and come back to see what happens next. Welcome back, folks. We're here coming back with Game 2 between Tundra Esports and Team Spirit. It's ESL One Raleigh, and this is the Newcomer stream. Again, if you're joining us new to Dota, if you're returning, whatever it might be, we're going to try and be a bit more digestible with the way we present Dota, go into, I guess, a bit more detail in terms of the mechanics of broad strokes, general ideas, what's going on. With fewer acronyms and shortcuts that we very often use in broadcasting. I'm already finding myself speaking slower, being very delicate with the words I'm choosing.
It's easy to confuse someone who even might be an avid gamer or even played a little bit of Dota if you just quickly talk the way that we talk in usual casts.
We have our own language.
Yeah, you can lose where you are very, very rapidly. But yeah, I hope that for this upcoming game that we get to develop more on some different heroes than what we saw played now, to explore more of the heroes in the pool. Particularly, I have a favorite preference for what we should be seeing. But we'll see what the teams are going to bring once it's time to pick, of course.
Yeah, so in Game 1, we had this Team Spirit lineup, which was hinging on their carry player, Radan, playing Luna, who is a fast farming hero, but needs a bit of time to be ready to really utilize her skill set properly. Whereas Tundra were more based on this 5-man play together, take control of the map, and be pressuring the enemy the most of the time. And it's turned out the Tundra's strat had fewer flaws, fewer loopholes to exploit, and they were much stronger in taking a lot of these earlier team fights.
Well, I'm happy this is a Newcomer stream where it's a learning environment, because Gareth, I'm here, I've been playing for, X amount of hours, and I still am learning stuff. I did not know that offlane sanking Bloodstone first item was going to be strong in this current patch, and I don't know how many people have, had that on their radar as 33 pulls it out here. You and I have seen a few sanking games. It's hardly ever been the Bloodstone rush. It's always been the Blink Dagger. It's been, building towards perhaps an early pipe to keep your team alive. But 33, the offlaner of Tundra in this game, did something unusual, going for a Bloodstone, going for more a self-centered build, making himself strong, and it worked out really, really well for him. I think it's pretty cool to see as well how that Bloodstone can still be useful, even though it lost the ability to increase the area of your abilities.
Right.
Nowadays, it does have the ability to dispel yourself. And that's the mechanic that we haven't talked about at all yet, Gareth. Dispelling. People put some offensive thing on you, some dust to reveal you in your sandstorm. You can just run out of that dust and then click your Bloodstone, dispel yourself, and suddenly you're not being spotted anymore. Pretty useful.
Yeah, you basically, just brush everything off. Enemy spells, some little bits and bobs that maybe silence you or do damage over time.
Chains, for instance, from the Ember, which holds you in place. You can just click and keep running. Happened a few times in the game. It's hard to cover the little minute details, of course, but I just thought it was cute. And, I appreciate that I get to learn something here as well while we're doing this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even just the draft itself, right? 77 games at this tournament, and we saw Luna and Bane, who have been picked 2 or 3 times each. Very rare occurrence to see them on their own, never mind together. So Team Spirit were kind of trying something in Game 1, right? This isn't their normal draft that has had success. It was something they're doing a little bit to maybe upset the expectations of their opponents, but we'll find out what they do in Game 2 as the draft has started, and we'll see what exactly they're going to be doing. Well, I'll come up in a minute or so. But yeah, it's such a deep, we have the meta game, which we talk about the popularity of these heroes, thinking about that level above mechanical skill, where you're thinking about what's good with what, how do the enemy play, what do they like to do, where are they warding, and stuff like that.
Interesting, we can't really get into every single hero here, but if we look at Team Spirit, who lost the previous game, one of the big heroes they lost to was that Ancient Apparition. The last hero they banned out here, they said that he had too much impact, don't want to play against him again, as it is Tundra with first pick. They do not want to allow them to have the Ancient Apparition yet again. And I think that's a good idea. I think getting rid of him is something that teams have not prioritized that much this tournament, but EA's win rate, you mentioned it, it's been extraordinary.
Yeah, he just looks incredible. Like, this hero has had an insane run, and then some respect there from themselves. Tundra, knowing how good Sand is, they decide to ban it, and that leaves in this guy, Gandalf, Keeper of the Light, the man on the horse, who has been quickly rising in the ranks this tournament to being one of the best supports out there, and why we've seen him banned so often.
Yeah, and this is sort of taking advantage of the ban on the AA, who, as we mentioned in the previous game, can counter healing. It can prevent the opponents from healing up. Now that AA is banned out, Tundra pick up a hero that is a big healer. Gandalf, as you mentioned, he can heal his allies a lot, and also he can give them a lot of mana and cooldown reduction, which is massively powerful tools.
Yeah, we kind of see this fight over the Keeper of the Light, Ancient Apparition, and Tinker. So the third ban there from Team Spirit, the guy with the little the pipe, the robot-looking fella, works in a similar way to the Keeper of the Light in the fact that they both like to move across the map quickly. They gather up farm, which other heroes wouldn't necessarily get because they have spells which kill creeps from long range quite safely. And they're quick off the mark in joining team fights or getting this numbers advantage, which you wouldn't ordinarily have. You know, you show on one side of the map and you think, okay, it takes them 30 seconds to run here, or it takes them 10 seconds to TP and run here. But in fact, Keeper of the Light and Tinker are able to do it in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, he can help with that positioning, get your team across the map very, very quickly. Hero that Team Spirit pick in reaction, though I said I wanted to see it. My favorite hero in the game does come and join us here. The TA gets first picked by Team Spirit, and it's a good reaction to seeing Keeper of the Light. She has little traps that she can put around, and generally Coddle wants to play in Fog of War. He wants to not be spotted. He wants to sit back and cast spells, and those little traps can catch you off guard a lot. On top of this, his main nuke damage is one big burst of damage. Wow, chugging here, boys.
Those arena drinks are expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there's an ad finum sign in there.
I remember going to ESL event in Germany, and you know, we were in the premium area, and it was free drinks while you were there. Germany, they know what's up, man.
Oh yeah, was it ESL One Frankfurt pre 2018 or whatever?
Yep. That's the one.
Yeah, that was super good. Sorry, I got distracted. You were talking about TA. Have you run through all the reasons, your 10 commandments of Templar Assassin?
Well, I think the main thing I didn't really finish on is that Templar Assassin has an ability. Her main ability, I guess you could say, other than having the traps, is refraction. A little bubble she puts around herself that both increases her aggressive capabilities, dealing more damage when she auto-attacks, but also blocks instances of damage from the enemy. So Coddle, who has a massive blast he can send your way, that damage could be annoying for some other carries, but Tia can just shrug it off. It doesn't even bother her at all.
And kind of a callback to what I was talking before about the metagame in terms of heroes, popularity, that next level of the game. Templar Assassin actually gives you a different kind of metagaming, right? With the ability to know when Roshan's respawning. Yep. Something that no one else in the game or out of the game knows the Templar Assassin team does.
Yeah, she can know specifically exactly when, because otherwise Roshan, if you kill him once, he's gonna respawn, and his respawn timing is either it's between a window of between 8 to 11 minutes after the first time you kill him. A little bit of a nap. He was up all night playing some pubs, you know.
It was. The question from chat is: Tinker broken this patch, or is that just a Whitemon ban? I mean, for me, it's felt like a battle around these 3 or 4 supports. Kotal, Jakiro, Tinker, and AA have all felt very good. And I don't think it's necessarily straight up a Whitemon ban. There's quite a number of players at this tournament that have done very well on the hero.
Oh yeah, I definitely think that Tinker deserves the title of broken. He is pretty busted right now. Tinker has very, very strong early game. And in the mid game, he can just push out the lanes for you so that you don't have to invest some other hero to go and fix lanes. Tinker can teleport around globally very, very quickly and deal with the sort of pressure we talk about of the creeps coming in everywhere. For the love of Gaben, make Juggernaut relevant again. Yeah, I agree with that man. That man has it right there. We don't get any Juggernaut carries, and I bet you a lot that there won't be a Juggernaut carry this game either.
No, big doubt. So the next pair of heroes for Tundra, Beastmaster and Tusk. Beastmaster, who was banned in the previous game, we talked a little bit about. He's got some pretty strong laning presence, but his primary thing is the ability to push towers quickly and catch people with his ultimate, which is a point-and-click stun, which is very good for setting up for things. So when you're able to pair this Roar, the point-and-click stun, which is a long-duration disable, with the Keeper of the Light's map presence, you're able to set up and bring all of your teammates to a fight to kill a high priority target.
Yeah, they're getting some good lockdown and, like you mentioned, abusing that mobility. On the other hand, Team Spirit are adding their own sort of initiation or hero to use their global silence in a good way. If you play aggressively with Ember, and then you want to jump out, but the enemy are about to stun you, Silencer can just press one button, Global Silence, the enemy cannot cast any spells during it, and Ember will be safe. And likewise, you could use it aggressively. Press the Global and jump in with Ember, you can catch people off guard.
And the flexibility of this Beastmaster pick as well. I talked about him just now primarily as a position 3 offlane hero, but he could easily go to mid lane, has been played as a carry. So right now, Tundra's draft, the Keeper of the Light and the Tusk going to be your supports most likely, but this Beastmaster is able to fill the roles depending on what the rest of their draft is.
Yeah, I would say it's very highly likely going to be that offlane pairing, and quite likely going to be Beastmaster and Caudle together, just doing things, you know. Saksa loves playing Caudle and stacking up the Ancients. Beastmaster, one of the best heroes at killing the Ancients from the offlane, so going to be getting a lot of gold. Team Spirit, against these single target disables, grab up a saving support. Ringmaster is a very, very good hero at protecting a single target, because he can put them in a box that makes them untargetable and gives them full magic resistance as well.
And this pick here, quite often one of the strongest heroes in the draft in general, because you're able to see 4 enemy heroes, pick one of your cores likely, and then have 2 bans to protect it. So this could be a hero that Tundra are kind of hinging their draft on as their 18th pick, right?
Yep. Yeah, this is a big moment to show what you want to do, and they're going to go pretty similar to what we saw last game. They're just going to pick up the Kunkka. BZM, I mentioned that he had a clean game. The previous game didn't die a single time and was playing amazing Dota. He's going to go up against Laurel again, and this is a Kunkka favored matchup. Kunkka Ember is completely fine for Kunkka. There's nothing bad about it. And it's building a very nasty team fight again from Tundra with the Kunkka boat. His ultimate has a big damage delay effect on your team. So any damage you take will be delayed for a while. And that's great when you play against TA, who is an assassin, right? It's in the name. Assassin heroes, they want to kill people quickly. Kunkka can delay that damage, which is innately very good to have.
And so can the Tusk with his snowball, saving people up and delaying fights. And something Kunkka still gives you as well as this, the flexibility. Beastmaster and Kunkka both overlap a lot in the roles and where they can play. So there's that potential for Tundra to move things around depending where their draft goes. We've even seen drafts where the three core heroes aren't locked into their lane until the very end of the draft, and then they see, oh, that's the enemy 5-man lineup, we'll move this guy here, move that guy there.
Yeah, in competitive Dota, you have a lot of value from people having overlapping roles, like, oh, I can play this hero, and so can I. And then that leaves it open, and the opponents have to think, oh, wait, who is playing that? Where are they going? In general, though, we're going to keep it pretty simple and say that, you know, we can already see that Silencer and Ringmaster are going to be supports this game. And the Caudle and the Tusk are going to be supports this game. There's pretty much no swapping those things around.
Yeah.
And then you have your cores, of course. So Team Spirit are looking for an offlane hero. That's why we saw Tundra banning out Mars, a hero who can keep the enemy stuck in an area. He puts down a big arena and the enemy can't leave. Would be really good to allow the Templar Assassin to get some damage done.
That's something that Team Spirit are kind of missing right now, right? They've got this scaling ability, the ability to farm, get items, and be powerful in that mid to late game with TA and Ember Spirit. A bit of, you know, team fight control, saving through Silencer and Ringmaster, but they don't have that hero which Tundra has a lot of, the go hero, the go do shit hero. Kunkka, Tusk, Beastmaster, we see, you know, tons of stuns and ways to catch people. Team Spirit would love to have something along those lines, and Mars fits that bill real nicely.
Yeah, effectively, we could say that Team Spirit have pretty much no immediate stun right now. All of it is kind of conditional. They have Searing Chains, which can hold you in place. Ember can put some chains that the enemy cannot move. They're rooted. Ringmaster can whip you, and that fears you to run in the opposite direction. And he similarly has an ulti that, if you look at it, you get taunted into it. You get pulled into it. He can combo those two, but neither of them is a direct immediate stun. So, bit difficult for Team Spirit to lock down Tundra's last pick hero coming out. We'll see what carry they opt to go towards. Or if it's going to be something like a carry Kunkka. We've seen it before in this tournament as well.
Yeah, very well could be. Is there something that they are lacking? Do we still need to answer this Templar Assassin some way?
Ooh.
Does the
Wow.
Razor counter the TA?
Yeah, Razor is pretty nasty for TA. Once she gets Blink Dagger, she can blink away from him. But if she cannot blink away from the Razor, Razor's one of those heroes who thrives on being next to you for a long duration. His ulti takes down your armor and deals damage to you passively as you stand next to him when the ulti is going. And he has Static Link, which passively drains your damage over a period of time. So you need to be able to get away from him. Hurricane Pike is going to be a huge item for TA to push him away. And even against Tusk to get across his ice shards. Otherwise, he can kind of catch the TA as well.
Now this last pick. Team Spirit have found an Underlord.
Oh, no,
I'm going to look at
Gareth.
the stats for this because that's another hero that is a bit of a surprise for me.
Not the Underlord, Gareth. My.
2 picks, 2 wins so far. Who's done it? Falcons and Liquid have both won with this hero.
Yeah, but you know that's Falcons as well. I've said that Falcons are an exception when it comes to Underlord. I've
That's
told you that
true.
before.
You have, yeah.
So it's essentially 1 game 1 win is what we're. That means this is the loss. I'm not a big fan of Underlord. This big lord of a hero that comes in is very immobile, other than his ulti opening up a portal that can move you and your team across the map. While that's nice, it's not as flexible as Caudle doing that basically all the time. He is also not really as tanky as some of the other offlaners. And again, Gareth, it's a hero that doesn't have a real disable. So Team
Yeah.
Spirit are essentially playing with no actual stun on their team. And I'm always critical to drafts like that because it's so hard when... If you don't win laning stage here as Team Spirit, they will struggle to gank people. It will be really hard to get kills.
Yeah, well, we often come back to this ease of execution phrase, right? We talk about the ease of execution. The multitude of stuns that Tundra has makes it easy for any hero, any pairing of heroes to find an enemy target, start on them, and then follow through, make sure they can't react, do damage, and kill them in the end. And that's, Tundra going to have an easier time starting things off. Team Spirit need all of these. It's like a Swiss watch, right? There's like a million moving cogs and whirring pieces. All these pieces have got to be working in symphony and unison. They've got to have the almost perfect read of the game. They need lots of information to be able to do what they need to do.
Okay, I'm conflicted now because on one hand, Team Spirit, they picked that Underlord, which I don't like. But on the other hand, Radan is using my item in game on Templar Assassin.
Oh, yeah?
He's got my set and he's playing my hero. I gotta favor them now. I gotta hope that
You
Team
have
Spirit
to.
can do it. I can't root against my girl. Let's see if they can bring this game.
Is it
back
the
to
whole
a
set
1-1.
that's yours?
No,
The
he's
side
using,
blades
he's
are-
using a mix, but the hood and the legs are mine, and then the side blades are an immortal item.
And then the green pumpkin underneath as well. That's a
Well,
thousands of dollar
that's
item.
if you have like $2,000 to spare, you can buy the pumpkin. Yeah, it changes all your projectiles look differently on every single hero in the game.
That's
you
wild.
It's also $2,000 to have it for a while. Then you need to buy it again. So obviously, for new players, these cosmetics and stuff in Dota, none of it is actually ever something you need to buy. Really, Dota is not really a pay-to-win game. It's the opposite. Very free to play.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some things. It's like 99.99% free to play, right? There's been like Mirana arrows and some things that have been a little bit wonky on release. Sometimes even pay to lose, which makes it harder for you to play. But yeah, in the end, cosmetics really don't matter all that much at all.
The body blocks and the shards. TA might be in
Nice.
trouble.
Yeah, had already spent her spell, has a couple of wand charges, but Tundra brought the numbers. All of their heroes there with that delayed smoke allowed them to move into position and find the isolated spirit carry.
They killed my hero, Gareth. They brought him down.
You want to change your prediction now?
No, my prediction and my heart are two different things in this game. I want the TA to win, but this is going to be an uphill battle. She has a useless offlaner.
The slug boy.
Yeah. I think if there's one hero that I don't put faith in competitive Dota, it has to be Underlord. Historically, he's let me down more times than any other.
What's the problem with him? You talked about how his Fiend's Gate is going to be able to maybe match some of the Keeper of the Light's global presence, but there's got to be a reason why they've picked Collapse this hero.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few nice things about it. Let's list off the nice things, because there's less of those than there are bad things. So he does have a huge AoE root. Pit of Malice in this game against the mobility of Tusk can be amazing. If he snowballs somewhere, which is, you know, one of their main saving tools, then Pit of Malice can hold you once you get out of that snowball. So snowball blinking is not going to be possible against him. That can be a really nice thing. And obviously he brings a lot of AoE damage with the Firestorm against some of these heroes that have massive HP pool. The Firestorm does do percentage-based damage of your max HP, so that can also be really, really great. And I'm pretty done. Beyond that, he doesn't really gank that well. He is going to be a bit item dependent for some of the initiations and teamfight impacts.
And his lane is going to be hard. Against a Razor and a Tusk, there's an awful lot of chasing potential from these two heroes, something that this Underlord struggles heavily against. And Razor has just been known as, you know, the hero that kind of goes and walks the dog, right? You put a leash on these slow-moving enemy cores, you drain their damage, and you whittle them down. In this case, it's the Ringmaster who dies, but still, good start to the lane from Tundra.
It's also a Crystallis Razor. He's level 30 in this on this hero. Not in-game, of course, right now, but we can see the little icons for how much players have played their heroes. And the symbol you have on the Razor there, that's the Grandmaster tier. That literally means he's a nerd who plays this hero a bunch.
3-3 denies one of the water runes. So in the mid lane, very often you've got these guys going for bottles, which have a ton of regen, but only 3 charges. And once you finish those charges, you can go and refill them in the base, in the fountain, or you can wait for some of these runes to spawn up. So every 2 minutes there's these water runes. Looks like Rue is just going to die to this Razor and Tusk again. Sad times for them up there. But of course the water runes, then bounty runes, and then active runes. Tons of way to refill it. But something that 33's Beastmaster has done with his summons sends them to go and deny the rune so his teammate can refill.
Is fine. He's
And the
actually
enemy
taking
cannot.
a bit. The body block from the illusion. That was
Wow.
a sick play. Ringmaster had an illusion around, used it to block the Razor, make sure they couldn't get away, and somehow he dies on the back of the Firestorm and the Pit of Malice. So, you know, Underlord out here to prove me wrong. He's looking for some love. I've been hating on this hero for a long time, but again, I'm gonna give the credit to the Ringmaster for that kill, because he was doing the impressive part.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming. And 33 in the meantime, down at bottom, dragging waves around. And is going to die. Miposhka's Silencer picks up the kill there. And then top lane, more aggression, back onto Collapse. And there's Rue with the whip crack, but this Underlord is dead, and Crystallis with 69 stolen attack damage is going to chase down the Ringmaster now with the help of Whitemon Snowball.
Yeah, he had a strongman tonic, but couldn't really even get a chance to use it on the Ringmaster. He could have healed himself a little bit, but this top lane already looking to be very difficult, and that's why I didn't want to see. Last game they had a tough time on the offlane, and that seems to be the case again. Whitemon and Crystallis just kind of have their number.
Always an interesting spot, though, where you've got this Razor Tusk who are kind of dominating the lane, killing heroes, but Collapse is ahead in last hits. You know, he's giving his life away to get farm, while Crystallis is giving up farm to get kills.
Yeah. I mean, Collapse is understanding at least the value of respawning with full HP, full mana. So a lot of times when the enemy commit to try and kill you, they will go a bit low from doing so. And then when you come back, maybe you can just play aggressively in their face. And that's what we see Collapse doing. You have to basically, you know, meet the punch, you know, go straight in.
And in this mid lane, Ember Spirit against Kunkka, very even between these two. And quite often, melee hero versus melee hero matchups are just hitting creeps, trading farm, getting runes, and kind of waiting for either heroes to come mid to play around the active rune timing, or catapult timings, or they'll move to side lanes to make action of their own.
Yeah, I think importantly, the Ember having 9 denies is pretty impressive in this lane. That's a lot more than I would have expected him to get, so he's playing really well. Bottom lane, 33 gets forced to teleport to safety, of course. No disable or way to cancel that teleport on the side of Silencer or TA. So he's gonna be fine. A lot of times in Dota, you can find yourself with that. If the enemy just doesn't have any stun, you can always TP to base, and it's the meme, just TP.
Yeah, just TP home. Team Spirit having a great first 5 minutes of this laning stage, though. Templar Assassin in particular. Even though Radan died before the creep spawned, before anything had really happened, it hasn't dampened anything, right? It didn't really lose any gold, didn't really care about anything.
Yep.
Bit of money went into Tundra, but this TA is now farming completely freely, and Tundra have given up on the lane, focusing fully on the jungle now.
Exactly. So TA is going to be farming very rapidly down here, but there are stacks being made, as we mentioned. We talked about it a bit in the first game. Well, attempt onto BZM, but he's going to go back home. Just TP, as we said.
You called it, and there it is.
But if we direct our attention a bit towards the triangle of Dire, you can see this massive stack of neutrals. There are normally not that many creeps. In fact, both triangles here, as we call them, these areas where there's a lot of creeps on the high grounds, the supports have been building.
High value, high priority area.
It doesn't
And even
really make
this early
sense to
on,
call it a triangle, perhaps, but there used to be 3 creep camps here, you know, and it's still a triangle to us Dota players. That's why this area that they're in right now, this is called the triangle.
yeah, I don't know, we're going to call it the diamond or something now. The outpost and the watcher with the 2 camps makes kind of a baseball diamond shape, maybe.
Yeah, but
No longer a
retraining
triangle.
the community to that one.
That's not happening at all. So after clearing the stack, Team Spirit, they're being contested. Tundra would have loved to come in here to try and steal away some of that gold. Instead, they'll get the kill on the Underlord, who he tried to walk into these ancient creeps, which could have killed him and not then given that gold to his opponents. But
Yeah, it was close. It was a good attempt. Sometimes you see that you have no way out of a fight. The best thing you can do is have a friend deny you if possible, but that requires certain abilities to be used on you. And the second best is to just die to neutral creeps. Didn't really get it though.
As we all know, the best way to learn something is repetition, 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 and repetition. Minute 7 has come and gone. The Wisdom Shrines are done. All these little jobs that especially the supports are doing, guarding active runes, getting Wisdom Shrines, stacking up camps. They've got this, they're just clock watching, right? But not in the bad way. They're not waiting for stuff to tick over until it's their turn. They've got lots of stuff on their plate that they have to keep doing.
I feel like Crystallis can get really good at killing Team Spirit if repetition is the best, method of learning, because he has 5 kills already on the Razor. It's a very nice start for himself. It is pretty close between him and TA in net worth, even though Templar Assassin has farmed a lot more creeps and will keep doing that because she is a fast farming hero. She kills jungle creeps really, really quickly. And right around now, minute 8, he's going to start to move into the jungle more to propel his farm. This is also how you get those neutral items we mentioned in the previous game for both yourself and your team.
And again, contesting these stacks, very important for both teams. If nothing else, just to get information and knowledge of what the opponents are doing. So Miposhka and Laurel, they're here to maybe get a snipe, a kill, steal some stacks. But Tundra really showing how important this valuable area is, right? 4 heroes are brought to defend it.
Yep, they will put a lot of emphasis. And Beastmaster's going to clear out the Ancients. The axes he's throwing, they don't do that much damage to begin with, but the more times he throws those axes, they put a stacking multiplier and will clear out the camp faster and faster. Same works on heroes. It's just the damage amplification adding up over time.
So this is where the laning stage is pretty much fully broken down now. We don't have this 2 top, 1 mid, 2 bottom kind of mentality. It is becoming a free-for-all. So Laurel's Ember Spirit moves top with the Miposhka, Silencer, and Collapse Underlord. Kills the Crystallis Razor, who was alone up here. And now starts to threaten a bit of damage on this tier 1 tower. So it's posing a question to Tundra saying, hey, are you going to bring heroes up here to defend? Or are you going to go bottom to try and play aggressively on our safe lane? Or what are you going to do?
Yeah, looks like bottom might be the priority for them, as top is looking tough to hold. That rotation, by the way, was really, really strong due to Ember having a haste rune. Arguably the best rune early game for ganking. Putting in max movement speed.
They move up to top. Whitemon and BZM start on the Collapse Underlord. Tons of ways to stun him, make sure he can't TP or walk home. And they also spotted Miposhka. So the Silencer there hiding in the fog of war behind the trees. The Tusk walked into a little alleyway where he caught a glimpse of the Silencer. And eventually they'll be able to catch up to him as he tries to deny himself to Ancients, but again, not going to work.
Yeah, that's going to be him just going down as well. Not easy for him to get away. And by the way, we said earlier that Kunkka's ultimate ability is a boat, but he has the shark cosmetic, so if you ever get confused, it's a big shark instead.
Yeah. I guess a couple of bounty runes which are left there. Yeah, sometimes you have these parts of the map that aren't really being contested or played in, so the runes can stack up and spawn. Bounty runes stack, but active runes do not. They get replaced when the timer comes.
Kunkka wants to defend his tower, but took a lot of damage just to go close. Silencer turns himself into a pig and runs away.
Yeah, it's one of the greatest things about this Ember Spirit. He has level 4 in his Sleight of Fist, which is that ability where he jumps around from target to target, hitting them all around. He's able to do that at a pretty quick pace every 7 seconds, so he can scout out up high ground, he can chip away at people, and poke at them from long range without committing his actual hero.
Yeah, Radiant are trying to put their emphasis towards the top lane, but their support has been caught on mids. Just get himself to safety, it looks like.
And Radan has shown up, so this high farm TA is going to come in here, exert a bit of pressure, and make sure her teammates don't get run over completely, as it started to look like Tundra were doing that.
Just Unlord, never mind. This portal that shows up is Unlord. His ulti allows him to traverse the map, and his teammates can also join. He can go back and forth between these gates. So his ultimate is purely a mobility tool. It does give you some buffs after you go through it as well. Giving you movement speed and damage reduction for a little while, so that you're stronger when you arrive.
And meanwhile, we've got the Zoo Master. 33, well known for his heroes which summon a bunch of little babies. So right now he's got a couple of boars, he's got a hawk, but he also has an item, Helm of the Dominator, which takes over one of the neutral creeps in the jungle. So the purple fella that just Hadouken down the creep wave, the Satyr, is under his control, which allows him to push this tower very quickly, and also makes a massive army, which is kind of hard to break past. So Silencer and Ember Spirit, who stepped up there, actually get run down and forced away, as Team Spirit couldn't defend their tower.
And Team Spirit also haven't achieved parity in this. They have not taken the top tier 1 tower, so Dire holding on to a building advantage. And the towers are so important because in Dota you can teleport out to them, so this gives you more access to the map if you don't lose your towers early game. So defending or taking down the enemy towers is the main objective right now.
And speaking of teleporting, right, we see this Keeper of the Light showing why he's so strong. The Kunkka was bottom, playing aggressively there, then farming, and the Costal pulls him into mid. Now he's got X Mark to play around in that mid lane, while the rest of the team is still sitting down bottom. So you're exerting pressure on multiple parts of the map, making things a little more difficult for Team Spirit to get out there on these lanes. Because you're not quite sure where they're going to come from.
Yeah, for these players, I mean, between either of these teams, you're probably looking at like over 100,000 hours of experience playing the game between the total of players. And they have a very good read built in just by that, okay, it takes about this long for this hero to run here. But Coddle with his recall facet, which is very common now, can offset that a bit and make it hard for them to keep track of where people are going. It's not a facet that has been played that much, so it does mess with the players' sort of game read a bit.
And what is it, every 45 seconds? There's 85-second cooldown on the ultimate, 40-second duration.
Yeah, there's a bit of a downtime, but he can do it multiple times during that interval as well.
A deny on the tower. So you talked about denying creeps earlier on in lane to stop the opponents getting experience and gold. And every time, it's the same with creeps and towers, right? 10%. If it's below 10% of their HP, you're able to deny it.
No, creeps you can deny from 50%, but
50%.
the tower is 10% HP for deny. But yeah, creeps you can deny early. But denying that is just going to take away some gold for Team Spirit. They still get rid of the map control at least. And now with both teams moving towards bottom part, we talked about the first boss of the game. It's down here in the bottom right corner. The Tormentor is about to spawn. Both teams want it, but they have to fight first.
Stepping up the high ground is scary. So
the Ice
Sleight
Shards
of Fist trying to give the vision that Ice Shards blocks them, and this global silence is kind of wasted. Now Tundra able to turn back around and get a snipe on the Ringmaster. They'll chase him down, axe him, get the kill, and Team Spirit completely disengaging. They're down a hero, and they know that Tundra are strong, so they don't want to stand and fight. They're kind of stuck down in this river, and they might just get chased down here. The Templar Assassin knows she has to turn and try and punch back, but with the stuns coming in, that roar into punch, Radahn is dead. And the Underlord who comes through his gate here collapses, walked into the middle of 5.
This Underlord hero.
Not where you want to be.
I have a lot of love for Collapse, and you know, he's a very, very experienced pro player. You know, he's been the highlight of TIs, but I feel like when you're that skilled as a player, playing Underlord has to almost be criminal how little skill expression the hero has. It's so hard to make this hero look good. He just comes in and dies at the end of that fight.
Yeah, but this is a guy who's been known for his Mars, his Magnus, heroes that jump in and drag people around, have multiple spells, which is skill shot based. Underlord is the polar opposite to all of that.
Yeah,
And we can see there from the fight recap. So 2,000 gold going to Tundra. Team Spirit lose 444 gold. And you can see all the experience, the damage dealt to each side as well. So Spirit got no experience because they didn't kill anyone.
The damage done was enormous there coming out from the Beastmaster. So the heart of the fight. So that's the off-lane difference right now. 33 is by far the strongest on the field. Yes, the net worth is basically neck and neck between him and TA. But TA is a carry hero who wants to scale. She's built to farm. And Beastmaster is built to crush towers and take over the game early. So they're different in the mentality there.
Gold distribution seems like a repeat of last game. It does, right? I mean, is this indicative of how the teams are playing? What their style is?
Yeah, I think we have the same sort of effect here. And Team Spirit, honestly, I don't even necessarily want to say that their draft is just greedier or more aimed to late game, because I think it's just not really that strong of a draft compared to what Tundra ended up with. And we do have that in high-level games. Sometimes we just see what we feel is an outdraft one way or another. My gut tells me, like, with every fiber of my being, that I want to be on Dire's team if I play in this game. The hero pool looks nice. The Radiant hero pool, it's tricky to play. I pointed out a lot during the draft that they don't have any raw disables, like proper lockdown, and that gives Tundra a lot of leeway in how they take fights.
Especially with these hero pairings or triplets, right? We talked about that in the draft as well, where Team Spirit currently don't really have people who want to hold hands and go la 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 into the enemy forest and find kills. They need to be 5-man group up. Later in the game, they'll feel more comfortable. Whereas Tundra have been playing as 2 or 3 or 4, finding snipes on enemy heroes. And that's, as a knock-on effect, allowed Crystallis to not only catch up, but kind of overtake the TA in farm. We've not seen this Razor in a while. He's been off the map scaling.
And look at this dragon. This looks like a bonus hero added to the game, and that's basically what it is. Beastmaster went for an item, first item, the Helm of the Overlord, allowing him to take not just any creep in the jungle, but the strongest neutral there is. He picked up an ancient black dragon. This creep is really, really strong because it has AoE splash damage. It also gives bonus armor to allies, and it has a fireball that you can put on the ground if you want to deal some magic damage as well.
So by far the best ancient creep.
Oh yeah. There are like niche uses for different creeps, of course, but overall, this one is the strongest.
Team Spirit got a decent amount of wave clear spells which can push back these pushes building up. And the Firestorm, Arcane Curse kind of shove them back without really showing your hero or committing. So they hold on to their tier 2 and say, Tundra, this is not your area of the map to hold anymore.
33 just saw that his dragon was a bit wounded, so instead of being a good guy and healing his poor dragon, you know, sending it home, maybe a little bath in the fountain, he just replaced it with a new black dragon. No love for his friend there. Just they're just cogs in the machinery.
Dispensable creeps.
There's that fireball. Leaves a little damage effect on the ground. It's not that good against heroes, but can push out creep waves really well sometimes.
And this is where things can get challenging for Spirit. So bottom lane gets pushed in, and that means Saxa's Keeper of the Light can kind of plant himself there. Mid lane does open up here for Larl. Gets a catch onto two heroes with a global silence over the top, but the snowball and this Kunka's rum keeps them both alive for long enough. Whitemon, he will die, but it looks like Tundra, they kept BZM alive, and the Razor draining all the damage from Collapse, looking to get the kill onto him. BZM's Kunka did die in the end. Ticked over some damage over time from Iposhka. So in the end, Team Spirit, I mean, are pretty happy with the way things are going, especially if they can get another catch 33's Beastmaster being run at here. Radan and Laurel opening up onto him, but they're lacking the control. They can't keep him held in one place. They had the damage, but not the control to stop him from running away.
That honestly was like a dream fight for Team Spirit. They fought into only 2 heroes at first from Tundra. They were isolated. They got the double Searing Chain into Whip into double Wheel Wonder lockdown. So they got what I was saying that they have a really hard time doing. Full lockdown on 2 heroes. And even with that, the fight wasn't decisively won.
Yeah.
You could argue it was a win, but not really by a lot.
It really just goes to show, right, that they need all 5. That was at 5v2, which Tundra almost drew.
Yeah, and at the end of it, it's still Tundra taking down the Roche. So they now put Aegis in the hands of 33, who is absolutely just steamrolling ahead in items. He's got the Aghanim Scepter, got that Helm of Overlord, allowing him to have the Dragon that we talked about before. But his Aghanim Scepter makes him bang these drums, and it leaves a nice damage around him. It also keeps healing him up, so he's turning into this hero you can't ignore now.
Yeah, now this 8,000 gold lead from Tundra is about to grow to, 10, 11, 12k, depending on what the next steps are. The tier 2's obviously
They found the
incredibly
Kunkka.
good objectives to take. A Team Spirit, trying to have a stab in the dark up north onto BZM's Kunkka, who throws out his boat, has his Admiral's Rum, so reasonably tanky. We'll see if that damage over time can finish him off as he's global silenced with an Arcane Curse on him, so he does tick down.
Wow. Yeah, he accidentally dodged the first Illuminate coming out from Caudle there. Otherwise, the heal might have saved him for a little while, but he would probably have died anyway.
And
Radan
Team Spirit,
on the hunt.
going into 5th gear here. They're going to bring the Kotl and Razor onto 33's Beastmaster to turn onto Radan's TA, drain the damage with his static link. Chrysalis is very low, though. The Razor with his BKB going cannot stand and fight. The Beastmaster did die, had the Aegis to respawn. Team Spirit, though, with a nice run against the pace of play here. Get 4 kills for the price of 1.
They do get 4 kills. I think Tundra got a little bit too eager to take the fight. They just lost one of their important pieces of the team fight, the Kunkka dying up top, and then wanted to take a team fight in mid, pretty close to towers, and Team Spirit were able to play on that. They TP to their mid tower and reinforce. This is why the value is so big in keeping your buildings on the map, because if you fight far away from base, they wouldn't be able to TP out and help like that. They managed to reinforce and outnumber Tundra.
Yeah, and a downside for the Keeper of the Light and his global power, right?
Yeah, Caudle also, I think he TP'd right into them there. They basically stacked up for all the abilities coming out from Team Spirit, so that worked out beautifully for them.
Yeah, he was TPing himself to the Beastmaster at the same time as bringing the Razor to himself, so both of them landed on the Beastmaster's head as he was surrounded by 5 enemy heroes, and that's why someone tipped Saxa, I think it was Collapse, and was like, thank you, on a silver platter. Don't mind if I do. And this is... Sorry, right now, this is what Team Spirit have been very well known for as well. These deep wards in enemy territory that they play towards. So we're now, getting close to 25 minutes in. Playing on the enemy side of the map means that you're able to push towers, force the enemy to react into unfavorable positions, and playing around these wards gives you that vision to start the fights, which is so important when you lack stuns.
Meanwhile, Tundra want to do the same thing down bottom, but Silencer is going to manage to shove them away from his own jungle. Kind of take over this area again. He's just going to hit away at some jungle creeps. Silencer doesn't farm the fastest. This is just a little support we're watching, so it will take him a while to kill a creep camp. Looks a bit different than when we have TA or Razor or Beast doing it. How long is it going to take, man? This is hard work.
Forever and ever.
At least Silencer, he can be here, and he can still be useful if the fight erupts on mid, because he has that global silence. Doesn't matter where he is, he can still silence the enemy.
They're protecting wards. And Team Spirit very good at that as well. Tundra tried to ward up on that high ground, and Team Spirit were already sat under it to de-ward immediately. And then, you go into an area, you take control of it, the enemy responds, they've overreacted and sent 3-4 heroes up to top in that northern jungle, and Team Spirit say, okay, we'll relinquish control of that, and we'll head down south for now.
I do like what Team Spirit are buying right now. They're trying to itemize their way out of a bad situation, basically. So Ember's working on a Shiva's Guard. Big physical damage reduction, also making it so that it's harder for the enemy to heal up, which they are relying a lot on. And then they go for more saving items. A 2-hero catch.
And a global silence to kill the Tusk. So now there's no snowball to save or to gap close for Tundra. They'll be relying on BZM to try, alongside his 3-3 Beastmaster, to stun them up and hold them back, because the Razor is pretty low. Tundra feels like they're trying to retreat and step back from this fight. Chrysalis went home, gets brought back, so he went to Fountain to regenerate, then is TP'd into the battle by the Keeper of the Light. So he went from being low and not fight worthy to being in fighting shape pretty quickly. Team Spirit might not be expecting this. They're still skirting around the edge of the fight, trying to utilize the vision they've got through TA traps that are on the floor and this observer board which is in the forest. And it looks like Tundra are going to respect that positional advantage that Team Spirit has. And for now, retreat. This could be a retreat to smoke and run back again.
I think they want to fight because they have double BKB still ready. Didn't click those big saving items. Tormentor did get taken by Radiant though, already dead. Now they just want to get out of here without losing any heroes.
The drums. They pop the drums to move faster. They're trying to step forward. They're lacking vision, but they'll get a glimpse of Miposhka's silencer. He turns into a little piggy because of his neutral item, which gives him more movement speed to run away. And that seems like it's enough to disengage.
Wow. The Force Staff. We see why it's so important against the Tusk Ice Shards. You can just get yourself to safety. Slide down the high ground and back to farming. So still very, very nice stuff from Team Spirit. They somehow get the upper hand on this, and they have almost gotten rid of the entire gold lead that Tundra have built. Only a 1k gold lead. You can see it there at the top of the screen, of course, the 1k under 17. It's 1k for Tundra. So very, very even at this point.
It is. We start to get into a point where Team Spirit, having this momentum, are thinking about that next objective. Templar Assassin is going to know when Roshan's respawning so they can start setting up for it. Getting vision down, controlling the Roshan pit. We know that Roshan may respawn in 1.5 minutes, but it could be longer than that.
Yeah, we have TA now with a Lincoln's Sphere. This item we haven't talked about, and it's kind of new to us here on the stream. So Lincoln's Sphere is a defensive item, fully. It gives you a spell block that blocks one targeted ability from the enemy. Specifically this game, he wants to block the Beastmaster ultimate or X-Mark from the Kunkka. In this way, they can't really catch him as easily. And TA has enough damage already. She just needs to stay alive in the fights. She is the top farmer, as you can see. She's built a lot. And I said that this is a hero that wanted to scale, not necessarily take over the game early. This is the timing. She wants to take over a run now, because late game she starts falling off again, funny enough. But right now TA is very, very strong.
Yeah, it's like best case, this Lincoln saves your life. Worst case, it's an early warning system, right? If an enemy is coming out of the fog and casting a spell on you, it pops. You're like, oh shit, someone tried to cast a spell. You can use refraction, you can blink away, and you can react pretty damn quickly, especially at this high level.
That he's building towards it though, so they should not be too surprised by her having it now.
Oh, Saxa walks right into the smoke, which Team Spirit used to position themselves basically on the doorstep of this mid lane.
Yeah, the TA brings him down pretty fast there with the rest of his friends. Moving in, having the gem on the Ember, he kind of wants to get in there.
Yeah, onto this Kunkka. A lot of damage brings BZM to about half health. And look at the map. We see the Underlord and his strength, the ability to play a lane and then basically teleport to his teammates. So they can hold a wave, play 2 lanes at the same time, and still be a 5-hero force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, tower is going down, but for now we see Tundra just splitting up, using the sides of the map. Getting what farm they can. Racer, his item choice was to go back for the Mjolnir, and now working on a Satanic next. So he has ramped up his farming speed with the Mjolnir. This is usually a farming item, but also gives a ton of attack speed, which can be useful for his static link, once he drains a lot of damage from the enemy. Next, he wants to get lifesteal, because he still dies quite easily. We saw it last fight.
Well, an attempt on the Ember Spirit, not working out. I'm not sure if 33 gave up halfway, or if he lost track of where the Ember was. Either way, Laurel is able to zip to his Remnant and pick up the Arcane Rune An incredible rune for an Ember Spirit. Gives him that shorter cooldown. All of his spells, so there's more spam, more annoyance, more harassment. And the standoff around Roshan, it's already begun. Observer boards placed near the pit. It has just turned daytime. So we'll know which pit he's heading to. And both teams smoking up to reposition themselves to start a fight. Beastmaster, the first target. He BKBs up, throws the roar onto the Ringmaster. Knowing this, Lincoln's Lotus Orb on a TA means she's not a target. They're trying to dive onto the Ringmaster here with a Razor as well. But the protection from his box and the global silence means Tundra's initiation efforts, they're worthless. They've been cut short. Now the turnaround from Spirit, Laurel and Collapse are onto the Crystallis Razor to kill him off. Snowball will only delay the death of Whitemon here as he gets surrounded. And Team Spirit have fought back tremendously well. At a key timing, Roshan has respawned. They're ready to go in the pit.
It is fantastic for them. I think these defensive tools that they have, the Lincoln Sphere, the itemization on Underlord as well. You know, I may not like the hero, but look at the items the hero has. He's got Lotus Orb to reflect spells back to the enemy, to dispel your teammates as well. Got the Crimson and Pipe, which are two very classic defensive items. One is for physical, one is for magical damage reduction. And the enemy just don't do any damage. Tundra is struggling to get through the protection layers. Even Solar Crest from the Silencer coming in.
Yeah, they may have tanky heroes themselves with this Razor, Beastmaster, and Kunkka. I feel like they're lacking damage, though. And BZM going to use his BKB to TP away. So he bought a BKB, and that was his first use of it to just disengage. Quite often not what you want from that quite pricey item.
Yeah, he's obviously wanting to use this for a big team fight and somehow take down some important targets, but they've been struggling due to the Ringmaster defensive spell. Ringmaster having escape acts, being able to put an ally in a box, making them untargetable, is really messing with the Dire's or Tundra's single-targeted approach in team fights. So you can't really just go on one guy, and they're trying to solve that right now by going for a nullifier on Beast. This is an item that dispels the enemy. So the protective ability of Ringmaster could be removed using this.
It's basically been a get-out-of-jail-free card for them. Just Houdini your way out of danger. But this is going to be a tough period of the game for Tundra. Another 3 minutes 40 on the Aegis for the Templar Assassin. The tier 2s are dying, and your high ground is going to start being threatened by Team Spirit and just the wave that they're pushing in towards you. So you now, as Tundra, have to come back, maintain the lanes, keep pruning away at them, so there isn't this continual damage onto your tier 3s. Because as we've been saying, right, it's not the straight-up go for towers that kills them. Very often it's the slow but sure attrition from creeps hitting the towers that bring them within that threshold that means, okay, now we can go.
Yeah. We have a question about Templar Assassin in chat, so
I'll do we,
reply
Waga?
to that. Does TA do more damage when she hits her traps? So yeah, TA spills damage to stuff that is behind her initial target, first of all. And if you hit your own trap, you can spill stuff behind that. Her traps have 0 armor, so generally that will make you do more damage to stuff behind it, since the damage will be based on that. But you can't meld strike your own traps, so if you have enough minus armor, you could actually do more damage by hitting the enemy.
We see that Whitemon evaporates like that. That's 2 heroes down. Tundra trying to spread the map, but Team Spirit showing that they can play pretty globally. And the Keeper of the Light, notorious for this global macro broad strokes play, being undone by this Underlord and Ember Spirit, who are equally as mobile. This is always going to be a hard period, though, like we were saying. 2 minutes left on this Aegis, so TA with multiple lives is now knocking on the door of your high ground. A glyph there gives you that protection. Your towers are invulnerable for a short while. But Team Spirit have the banner, one of the goodies from Roshan, which makes their creeps invulnerable. So the Keeper of the Light, usually very good at de-pushing, keeping these waves out of the base, is unable to do so. They'll have to commit some other way. Killing the banner is honestly quite hard for Tundra right now.
Yeah, now trying to defend, but the range barracks is falling. First building down. They want to get one more.
Good movement. Gets Radahn out of that Will-O-Wisp. So the Keeper of the Light has that Aghanim Scepter. The big orb of light in the middle drags you towards it, stuns you a little bit. It's very annoying. But Team Spirit realize they can just kill it off and go back to focusing buildings. Finally, with the banner dead, it looks like the Spirit going to respect the hold of Tundra.
They're going to back out and play it safely, but losing one barracks, we didn't actually have time to really talk about it in the previous game even. The barracks dropping, you have 6 buildings in your base, right? The melee racks and the range racks. They will buff the corresponding creeps on the enemy team if they die. So if you lose your melee barracks, all those melee creeps on the enemy team will be stronger. If you lose your range racks, the ranged creep on the enemy team will be stronger. As our observer is pointing out here, that's a super range creep. So they have super creeps. If you get all the barracks in the enemy base all together, then you get mega creeps, which is almost always a win condition immediately. Like very, very rarely will you win against mega creeps.
It becomes a matter of time, basically. And Team Spirit trying to come and claim an area of the map. Ember Spirit has a Gem of True Sight, which allows him to see up the high ground, reveals invisible units, and in this case, importantly, the Observer Ward. So they're taking away Tundra's ability to see them. And now gives them a nice position to play from. This is probably historically what Radiant wants to do. Play from the Dire Ancients area. You can then push into mid and bottom from a safe high ground terrain. There's a high ground Observer Ward place for you. And then, of course, it's difficult to kind of break up the stairs without vision. And the same thing for the Dire, like to play into the Radiant Ancients for the same reason.
They've taken away what you could say is like prime farming lands. The high ground access there up on your triangle where the outpost is also gives you a teleport spot. And it has the ancient creeps, which are worth a lot. But this outpost that you see on the map is a point that you can capture from the opponents, and they've done it now. The moment the tier 2 tower has fallen, if you've taken any of the tier 2 towers, you can start capturing the enemy outpost. And now Radiant can reinforce by teleporting to this.
Yeah, so in a normal broadcast, we'd just be like, they've taken the enemy triangle. Full stop. That's it. But when you actually break down why, you know, I've got like 3 or 4 points, you've got 3 or 4 points, like, okay, this actually goes pretty deep. Why that area is so valuable.
Yeah. It's not just that they have, you know, gained this part of the map, it's that they now have, oh, nice Lotus Orb reflecting the ultimate there.
Yeah, 3-3. He's got Keeper of the Light behind him trying to TP people here, but he's just going to have to BKB TP home to get away from that failed attempt.
Okay. I mean, he did at least force them to go towards top, right? This is what you want to do when you're behind. You want to split your opponents, force them to go to awkward spots, but they could join bottom. With the Underlord ultimate, they're going to come through.
Straight in on them. You can't pass that barrier, though, so Laurel is going to have to try and poke and prod from across the way.
Yeah, that little red barrier is a no-go zone for Radiant. They cannot walk through it without using some abilities or some items. Which basically means that Dire can retreat past that and they'll be safe. But again, they get herded into their base. This is usually not a good thing to have happen. Sitting in your base means the enemy is owning the entire map, and that means you're falling behind. So again, it's Tundra who have to work their way back into this game. Find a way out on the map and make plays.
Yeah, you're only getting the farm that the opponent's letting you have. Which is basically waves coming up into your base.
And also a big point is that when you're sitting back like this, the enemy get full access to rune control. Every 2 minutes, a power rune spawns. And Ember currently has that blue rune, the DD rune, in his bottle, ready to use it whenever. So he can activate that right before our next team fight, and that will make him have way more impact.
And an item in his backpack as well, right? So he'll use the bottle rune and then swap his Aghanim Scepter in.
Here we go. He's going to do exactly that. Bottles up a few times. And nice stuff. The Power Spike that he wants to play on. See if they're going to really force high ground, because at the same time, Radiant might not want to break in. It's very tentative right now. If you go into the enemy base, they have the advantage that we saw in the previous game. They can buy back into the fight immediately. They can reinforce. And there's the defender's advantage. So a lot of times when you're ahead, you want to make sure to use that in the best way. Maybe not just mindlessly slam into enemy base.
And in general terms now, we're kind of waiting for next Roshan as well. Team Spirit not comfortable to finish the game off just yet. Respecting Tundra and their ability to fight back. You know, it's not exactly a stand and do nothing until Roshan. Both teams very capable of fighting, and Tundra here out of their base onto Miposhka. Force the global silence. In comes Collapse through that Fiend's Gate. Teleports across the map. 33 trying to chase down the Templar Assassin, though. Gets the Roar. That's the single target stun on the TA, so the chain stuns, they keep stacking up. She's dragged back with the X mark. They've saved her, though, with a little box out of the Ringmaster, but the damage is good enough. They bring down Radan alongside that Silencer, only losing their Beastmaster so far. Great trade for Tundra, and they're going to make Team Spirit bleed even further. The Lotus Orb there from the Underlord makes the Ember go into the Snowball, and that lets him turn around and get more aggressive again. Radan and Miposhka both buy back to return to this fight, and they 5-man wipe Tundra.
Wow, what a turnaround on that fight. It looked amazing for Tundra, but in the end, they bite off more than they could chew. And the turnaround, Team Spirit now going to force some buybacks. All of Tundra have theirs, but they're going to have to spend some. They're still going. 2 buybacks will not deter them. They want to keep pushing.
Yeah, they've already done a tremendous amount of damage to the tier 3s. Mid lane could be cracked, bottom lane could be cracked open after this mid lane as well. There's a glyph here from Tundra, which they're going to try and use to slow down the shove, but they'll need more buybacks to come in.
They bought back the Tusk, but I think they want to force Razor right now. Radan is just going to keep going. TA blinks safely. Gonna stay back.
And they kill the Will-O-Wisp.
If they can get on TA, it's a win condition. They're trying to catch her.
They're on the Kotl. And TA in the back. Whitemon and 33 unable to catch up to Radan. And now a global silence. The covering for the Team Spirit side to go back in to kill off Whitemon. Have to die back 90 seconds without him. And the rest of Tundra, I mean, they're trying to scramble frantically for any kills that they can find. Collapse might be the only one that they can actually kill off, but Radan from this high ground, the damage output is so big. Chrysalis is about to drop to the TA hits. Down he goes, dead for 2 minutes, 120 seconds. While Team Spirit, they could buy back on this Underlord and be 5 alive. They're still in the dire base, breaking down buildings.
Yeah, they know there's no buyback anymore on Tusk or Razor. Underlord can join his team, but he's gonna pull the trigger on it there. Doesn't actually have TP, so he has to walk over there. He can't get there in any way.
Takes a little while, and Tundra on their last legs trying to bite back. BZM and 33 chasing Miposhka, but they can't even kill the Lonely Silencer, while this Beastmaster is just being annihilated by Team Spirit. Now another hero gone for 2 minutes. They'll catch up to this Kunkka again. Yes, he kills the position 5 support, but it just forces the GG out in the end. Team Spirit have come back here to take game 2 and tie things up in this series.
Series is back alive. We will have a final and deciding game between these two. That's what we want to see. A win for all us Dota fans, not just for Team Spirit here.
Your trust in TA pays off.
Yeah, I mean, I want the hero to win, man. And she did some massive damage in this game. Good positioning by Radan. In particular, the final push. He bought back to push there on TA. So if he got caught by Beastmaster, that could have been game immediately. But he got to blink out defensively. Got to safety, and he was fine. In fact, Laurel doing even more damage than the TA here. So we see 40,000 from the Ember. Of course, there's some argument to be made that Laurel, you know, Ember Spirit generally does a lot of AoE damage, and you could say that single target damage has more value since you get directed damage to a target you want to burst. But yeah, this was a very back and forth game. There were moments when they could have turned it around again there, but the final fight decided everything. What started so well for Tundra, Team Spirit just flipped the table.
Yeah, an incredibly well executed draft there, as it kind of looked a little bit wonky. We were thinking, oh, this Underlord, is it going to do well? His lane turned out to be okay, even though he died a couple of times. He was still getting farm. But you pointed out quite early on that he was buying the right item. He was tanking up him and his team.
Yeah, the combination of items they got eventually was just doing so much for them. They had all these defensive tools, and it ended up lowering the damage output a lot. The pipe kind of stops the Aghanim Scepter from Beastmaster from doing a lot of magical damage. And the Crimson Guard plus the Shivas, these are just really strong defensive items that Dire couldn't really get through that easily. And in particular, I think they struggled that they didn't get on the backline supports that easily. Decisor and Ringmaster, they're very slow heroes that want to sit back and use their abilities, and they had a pretty safe game. They were not that good heroes at jumping them. Kunkka, pretty immobile. Sure, Beastmaster has a blink to get in there, but the Razor is very predictable. He walks at you, and he cannot just suddenly assassinate your supports.
Wow, we could legit sit here for another 6 hours and talk about this game. I think I've got another, 10 talking points about Keeper of the Light, all this macro movement, all this play, but we've got a game 3 coming up and we've got to go have a break, got to go pee, got to go rehydrate, get some water and stuff like that. Hope you all do as well. We'll see you on the other side with game 3 coming up.
She told me I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. When I'm an old man in the country, I'll think about that day, remember fondly. I'll try to make you proud. I live my life so loud. Before I go, can I say how much a difference it makes with you in my corner? I didn't feel like a goner. I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. Just wanna let you know I love to watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. Just wanna let you know I love to watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you.
Welcome back to ESL One Raleigh here. It's the Newcomer stream, and we're taking you through the broad strokes of Dota 2, ideas and mechanics and all that business. And we're heading, Wagga, into game 3 of a best of 3. So a final game in this series to see who goes to the grand final.
Yeah, we saw Team Spirit with good resilience there. What looked like a tough early game, they managed to somehow persevere, and this is what we already talked about before the series started, that Team Spirit, they're a team that, you know, might not be the strongest right out the gate after the laning stage, but they are very fearsome as you go into the mid game and late game as well. And this game, they really played well to turn the tides on this game. Tundra had a nice lead, but never managed to really build to a point where they were unstoppable. And I think there were a few like crucial mistake points or like critical marks where they turned around, punishing some over aggressiveness from Tundra, and that just goes to show how small margins we're talking sometimes for these pro players, right? It's like you go
for sure.
2 seconds too long, you chase the enemy, and that's the difference between you having a good fight or getting team wiped.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about this freaking meta game as well, man. You know, game 1, Team Spirit trying something unconventional. Bane and Luna had, what was it, like 3 or 4 picks between them out of these 80 games we've had at ESL One Raleigh, so a little out of left field from Spirit trying something in game 1. And then game 2, they give their enemy one of the strongest heroes in this Keeper of the Light that has shown how powerful it can be, and defeated it. So it's kind of a double whammy of, we tried something, we failed, we gave you something you really like, and then you failed. Team Spirit could be, you know, building this momentum and having a bit of wind in their sails to take game 3 potentially.
Yeah, I think quite a lot comes back to that moment as well where Tundra decided to take a fight on mid, where Caudle recalled back in to take a fight where Kunkka was dead already. They already lost their mid player, And, you know, these small decisions, they'll have to work on it going into the next game. Of course, we're here with a beginner stream, so if you have any questions in chat, feel free to throw them. We will happily help anyone with, you know, breaking down and understanding what's going on here between these top-level teams, or even what you should be doing if you're starting out Dota, if you're learning, you know, what hero you want to play, what you want to do. Just, you know, give us a comment here, and we'll help you out.
Yeah, the we there doing a lot of heavy lifting. Wagga will help you out. I'm
You're
trying
an
my
experienced player,
hardest.
Gareth. You undersell yourself. Gareth is a Dota veteran as well.
If you ask me about Warlock, I'll answer all your questions. Don't you?
There we
don't you
go.
worry.
We've divided the responsibilities. I'll deal with the rest of yours. You take Warlock.
126 for you and 1 for me.
Yes.
That's the way. I'm still trying to get to level 30 on Warlock, little by little. I'm getting there.
Yeah.
I don't play as much as I used to. You know, back in my youth, it was 10 games a day easily. Now, a couple. It's more about watching and casting nowadays, which is what we're getting ready to get into game 3 here. Draft is almost ready for us, and then we'll see what direction these teams are going to be taking us. Because the story that we've kind of been spinning here about Team Spirit is wanting to delay the game a bit, hit a later timing, and Tundra wanting to play a bit faster and get up in their faces. Are there any heroes or ideas that we want to see here to solidify that? Or is there now a chance that teams take a deviating route away from those strategies?
I think going into what we saw in the previous game, I do like the ban out on Ancient Apparition that we saw in the first game. Saw ban in the second game. That hero facilitates a lot of aggressive play, whether you want to play for late game or if you want to play for laning stage. He's just extremely strong. But we're heading into the draft. We see the players on the stage and see them getting ready. The first pick this game is going to be for Team Spirit, which means that Tundra do have the last pick. There are benefits to both of these. First pick, you get the pick, you know, the absolute top hero out of all the ones that get left in the pool. You get to choose, but the last pick can be equally impactful, turning the tables a little bit with a surprise pick towards the end.
Yes, it's a game of tug and war. Back and forth. That is a beautiful stage, though. I'm a big fan of the green vibe at Raleigh as well.
I like it, yeah. It looks really clean. Very nice setup that they have here for the players. As the crowd also settles in and gets ready to see these teams again. There we have it again. Tundra are going to ban out the Ancient Apparition. Don't want to give the first pick Ancient Apparition to Team Spirit.
And currently, looking at heroes that were early picked, the Sand King is still out there. The Beastmaster is available. We see that TA is gone. Oh, but that ban right there, Anti-Mage, a big indicator that Medusa is going to be picked.
Surely Saxa can play an Elder Titan into this, or even Whitemon. Both of them play it.
Whitemon ET is like legendary.
Yeah, I mean, both of them. Saxa has had some crazy games on ET in the past as well, so I think you just take Elder Titan here. The reason we react a lot here, for anyone who's watching, is because Medusa is a statement as a first pick. This hero is unique. She doesn't really care much about her HP pool. She defends herself with mana, so when we see if Medusa's dying or not, it's going to be her mana pool moving. If it ever reaches 0, that means death is imminent, as her HP pool is nearly non-existent. But she blocks a lot of damage with mana, and generally, the hero that was banned out, the Anti-Mage, is a hard counter.
He burns mana.
Yeah.
As simple as that. And then the other hero that you mentioned, the Elder Titan, which we were expecting maybe as a response or a snap pick, his spells basically put people to sleep, and then when you do enough damage to them, they wake up. But when you put Medusa to sleep, she still has that shield, which reduces the damage, so she just never wakes up. You keep hitting her.
Yeah, a big reason why I thought that would be on the radar is because Team Spirit, the team that picked Medusa, have also used ET themselves as a snap reaction to counter a first pick Medusa. So the fact that it wasn't picked by Tundra, it, you know, makes me question, do they not want to play it at all? Taking Tinker makes sense, he's a strong hero, but it's not addressing the Medusa in a very big way. Offlane Medusa, which is what we see lately, is a very tanky monster that doesn't really care about the mischance that Tinker can give her as well.
This camera shot is a nice kind of sight into the dynamics of a team as well. So currently in the middle of the screen, Miposhka there with some hand warmers in his hands, chatting away, is the position 5 kind of captain of the team. And to his left, or to our right on the screen, is the coach. Now, Dota 2 isn't just a 5-person game. We've got coaches, we've got support staff. Some teams have 3 coaches, like Team Liquid, who are helping with preparation, draft, team mentality, communication, team health, physical strength, all of this stuff to make people play Dota better, be more effective as human beings.
Yep, they're trying to coordinate pew 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 as Tinker gets picked. This is an appropriate sign to be holding right now. Did he out himself as the Tinker fan in the chat in the crowd?
Hashtag science in the top left.
Yeah.
Tinker players in STEM.
Oh, I love that. The custom keyboard.
It's
Some good
collapsed.
stuff. Yeah,
A long,
having a custom
deliberate
keycap like that. It's really cute.
That's real nice. A very long, deliberate banning stage, though. Really delving deep into what heroes are going to be good, what heroes we don't want to face against. Sand King and Tiny, the 2 initiating heroes that we've already seen in Game 1 and 2, banned out by Team Spirit because of how good they are, Tiny in particular, at displacing Medusa. She is tanky, but if you're able to jump on her and toss her into the middle of your teammates, away from her teammates, that tankiness can be taken down quickly.
What's been mentioned as well by chat, which we'll get around to now, is that they do flex this Medusa a little bit. What we mean by flex is something we haven't spoken directly about, but when you pick a hero in Captain's mode in these tournament games, then we assume it's going to be a certain position, but the players could play it in multiple different ways. So we're all going to operate under the initial understanding this should be their offlaner, but they could put her as a carry, which changes everything. And that's flex.
And even that is kind of funny in its own right, because, I don't know, before this tournament, or say a month, 2 months ago, if that Medusa was picked, we would be thinking 99% it's a carry. And this tournament has kind of shown that now it's completely flipped. I think even we saw some stats on the mainstream a couple of days ago, where at Fisher Universe, it was, always Medusa carry with like 1 or 2 Medusa offlanes. It was starting to rise. And now we've got Medusa offlane all the time, with the surprise factor of a carry as a swap out.
Yeah, it's been brewing a little bit in pubs. It's hard to keep track of what's being done in pubs, of course, as we had some changes lately, hiding the pro matches or the high MMR matches, so you can't as easily do research. But the offlane Medusa was building up a lot before this tournament, and now this is the first tournament in a long time where we see this type of Medusa being played. But 33 gets his hands on the Beastmaster again, the hero that he definitely had massive impact in the early game on. I'm not 100% sure that I loved his decision to go Helm of Overlord and then back for Aghanim Scepter. They're usually 2 sort of different identity builds. We'll see if he does the same thing, or if it's going to be a different build this time. I think maybe he could have doubled down more on auras instead of going for the Aghanim Scepter, but obviously there's merit and value to the different approaches.
So right now there is Jakiro in the pool, who has been, there is the other strongest support with AA banned, Tinker picked. Jakiro is kind of number 3 on the position 5 support list. And in this spot, quite often when you've picked a core and a support and you have this 3rd pick, we'll see a position 4 grabbed. Tundra had the Tusk in the previous game. Team Spirit, kind of curious what direction they go, because they've loved playing Muerta, but I don't know if this is the spot for it.
Yeah.
Oh, ooh.
The Bounty Hunter coming in. This is a hero that usually struggles a little bit in the competitive scene. A great pub hero. If you want to get into Dota, this is a fantastic starting hero for you. Just sneak around, just show up when it's time to kill someone. Bounty Hunter is a very kill-oriented hero, and great for tracking people, as that's literally his ult. It gives vision of where the enemy is moving around. If you kill them, you get bonus gold. You also do more damage to them. And this is a good hunting duo now, with Bounty who can go first, Jakiro can follow up. I like what Team Spirit are doing.
Yeah, we've described, I think in Game 1, how important vision can be for starting a team fight, and Bounty Hunter gives you so much vision to pick your targets, pick your moment. Just straight up decide whether or not you want to fight.
Yeah,
Give you that opportunity to go back.
He's an information hero generally in competitive Dota, and he also has the ability to steal the opponent's gold, which is one of the most satisfying mechanics in the game. You can just attack them and take their money away. But he's pretty good at deep pushing too. If you track up the Beastmaster and then throw a shuriken at his summons, then you can bounce that around. It does a lot of damage. And it can be pretty good for holding onto your towers, which last game we saw, Tundra, they want to take those buildings early when they play Beast.
And did we talk about what role Bounty Hunter would be playing? Because he has been flexed in the past.
Yeah, this is almost guaranteed to be locked into position 4. Bounty Hunter will work really well with an offlane Medusa as well, since he's a melee support. Typically, we like seeing a ranged core get a melee support in lane, and vice versa. If you're a ranged support, you usually want to have a melee core. It's a bit easier to play that way.
Okay, so first up, a quick point about the Keeper of the Light. He's been let through the pool and not been picked by either of these teams. And that comes back to what I was saying earlier about Team Spirit kind of giving Tundra this Kotl and then defeating it has made Tundra maybe not less confident with it, but seeing other avenues rather than just going for that Keeper of the Light early on in the draft. And one of these avenues is Bristleback, a hero that has found himself in the ban phase quite often this tournament. Flexible, very strong, and gives you an identity.
Yeah, Bristleback really, really good because this doesn't tell them if it's gonna be their carry or mid even. You can actually like put Beastmaster towards mid, you can put Bristol carry or offlane. So they're keeping that flex as we mentioned open, what Team Spirit did earlier. Tundra are doing the same thing. But Bristleback is great at running people down. The one concern I have with the Bristle is that minus armor from his goo does not work against Medusa. Medusa and her magical shield does not care about minus armor, does not care about minus magic resistance. These mechanics are irrelevant to her almost entirely.
And then a Storm Spirit for Team Spirit. One of Larl's better
Makes
heroes. Sense. And this is going to be something that utilizes Bounty Hunter and his tracks very well. A hero that will be looking for the two ranged supports on Tundra who very often play from Fog, hide themselves away until their moment is right. Tinker and Windranger, if they're jumped on, they can be exploited quickly by a Storm and a Bounty Hunter.
Storm is fantastic against Tinker. Storm has arguably the best mobility in the game. As long as he has mana, he can get there. Hero travels using his mana with his ultimate and deals a lot of damage. So this will be interesting to see him pairing up with the Bounty, as you already alluded to. The two of them will make a very murderous duo. And Tundra have to be ready to counter gank stuff. The problem is, if they go on anyone else and Tinker is around, he could come in and turn that initiation into something bad as well with the defensive tools of Tinker. Tinker is a very strong saving support nowadays. He's looking through the papers.
Well, they banned Underlord, huh? The
Yeah.
respect for the Underlord.
They have similar style as last game, Beastmaster and Bristle. They just want to walk in and do things. And Underlord, the Pit of Malice was really, really good against Razor, who just wanted to walk in last game. Crystal is most likely going to play the Bristleback this game, who has the same kind of weakness. Underlord is pretty good at punishing low mobility heroes overall.
And one last ban for Spirit. Kind of hard to... I mean, you say it's likely this Bristleback goes here, this Beastmaster goes there, but there is that ability for Tundra to decide with their last pick exactly what's going on. A mid-Bristle, mid-Beastmaster, absolutely viable.
It makes sense to just ban some mid heroes. They ban out the Invoker because he can burn mana with the EMP. Very, very nasty against the Medusa. Also pairs really well with the Beastmaster. Invoker has a Sunstrike ability. It's global, and any good setup like Beastmaster's Roar, which holds the enemy in place, can combo really well with Invoker because of this. So makes sense that they banned that, and Puck as well, because Puck has lockdown against the Storm. And a Slardar comes out. There's a fish draft, Gareth. You get the Medusa and the Slardar.
The Myrmidons have come out. Myrmidons and Nagas come out to play. So Slardar gives you very strong laning against melee heroes, which is what Team Spirit are currently looking at in the two cores from Tundra already. And, more importantly, minus armor from his ultimate. Very good against this Bristleback.
But this does tell us finally where that Medusa is going. The Slardar. This means that that's going to be a carry Medusa. Carry Slardar, not really getting played. So, offlane Slardar against Bristle, a good matchup for him. The question is, does Tundra want to shift that Bristle? Did he want to throw a mind game?
They pick a high armor carry. So the gyrocopter there pushes this bristleback into mid? Or is it Beastmaster
I would assume Beastmaster
mid?
goes mid, and it's BZM Master, you know? Is what I would think. But yeah, they're taking a while to show. It's actually bristle mid. Yeah.
Yeah.
They want 33 on the Beastmaster. Makes sense.
That's where I was leaning. It's like, it's 33 Beastmaster, so it's kind of got to be BZM bristleback.
Mid bristleback. I have
seen
not seen that a lot.
It's not been a lot. There's been a couple this tournament. I think Sumail was one of the first to do it and did it a couple of games, and I can't remember who else. BZM might have done it himself. Now, at this point, there's so many games to keep track of.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting position to throw him.
Yeah.
Beast can be, Bristle can be effective from the mid lane, but this will come pretty high tempo from Tundra again. What we expect from them normally.
So they did it in their victory against Betboom. Bristleback against Storm mid. And it looks like BZM lost mid but won the game.
So we're looking for him to lose mid and win the game again here is what he's looking to set out. Or maybe he's coming for a revenge after laning against the Storm and losing. Generally, I would say Bristle mid kind of loses to Storm. It's just a very difficult lane. Not only because Storm is a strong mid hero, but you're also melee into that. So those Storm Spirit remnants hurt a lot. But this is better than the alternative. Basically, they did a switch because Bristle as a carry against a Slardar in lane is not fun. Slardar is extremely good at punishing Bristle, being so good at bashing people and locking down anyone who gets close to him.
Yeah, anyone melee, anyone with lower armor really can suffer. So yeah, picking a ranged high armor hero in that gyro makes a ton of sense. Gyrocopter though, there's like this Medusa, held as a position 1 or 3 until the end, then revealed as a carry. Gyrocopter pick can also work nicely there as well in terms of scaling, because you're both similar archetypes of heroes with this spilling, spreading physical damage. Your builds can be similar. But there is this deviation that Gyrocopters can build a diffusal blade to burn mana, right? Is that something we expect or want to see from Chrysalis in this game?
I would say he probably will go for that eventually. Depends a little bit how his game is going. The Gyrocopter wants to prioritize farming. He is a carry, so he wants to first get farming items going. Diffusal is a hero killing item generally. It doesn't farm that well. It does farm, but there are better alternatives. Later on, against the Medusa, like you mentioned, she has that mana shield, and you need to get rid of her mana somehow. You can auto-attack into it, but it's very ineffective, and Diffu could be a good option for him in the mid-game, sort of.
Oh, there's that mana shield. Used to be a spell, and it got moved to these innates. If you're coming back to Dota now and you're wondering what is that, heroes have got facets that they can pick at the start of the game, innates that are built into their heroes, and a bunch of their spells have been moved around as well.
Yeah,
It feels like it's another little couple of sliders for the balancing team, right?
Yes, exactly. There's more ways to customize heroes now. Saxa is pretty deep, but he should be fine. He's a Wind Ranger. He can any point skill up the Wind Run if he wants, which gives him a lot of mobility and 100% evasion. They are trying to angle for him, but we'll see him get that Wind Run. Out he goes.
His positioning, though, may have given away the ward he placed, because he got an Observer ward on the enemy high ground, moved into position to kind of retreat and get the Watcher, but Radan's Medusa, he's been pinging out in this area saying, hey, there could be a ward here, he was over there. The time it takes for him to move over there matches pretty nicely with this positioning of the ward. So we're already in this information game battle, getting Observer wards down, trying to scout them out, and the Bounty Hunter in the mid lane trying to give vision there as well.
He's also showing that Gyrocopter is coming down for this, so he stuns him up. No Bounty Rune steal for you, Chrysalis. It's going to be a 2 for 2, so both teams getting even amount of gold. The starting gold that you get from Bounty Runes, it's not the end of the world if you only get 1, but generally you want to stop your opponents from getting 3 or 4 runes.
And this Slardar Bounty Hunter lane, double melee into double ranged. We already talked about this Gyrocopter being a good pick into Slardar, but what's Bounty Hunter's job going to be this laning stage?
I mean, I was expecting that they would actually put the Jakiro down here. I don't know about laning it this way. Bounty will try and go on the Tinker and they'll have to pair up together, but this lane is going to be rough. Bounty Slardar is not very strong compared to Gyrocopter and Tinker.
So we're thinking about this lane shenanigan situation again, where he goes and drags waves, doesn't play honorably, snipes couriers.
Yeah, I think he's definitely going to be looking for those kind of plays. It's what you need to do sometimes. Get creative with how you're going to win the lane in these high-level games. But overall, the gyrocopter should be having very easy farm on this lane. He is trying to deal whatever damage he can, but has to run away when Gyro wants to hit him.
Yeah, and the upside of playing against the gyrocopter is you know that the lane is going to naturally push towards you. Gyro uses flat cannon, does a lot of spill damage to the creeps, wave pushes in, so Slardar then gets to sit in front of his tower in relative safety. And as long as you can keep these neutral camps blocked, you remove the ability for your opponents to pull to reset that position of the lane.
So Whiteman actually killed his own sentry ward. He sentryed up the enemy big camp, but I think he killed off his own sentry because he needs to have the pull spot down here. Either he needs the small camp or the big camp. Something needs to be pulled. But Rue is gonna block up the enemy small camp and then go and body block the big camp as well with his body, saying that no, you're not gonna pull creeps. And if you can't pull the lane creeps into the jungle, it means the lane is eventually gonna shove and Slardar will get his experience. So this is a lot of little micro mini games here.
Yeah, you're literally teching into these little things, you know, making these little decisions to give you a better time in a losing lane, really leveling the playing field a lot just down to these picks. And that reflects in the Slardar's last hits, 12 and 3, while the Gyro 7 and 0, not having the natural start that he would have expected. But as the levels come, Gyro and Tinker have a lot of sustain and a lot of damage, which Slardar and Bounty still have to respect and kind of toe that line.
Still a dangerous game for the Tinker if he oversteps a little bit. If he ever gets caught by a stun from Shadow Walk from the Bounty, he could get run at by the Slardar with a Crush and Bash to follow.
And
But
then
for now, they're holding on pretty fine.
And then top lane is exactly what we were explaining, but happening. 33 has got the Lotus Pool. Do you want to explain this first up?
Yeah, so right now the Bounty is standing here preventing it, but once you're the only team standing in the Lotus area, you'll pick up these little flowers and they heal you. So you have them in your inventory. It's an instantaneous mana and HP heal, and if you have multiple of them, they can combine into a bigger version that heals you more. So every 3 minutes these will spawn, and 3 of them will upgrade to a medium-sized one.
Yeah, another one of the little timers. Mid lane, BZM Bristleback against Laurel Storm. But there's a +1 arriving. Miposhka's Jakiro has traversed all the way through the river to come and help out. Saxa has TP'd in to defend the Bristleback as he turns his back to dish out the damage to kill them both off.
Oh no!
So that was a Lotus from Saxa that he gave to the Bristle, force-fed him the heal to keep him alive that little bit longer, I think.
Yeah, I believe it was. That was really, really surprising for them. They didn't expect him to get all that heal. But this is the power of Bristleback. If you attack Bristle in his back, you know, the key is in the name, then he will return some quills every now and then, and also reduce a lot of damage. And that's what happened. That's how he randomly got a kill on the Storm as well.
Oh, but that bottom lane quickly turned again by this Jakiro's presence. Miposhka has completely left that top lane, moved to mid, and failed, but is successful with his move to bottom.
Yeah, I mean, Poshka has done this a lot throughout the tournament, making earlier and earlier moves, and it can catch your opponents off guard a lot. Dota has been pretty static lately, but the early roaming towards mid lane is starting to come back from some of these pro teams.
Yeah, usually reserved for 5.5 minutes in, because that 6-minute active rune is very important. Oh yeah, we've started seeing much earlier ones. Even Saxa now coming down bottom. They can't really connect onto this collapse Slardar because he's very quick with his Guardian sprint. Literally runs away from people. And Bounty Hunter is lurking invis in the forest, watching them all move. So they had the knowledge that the Wind Ranger was moving there, which allows the Slardar to run away.
Yeah, just keeping tabs on your opponents. And speaking of keeping tabs, right now the Beastmaster is jungling, but also using his summon to stack up the ancient area. So this little boar timed a stack on the ancient camp, and he actually is looking for the sentry. So they blocked up this big camp there, and that means you can deward the sentry and then get your stack going again.
Yeah, this Jakiro is being an absolute nightmare. He's roaming around, causing issues everywhere he goes. Like mid lane was annoying, bot lane got that big kill, and now top lane he got an observer that's watching this Beastmaster and is kind of harassing him back.
Worth mentioning though that a lot of the cores are getting pretty nice farm, and there's a bit of a farm discrepancy between the Medusa and the Gyrocopter building up. As again, we can draw the attention to the CS, the last hits on the left side of the screen. See the Medusa is getting quite a bit.
Well, there's the active rune. Miposhka takes it up top while BZM runs down Rue. A lot of damage from this level 6 Bristleback as he gets a ton of stacks on his Warpath ulti. Spams out the Quill Sprays and takes down the Bounty Hunter.
And finds a nice little D ward. Gets rid of the dire ward that was on the mid lane, helping them with high ground vision. And yeah, BCM showing that Bristleback is an interesting mid hero, can do a lot of damage.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I sure can. And I guess I want to come back to this Medusa up at top. I was mentioning that the Beastmaster and Wind Ranger were kind of dragging waves around because they don't want to lane naturally into Radahn, who has now been given free experience, right? He's solo laning, taking all the creeps, all the experience, and getting very big. And just in general, Medusa versus Beastmaster, the 33 doesn't want to stand in lane and get clicked non-stop.
Yeah. And Medusa is one of those heroes that you can maybe
wow.
kill. Wow, he bounced the snake to her. Medusa snake will bounce on creeps, and the more it bounces, the more damage the final hit does. Barely managed to clip that onto Wind Ranger. I didn't think he had a range for it. And I think neither did Saxon.
Oh, 7 minutes in, 33 gets the shrine, roars the Jakiro, but Larl's damage should be enough to take him down. And Team Spirit, they wanted to steal that shrine. They weren't quite there fast enough in time, but it's still a very good kill on Beastmaster. They block up his camp with a sentry ward now as well.
Yeah, very nice. And meanwhile, Rue did pick the Wisdom Rune on the other side. It doesn't look like it because he's only level 3.5. This Bounty has been doing a lot of running around. He is going to be the lowest level for now. But at least he got himself some experience.
It's important that both teams get that Wisdom Shrine. We've seen games, arguably almost be ended because one team got the double shrine early on. Unlocking your level 6s on your supports, giving that little boost. That's super valuable.
They still have yet to find that little sentry ward that was blocking the the big camp. Finally, Beastmaster finds it with his boar. He's gonna get rid of the little camp, because of course, if a unit is inside the spawn, then you can't stack. But if a ward is there, you also cannot stack. That's why we call it sentry blocking. You throw a little sentry into the spawn boxes.
Yeah, that's what's done to the far left camp as well. Sentryed up by the Jakiro. So this will not only not stack, but now it has been cleared, won't spawn until that sentry expires.
Yep. And, that's just them understanding that, okay, you don't want to play the lane, we have to slow down your jungling as much as possible. And meanwhile, they're abusing the jungling in the second way by pushing the tier 1 tower. Already down to half HP. So Radahn is starting to lay into it.
Now, they haven't really made a massive amount of stacks on their own end. And Medusa's not going to go down there anytime soon. They're just continually contesting the opponent's side of the map. Larl with a pretty long ball lightning zip onto this Beastmaster secures that kill, while Sax's Wind Ranger is left stranded here. And Team Spirit, the fire has been lit under them because they are turning up the tempo, playing very quickly.
And they've dismantled the top lane, and that's an interesting thing as well, because 33, the Beastmaster on Radiant, is very highly regarded for his offlaning abilities. You know, he's been praised as the best offlaner by a lot of people. I think very few people disagreed, especially after his TI performance. But he's struggling here, not having a good start.
And this Slardar, 61 and 10, level 8, but surrounded. He's going to get taken down by Tundra's efforts in that bottom right corner of the map.
Yeah, but even with him dying, he's still 600 gold ahead of the Beastmaster. So a Slardar, a slower farming hero, ahead of the Beastmaster who's been focusing on jungling farming. This is looking really good for them. Team Spirit in pretty good shape. It's only a 1k lead right now, but the only thing they're kind of missing is the Bounty Hunter does not have his level 6. He's pretty far behind in experience. He needs to get that track going so he can help get more in these team fights.
He really does. They're trying to wrap around onto this Beastmaster again. That tower is very low, but they're...
Okay.
Okay.
He walked close to a sentry, so he got roared, and Beastmaster will just run to safety, but that is your ultimate on cooldown. And Bounty doesn't care. He just shrugs it off and walks away, stands somewhere else. So this is now timing for them to abuse.
Yeah, and then your tower dies anyway. So now Medusa has access to your ancient camps, can start clearing them with reasonable safety, while the rest of the team now can filter back, play through mid, play through bottom, get collapsed towards this Blink Dagger, which is going to be a pivotal item. When you've got mobility, more mobility makes that mobility stronger. So Storm Spirit having this Ball Lightning, you want more heroes that can follow him, get to where he is. He's going to gap close the enemies, but you can't until you have the blinks, until you have the 4 staffs. So Storm could jump, you can follow through, or vice versa.
Yeah, generally, I mean, Dota is at its very simple fundamentals. You want to play together and use your abilities together. The more you can coordinate, the better, and that's why getting this Blink Dagger is going to allow them to have that. You can also have it by doing what they're doing now. Just smoke around Storm and Jakiro, looking for the carry of Tundra, and they're going to find it.
Yeah, tons of magic damage. Chrysalis under that Macro Pyre, and the Storm Spirit's damage, plenty to kill him off. And Gyrocopter, yeah, this kind of tanky-ish, high armor hero. Early on in the game, magic damage reigns supreme.
This tower is going to be very difficult to defend. Tinker is going to try together with the Bristleback. Bristleback is a pretty strong hero, so I think they don't want to push their luck too much without the help of Medusa. And Dire will back off.
Yeah, Tinker has maxed out the March of the Machines, so he lays down these swarms of robots, which are healing allies, doing damage, pushing back waves, a ton of stuff that basically zones the enemy out of that area.
Yeah, area denial ability primarily, but can also be great for just sustain for your own team to heal them up. Reminder for people in chat as we're 12 minutes into this game, if you have any question or if there's anything that you're confused about or want to have explained deeper in detail, feel free to ask. We do have our eyes on you in the chat as well. And the stream is here for you.
Radiant are scanning.
And now it's time for Spirit to start stacking. Rue is on the case.
Dire's middle tower.
Wind Ranger.
Oh, Saksa overcommitting perhaps on mid lane. Wants
Trying
to get
to.
that tower, but Storm still has mana.
And yeah, it's a tracked up Wind Ranger. Easy money for Team Spirit as they hold on to that mid tier 1 quite easily.
Normally you would say, oh, it's just a support, it doesn't matter that much, but against Bounty Hunter you have to be careful with any death like this. Bounty will be very happy about a single kill, as he makes you get more gold when you kill an enemy hero, for both you and for your teammates.
Big old damage amplification is nice too. This is where Bounty is really in his element, behind enemy towers, lurking in the shadows, hunting for any stragglers. Doesn't necessarily have to go on them, but it's a matter of keeping tracks up, spotting them out. Fortunately for Tundra though, Chrysalis and Saxa able to get away from him.
Oh.
And they smoke up to try and make a play.
And Radan sort of adapted throughout this tournament, I feel, because he has previously, I've said it, he's been dying a bit on those Wisdom runes, getting in there, trying to steal from the enemy, but he has good information from his team. He knew that there were a lot of people running, and he decides to just go and farm the richer farming grounds instead. The Medusa has found her element here. Just look at her, clearing away. Her split shot gives her 4 extra targets on her auto attacks, so that's why you see attacks flying everywhere.
Yeah, the grass may not be greener on the dire side of the map, but the ancient stacks are fatter.
But the creeps are big.
That's the go-to.
And his timing will be hard to stop in this game. He's got the first item, got the Manta Style. Second item is going to be Butterfly, which will make it so that he evades the enemy auto attacks, and that's when he's going to be a real force to be reckoned with.
Radiant's middle tower.
And Tundra
Chasing
trying to...
bottom. They don't have dust on the Bristleback though. I think he's safe.
He's trying to play through the Bristleback with his new Aghanim Scepter timing. BZM feels reasonably strong out on the map. And Team Spirit going to poke at him there with a jump in, the Blink Dagger
They saw
revealed.
the storm. They had a ward behind them, so they saw that they were getting wrapped around on by storm.
Sax is still going to step forward, track into Ball Lightning. And this is Team Spirit kind of probing to see if they can elicit a reaction from Tundra, especially
the
around this
Tormentor.
Tormentor timing.
Oh, that's greedy to go for it right now. I'm worried for Tundra.
They've got the March of the Machines down, and the Tormentor is dead, but Team Spirit are coming in. BZM tracked up. They turn with a call down. Missiles launched by Crystallis to try and punch back in towards Radan's Medusa. And so far, the tanky heroes have just bashed heads together and no one really falling flat. BZM stands his ground, forces the Storm Spirit to zip away. I think Radan now has made the call that they don't have the damage to break through BZM.
Yeah.
He's done a good job protecting his backline. And Tundra, they come in, get what they came for, and don't lose anything.
Wow. A little bit of hesitation from Team Spirit. I would have thought that they would just beeline in as they saw the Tormentor fall, just pop the Dusa ulti and charge in. But their tentative approach allowed the repair from Tinker to heal people up. They'll find a pick mid though, it looks like, but is he dead? He's pretty tanky.
Oh, look at that. The Storm Spirit gets bonked away, now has to zip to safety as Whitemon stays alive through Team Spirit's initiation. They're going to get the kill on Miposhka instead. So that's the Tinker who just got his Aghanim Shard, unlocking a new ability, Warp Flare, and pushes the Storm into an awkward position.
He also pushed the Slaughter into, far away position so that he couldn't finish the job on the Tinker. This Warp Flare, I've been hyping it up throughout the tournament, that Tinker Shard is really, really strong. Getting a new ability generally is great in Dota. There are very few abilities that are not worth the money. And this will give them something to play around even more, and they're going to go for more objectives. You get one, you go for the other. You kill the first boss of the game, the Tormentor. They go for the Roche, the big boss.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a very even game by the metrics. Your Team Spirit are leading in kills. They've got this mild lead. But now with these two objectives, the Aegis on the Bristleback, the map starts to become much less habitable for Team Spirit. Wherever BZM goes, Spirit has to run. It's not really a hero that you can face up against right now.
Yeah, he's looking like a monster for sure. And I like his choice to go for a Sanchiasha next, an item that builds more speed for him and a status resistance so he doesn't get locked down as much.
I'm trying to scout out anyone around this top lane. Rue giving them the tracks though. And Lol getting away from their grasp means this tier 1 tower is just going to be forfeit. And Team Spirit will try and find a bit of value elsewhere on the map. I'm looking at this Tinker mid, but it's difficult to go on him.
Yeah, Tinker's so good at just keeping the tower safe. He's holding this mid tower from dying. And with top tower falling, this is opening up the map a bit for Tundra.
And so far, we've not really seen these heroes combine in unison properly. You Collapse bought this Blink Dagger. You've kind of invested into aggression, but then you've not actually been able to use it all that much.
Oh, they might go on the Beastmaster. Saw a gate out happen. No, they're not gonna find him. Oh, they went right. They're looking for him, but they couldn't find the beast. 33 was walking left, and they were right.
That's unlucky.
Yeah, they just didn't cross paths there, and now they all play towards bottom instead on Tundra.
Medusa is about to hit an incredible power spike, though. You know, Manta style is one thing, but this Butterfly giving evasion against, what, 3 physical damage heroes?
You could kind of argue it is. 33 did skip the Helm of Dominator at least, so there's no extra big creep that will auto-attack you. This is a spellcaster build from 33, you could say. He does want to auto-attack as well, but at least it's not going to be insane against him. But yeah,
oh, we're going to jump on mid. There we go. That's what we've been waiting for. It's taken them 20 minutes, but Storm, Slardar, Bounty Hunter gives vision, jump, and kill threat like that.
Yeah, fantastic. Quick pick off. They get the tower. And I think even though they're the ones who should be on the back foot right now, as Aegis is in the hand of Tundra, we might, Tundra. We might see Team Spirit be the ones to start looking for moves.
Just this BZM Bristleback is such a monstrous force. It's kind of difficult to find an angle. So a lot of this pressure rests on Rue's shoulders. The Bounty Hunter is there scouting, trying to get wards down, and give some kind of platform from Team Spirit to play from.
Dude, the Storm has an Arcane Rune, Regen Rune timing right now. The Arcane Rune is timing out, but these are the 2 most powerful runes on this hero. Absolutely absurd on him, since Storm relies very heavily on mana pool, and both of them give you more mana to work with. Blink top, but they didn't connect. Beastmaster flailing a bit after not getting the initial ulti. Storm becomes untargetable on every jump, so didn't get the ulti out on him.
And now the Slardar with the Storm able to make a continuation play, jump even deeper to find that bonus target. Now, this is the strength of Team Spirit. They don't really rely on any long cooldowns. At the drop of the hat, they're ready to fight anywhere on the map.
Yeah, this is difficult. You got that Aegis on Bristle, but he's not the best hero at forcing the issue, and why he can be a bit clunky as a mid hero. We see the Storm and his mobility, how he can just go in and initiate, take a fight. Bristleback is still very predictable, slowly running at people and can be kited quite easily. So right now Team Spirit are abusing that in a great way.
That's three-man smoke. If they can get a core kill like this Beastmaster.
Oh, no.
He's about to walk out of his base and he's been scouted. There we go. Blow him up. Dead twice in quick succession. This really plants Team Spirit firmly on the map. So this is actually incredible. They're playing against a team who has Aegis, but they have just avoided this Bristleback so well, they find themselves with a 5k lead.
I mean, it's a crazy mobility team when you think about it. Bounty Hunter is really fast for a support. With Track, it gives him extra speed. Storm, highest mobility in the game. Slardar, with Sprint, insanely fast too. So they're kiting around the Bristle in a very, very good way. And honestly, I don't think I've ever seen 33 get shut down this hard. Yeah, his net worth isn't terrible, but his impact is 0-4-0 at 22 minutes. He has not been able to kill anyone. Even with the Blink Dagger reveal, he hasn't found anyone.
No, it's been really, really difficult for him. And you can see his idea of the game, you know, the quick buy where he's queued up his items, just going full defensive with a Glimmer Cape and a Ghost Scepter for this Beastmaster.
Man, I think the Glimmer Cape is a panic move, though. You're against the Bounty and Slardar. Both of them can give vision on you through Glimmer Cape. So I'm not sure that's the item, but we'll see. I guess he just wants it for initiation power.
This is a strong sweeping move from Tundra, and they're going to start on the Medusa, but I don't know if that's the target you can really go for. BZM now down to a third of his health as he's turned on by a double damage Storm, and the amplified damage from this collapsed Slardar has just annihilated them. Tundra, a whiffed move. They'll try and turn onto the Storm Spirit with Sax as Wind Ranger, but that allows Collapse to have another jump in. 2 more casualties of war. Team Spirit don't lose a single hero, and Tundra just... I don't know, that's just a massive whiff. And you said it right, this Glimmer Cape feels desperate. That move felt desperate.
Yeah, I mean, they needed to get a rotation going, and the only way they can do it is by bringing everyone. That's the downside again, going back to that Bristle. Laurel is, or BZM, sorry, has played a really good game, but it's not easy for Bristle to initiate fights. I wonder if that Aghanim's Rush first item was the correct play, or if he could have maybe gone for like even a casual Rod of Atos to get some solid lockdown in the team, hold the enemy in place, because right now they're just getting outmaneuvered and unable to connect. 10,000 gold lead for Team Spirit now.
Bro. Honestly, it wasn't long ago where I was thinking, okay, Tundra, they're ready to steamroll this. You know, they were ready to go and play enemy side of the map, get tier 2s. They have just been systematically dismantled by Spirit.
Whoa. That net worth on Medusa, man. He is big.
He is the net worth lead.
Yeah, he has 10,000 ahead almost of the highest farmed heroes of Tundra. A full silver edge, so now he can go invisible as well.
Well, they'll get the Bounty Hunter.
It is probably the tiniest kill they could get. Maybe Jakiro would be worth even less, of course, but they get something.
Was that just his invis fade time? He like disjointed Shackle Shot.
I didn't look at it at start. Okay. I was looking at the...
He doesn't have any like projectile disjointing business going on though, right?
No. That's just fade. Shadow Walk
fade
can disjoint stuff. Beastmaster has not yet pulled the trigger on that Glimmer Cape. We don't know if he's gonna commit for it or not. I wonder what he's gonna end up going for. It's a tough spot to be in.
Lotus. It feels like against Slardar and Bounty Hunter with this Corrosive Haze and Track, you want some kind of Dispel or like Greaves that has Dispel and Armor.
Yeah, he committed for Ghost in the end, which can make him untargetable for physical right-clicking. Great against Slardar, great against Medusa. pretty damn good against Storm as well, as Storm wants to auto-attack you. Makes sense, but it's also a very selfish item in the sense that you're not giving auras to your teammates, you're not getting towards a pipe or, you know, some Lotus or something that can help your allies. Ghost Scepter is only for your own hero.
I guess the Tinker already has the Guardian Greaves as that aura item for himself. But we'll see up at top. Team Spirit again trying to latch on to a target, and they found more than they could have dreamed for. The Wind Ranger bonus kill on top of the BZM Ice Cream Sundae.
And we didn't really speak about it too much, right? The Silver Edge, but against Bristleback, this is a great item. Bristleback has a lot of dependence on his passive skill, his namesake, the Bristleback. If you get hit by Silver Edge, you get broken. Break takes away some passives in the game, including his damage reduction that also allows him to get more quills out. Oh no, have they lost Tinker?
It looks like
Does
it.
heal a lot.
He's very tanky.
Jesus, the heal.
Back to almost full health. But Lyle has the damage. And even with the gyro covering fire, Tinker
Shield
down.
rune on the Storm, not too worried about anything, just keeps going. And Storm gets stronger and stronger with all these kills, by the way. He has 25 galvanized stacks now from getting a lot of kills.
Wow.
So up to 28.6 passive mana regen. That is really fast mana regen on a hero that loves mana more than perhaps even Medusa.
Infinite scaling.
Yeah. Yeah, kinda. Just keep building it. Keep getting kills.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You can see Team Spirit bold in their actions now. Medusa stands there under the tower. Not really a care in the world.
They see
Takes it from-
Beastmaster. They want him. 33
Oh, but he
blinks.
blinks away. Storm Spirit can still chase though. And he's still got half of his mana pool to play with. It's very difficult to escape from these kinds of heroes.
Yeah, that's the superior mobility right there. Very difficult to get away from. And with Roche being up, Radon goes straight into it, pings it out for his team. And it was Tundra last time who had the Aegis. If Team Spirit get this Aegis, they're going to do a lot more with it.
Yeah. And Radiant use a scan, so they've got this, I don't know what the lore is, but the Ancients have radar systems. They know if some kind of enemy unit is in the area, so you place it on the map, it turns red if there's an enemy illusion or unit, hero unit there, and green if there's not. So they know that Roshan is being taken, and they've decided to not go and contest it.
I'd still vote for Scan to be called Scry instead. It would just fit the Dota lore a bit better. I know we have technology like guns and stuff, but, you know, Scan?
Is that MTG copyrighted, though?
Scrying? No,
Yeah.
no.
No?
No, scrying is, you know, that's old lore.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Got the Farseer to scry for you.
I mean, if anything, the Scan should be more dangerous with Blizzard. They've tried to sue Dota before.
Furion?
Yeah, no. We don't speak his name.
Dire's bottom tower is
Team
under
Spirit.
attack.
Teep is in mid, but
Scanning.
maybe it's a bit too deep for him to dive him.
So Radiant used another one of their scans and
Scries.
understood that someone was by the Twin Gate. I don't know if we've mentioned Twin Gates, but these two objectives kind of on opposing corners of the map allow you to teleport through them. And Bounty Hunter there was trying to use that to his advantage to see if anyone was rotating around.
See, we have a nice little graphic for it. So basically, you can teleport without using your teleport scroll, which allowed him to get to the enemy side of things. Tinker's not gonna be allowed to teleport though. His attempt to get back to base is gonna be shut down again. This Storm is everywhere, man. The mobility. He had an Arcane Rune again, because why not? Arcane Rune reduces the mana costs, and since the mana is all he pays to get around, he has no cooldown on his mobility. He's gonna join bottom too.
Yeah.
Wait for that bristle.
Bounty Hunter sets it up, and there's that break. The big white text above the Bristleback showing that his passives no longer work. Neponshka does die to this Chrysalis Gyro, the trade onto Saxo's Wind Ranger, thanks to Laurel and that Arcane Rune you mentioned. And very quickly, Team Spirit repurposing themselves. They've killed 3 heroes, they've lost 1, they still have Aegis on this Medusa, so very quickly they're back into action down this middle lane.
And this is looking very grim for Tundra, struggling to get out on the map. They're doing the best they can with limited resources, but we've seen how hard it is for him to get out. And he did, by the way, go back for Glimmer Cape on Beast. So this item allows you to go invisible. Problem is, both the Bounty Hunter and the Starter have ultimates that reveal you if they click on you. So this is mostly going to work offensively, not as a saving tool. But he can now sneak up on people perhaps and get the jump on Team Spirit.
Tinker, super dead. This double invis threat of Bounty Hunter and Medusa sneak across the map to get him. And now, you know when things are bad when the enemy team are playing 3 lanes. Right, to play 3 lanes, it means that you've got no more than 2 heroes next to each other, and they're still playing aggressively onto a gyro there, so they're playing 3 lanes and getting the position 1 carry kill. This is close to game over.
Oh, the kill shot though from Wind Ranger gets a kill at least on Slaughter.
Straight out for the Beastmaster though. 3 down, and Storm Spirit going for more finds the Saxa Wind Ranger, goes straight to the high ground to snipe her out, and now puts Radan in position with a catapult behind him to take down the tier 3, or at least for now force the Glyph of Fortification, which only delays the inevitable death of that tower.
Gonna buy back. Versabek is kind of dying here. He has to be cautious not to go that aggressively.
Yeah, Radan still has this break. Uses the Silver Edge, has Aegis for a minute and a half as well, so actually wants to die here, it feels like. When he respawns, he'll have the Stone Gaze if he needs to, and that ability to run away. But they want to play aggressively. Laurel has jumped on the Wind Ranger, has the control from himself and his team. Saxa evades, though, with the Wind Run, so the physical damage and the attacks stop hitting. But Team Spirit have killed the lane of barracks. They've claimed the prize. BZM is going to tank through the onslaught that Spirit bring him, and now the retreat is being halted. Saxa with that buyback on Wind Ranger lands a nice stun, connects onto 2 heroes, and gets the kill on Miposhka's Jakiro. But it looks like the Medusa is a bridge too far.
Still chasing. They want to get something more, but it's difficult to do so. Medusa very low mana, but Storm lurking in the tree line.
That's the thing, right? If you show a couple of heroes on the front line, Storm knows that the back line is open, and then things get difficult for you.
The Storm Slaughter jump is very dangerous because they both jump in and just disable you. We saw Gyrocopter die from full HP with BKB ready. He just couldn't click it on top lane. But finally, they do get to go out on the map a bit. Tundra again losing base, losing racks, but they're on the field trying to do what they can. We can see them playing very tight together. Scared their game picked off again. And rightfully so. The move from Team Spirit to group up. They actually smoke, so this is always declaring aggressive intentions. When we hear the smoke, the team is looking for a way to close out the game or get an edge at least.
And the surprise jump, we've already seen how fearsome it is. Right now, Larl, he used an illusion rune. One of the illusions already got shackle shotted and killed. The next illusion is sat mid. Another way to give vision and information to Team Spirit.
Did a good job not getting caught. Tundra didn't reveal any hero in a bad position, so the smoke does not find a kill at least. But 21,000 gold behind, and it looks like Team Spirit are just gonna say, okay, you guys come out on the map. You're currently in full possession of the map. See what you can do against it.
There is Radiant Vision up in this Ancients area, so Collapse has been scouted. It's just a matter of getting your Tundra heroes across there on top of him. That's the difficult part. And Team Spirit have already regrouped.
And they have BKB on Collapse now, so he has that magic protection. He's got that debuff immunity in the next fight. Really nice for him. And with the Nullifier as well, it gives him a lot of armor against right-click coming in. He's very, very tanky, and they're gonna go for the mini boss again, the Tormentor.
Well, who doesn't have Shard right now? There's quite a few of them.
Can you name one of the Tormentor's 4 abilities, Gareth?
Oh my god.
No, that's a trivia.
I swear one of them is called Protection Aura or something dumb like that.
I don't believe so. Alleviation is one of them. That's the relief afterwards. You've got... I actually didn't catch all of them. I just saw it. That's 4 abilities. Kind of funny. The Shining is one of them. Which is the AoE damage, of course.
Nah, I gotta Google that stuff. Unyielding Shield. That's what I was talking about.
Okay, that is close, yeah.
I mean, it wasn't really close. That was it.
Yeah, because the Tormentor technically has 1 HP. It's just it has a lot of barrier you have to attack through. barriers in HP are a little bit different in Dota. You see them above the HP bars. Sometimes it's a yellow bar. That means it's a universal barrier. It will block any type of damage. A red bar blocks physical, and blue blocks magical.
Oh my god! Radan's damage annihilates Saxa. Larl has also found a snipe in that bottom lane alongside Collapse, so we've got 2 heroes dead with no buyback. So this is effectively a 5 versus 3 now for Team Spirit as they approach the Radiant base.
Yeah, this is looking devastating. 60 seconds without your win.
No,
It's
no,
not
no.
the biggest hero, but...
Wagga, we've got an important conversation to continue.
Oh, yeah.
2 of the Tormentor spells, so the 4 abilities, right? Unyielding Shield, which I was halfway close to, Reflect,
Yep.
and then the Shining, and the Shining.
Wait, 2 of them were called the Shining? Well,
Apparently.
I guess it's the passive Shining they added to counter TA refraction, basically. Yeah. So the Shining is when you hit it, it deals damage back to you, and also it has a passive damage.
Did not know that.
Oh no, Bristle, he's looking the wrong way.
My
He's broken
God.
anyway.
No buyback on him either. So Team Spirit, they walk into the base, just waltzing in to kill off core heroes one by one. And the Dominoes, they've been toppling for a while now. Radan's in your base. Whitemon and Chrysalis trying to stand their ground and fight back with a buyback of the Beastmaster, but Chrysalis has died. Cannot go toe-to-toe with his Medusa. And Team Spirit steps away from taking game 3 here and landing in the grand final of ESL One Raleigh. That's a nice shackle shot. I just don't know if you have what it takes.
She just kills the missile. 3 hits quickly from the Medusa. This Medusa is the monster. I think she can 1v3 them. They don't need to help Radan right now. He could literally just fight them on his own.
Look at them. Yeah, they run back in Fountain. She steps up. They run back. Now buys a Lincoln Sphere. And Radan going to finish off some more buildings. Look at the barracks. Look at the tier 4s. Look at Saxa just disappear. A little magic trick here from Team Spirit. As,
Roar is back off cooldown, but teammates are dead, and Beastmaster, oh god.
yeah, Blink Roar. That's not a celebratory one. He's in mourning as his buildings fall. GG called. And Team Spirit, the victors in this best of 3, take the victory and go to that best of 5 grand final, waiting for their opponent.
That's the first game of tonight that we have here on our Newcomer stream, but we have one more coming up, of course. So, you know, this is a strong showing by Team Spirit, and the resilience coming out from them as well. I thought the Tundra were going to take the series after what we saw early on in the series here, but Team Spirit just showing they're one of those teams that adapts really well. I think they're very good at looking at what the opponents are doing and figuring out how to solve it. I've never seen a team shut down 33's Beastmaster this well. 0, 9, and 1, and a measly 6,000 hero damage from his Beast. Like, literally unheard of. This is a unique game.
That is rough, huh? That is like that is a difficult
It's a
game.
blemish
for
on his career of
Wow.
Beastmaster games, let me tell you.
And then you got Radan 907, Larl 14, 1, and 15. I mean, it's just a real tough one, but that was Team Spirit firing on all cylinders. Like, sure, game 1 they try something, game 2 they give the enemy what they want and then beat it, and then game 3. This Bounty Hunter, which is another kind of rare pick, was super cool alongside a Slardar.
Yeah.
Team Spirit, going deep into their bag of tricks to pull out some hero counters and some cool stuff to undo Tundra's hard work. So
I think worked out really well, specifically against the Bristle as well, right? Both Slardar and Bounty amplify the damage someone takes. Bristle wants to be this tanky hero that can take a lot of damage before he goes down. But before you have stuff to dispel those abilities from Bounty or Slardar, he really suffers against them. So it was tough for him to do his job.
It was. So we've already said Team Spirit through to that grand final. Tundra Esports do have a backup plan. The lower bracket awaits for them with that lower bracket final. And then we have to find out who they face off against. So Paravision against BetBoom, our next best of 3. The winner of that will go through to play Tundra, and the loser will be out. So we'll take a quick break and come back with that next series. See you then.
and she told me I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do. Take on the wealth, let's begin. Now turn away, so much to defend. Let the sun come down, we'll start anew. Let the sun come down, break the world in two. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. It's not too late. Get on board. Fight on your face. Open the door. Take it all in. Hold your breath. Now let's begin. Give it your best. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo.
It's a late night. I think about your face and your bright eyes, and now you're not with me. It's a sad sight. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. It's your t-shirt. The way you walk into a room makes my heart hurt. I never felt alone until this best curse. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well.
Laying on the floor again, watching all the stars rolling. The grass is staining. Met you at the park with your friends, waiting till the sun went down. Smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again. Burning rubber on the pavement. Bottom of the bottle again. Thinking of where you went. Laying on the floor again, again. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again, wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting for you, babe. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want me, I'll be waiting. You're the one that's still debating. If you want this, yeah. Woo! One, I wanted you, I never wanted to be the third person you'd be searching for. I had 5 reasons in 1996, 7 minutes in this heavenly sin. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you. I'm calling you up. Meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Ate my heart for lunch. We're just 90s kids. And there's 10 reasons that you hated this. I could count the ways that I love you so. Every petal from a bouquet of roses. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played it. I'm calling you misery. I still smell your Camry wall. I'm at your door. Back to the future. I'll never lose you. I'm at your door. Ten, nine, eight, seven, 18, heaven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to the Newcomer stream here for ESL One Raleigh as we get ourselves into the second series of the night. We're dipping down into the lower bracket. It's another best of 3. This time, though, of course, lower bracket comes with elimination. So one team going home and one team going up against Tundra, who we just saw lose to Team Spirit. And Waga, what's our main point today now for this series? What are we looking at?
We've been learning a lot, Gareth. We've seen the objectives being taken, we've seen the mega creeps, we've seen the tormentors and the roaches, we've talked about buybacks, we've honestly gone through a lot of stuff. I think we're ready to, dig a little bit deeper into the positions right on the map, the areas that are important to play and what it really means. Because we talked a little bit about triangle, but we haven't really mentioned how to play when you're behind, for instance. What we've seen from Team Spirit, how they resiliently held on when they were behind. And what they did was utilize the edges of the map and spread out wide so that if the opponents are strong, you try and split them up a little bit. Create a little bit of wiggle room. And that's what we've been seeing a lot.
Yeah, and with that territory comes, pushing towers, pushing with summons, with units, with catapult waves, these timings, and opening the map. So you can have this space, so you can have this ability to farm in areas of the map which would have been dangerous if there was a tower there. Because that tower, gives you, of course, a tower that hits creeps, but it's also a place to TP to, a place to hide under that gives you, regeneration and armor that protects you. It's the bulwark to defend your lanes.
I think another thing to mention as well is what we just saw in the final game with the non-stop goals from the Storm Spirit paired up with Collapse's Slardar, jumping around, killing anyone they saw. Is in general in Dota, you want to have some heroes that can go and just, click their buttons and kill someone. I say this a lot, and it can be proven wrong sometimes. Pro players will sometimes be able to orchestrate a lineup that is very difficult to play and manage to turn it around, similar to what we saw in Game 2 between Tundra Team Spirit, where there were very few lockdown heroes on Team Spirit, but still they managed to win. These type of things are hard to do. I'm going to be a big proponent for just making sure you have heroes who have disables. We'll hype those heroes up because I think they're very, very important to learn in the start of the game. And also, not only learning that you can play them, but these are the heroes you need to be worried about. If an enemy doesn't have stun, you can quite often just TP out or walk the other direction and you'll be completely fine.
The one trick enemy carries don't want you to learn. TP home. Yeah, it's very, very often it is the carry that doesn't have a stun, right? Very often it's the supports and the offlaner that do, or even the offlaner or the mid that do. And then we start talking about this Beastmaster, this Storm Spirit. A lot of these heroes that have been so common throughout our drafts that are popular for that very reason. Mobility and the ability to catch enemy heroes.
Yeah. Some heroes are so defining around the fact that they have a stun that it's almost the entire identity when you pick the hero. It becomes like the large focal point, to the point that teams will counter it. Like we saw with Beastmaster. He is very, very heavily picked, not only because of his laning stage, but because of that point-and-click ulti. We saw it countered by Ringmaster, who can save people. But I still think, even if you play against good saves like Ringmaster or Dazzle or Oracle, any of these heroes who can save your teammates, you still want to have stuns, because then you just stun the support. You can stun the Ringmaster instead of going on the target he wants to save.
Yeah, I mean, heading into this series, hero picks in general are going to get real spicy, honestly. Two teams that have their own clear identity with specific players who have heroes outside of the meta, outside of the normal hero pool. Pure, the carry for BetBoom, has deepened his hero pool quite a lot, bringing a number of heroes that we haven't seen a lot of this tournament, but have been popular in the past. Satanic on Paravision, their carry, same story, but there's this guy on Paravision called 9class who has been the king of weird picks, and we're very likely going to see in this series one of his weird picks, right?
Probably, yeah. Well, I mean, 9class, he's been bringing a lot of exciting ones. If I only got to choose one of his weird picks, I would choose to see Techies, Gareth. We'll see if that one comes back. He didn't have success with it in the group stage. They experimented a little bit with it. But it is very true that this guy likes to stay creative. And honestly, that's the beauty of Dota. You can do a lot of crazy stuff. You can come up with some interesting ideas. And if you're successful enough, like 9class has been, you'll have the world copying you and your ideas, which is probably the biggest praise you can get.
Yeah, I mean, if you've figured out what your opponents are doing, what they're picking, and you've got this niche pocket pick, which is going to undo their plans, he's obviously been trained to do exactly that. And it gives you such a strength in the draft, having this ability to weasel your way out of positions which other teams may have been cornered with the bans, with the picks already. And we'll see how it starts building up now with the first couple of bans already in. That Medusa we saw in the previous series in the hands of Radan, it is banned out. We talked about how she's flexible. And there we have the most contested heroes in the top left. Nature's Prophet, Ancient Apparition, Templar Assassin, Tiny, and Monkey King.
Yeah, let's just say it like this for any newcomer, that if we end up having to explain Nature's Prophet, then something's gone wrong, because that means he is getting played. For now, just know that he is the strongest carry according to pro teams. Doesn't necessarily mean that will be true in your pubs. In lower tier Dota, I would say that he's not a very good carry, because it takes a lot of understanding of where the enemy are. He comes with an incredible tempo, that's why he's so good and competitive. But
yeah, I mean,
for a beginner, it's not necessarily the best hero. It involves micro. He's pretty squishy as a carry, unless you're really farmed, of course. But yeah, he's probably going to stay banned. Let's just say it that way.
But like the stats are, he has been banned 70 times out of 77 games, and he has been picked 7 times. So 100% contest rate, and out of those 7 times he's picked, he has won 6. So definitely a fearsome hero we are unlikely to see, and we'll just continue getting banned. Close to him in the stats, though, Ancient Apparition, 95% pick and ban rate. When he's picked, 75% win rate, is a very strong hero. We saw him in the previous series in Game 1, right?
Yeah, we did. In Game 1 he was picked, and then he was first face banned in Game 2 and 3. So this hero getting a lot of attention and priority, and right now this is pretty common in Dota. Quite often we do see supports opening up, or offlane picks opening up the draft. But of course, AA, like we mentioned, gives good global kill potential. We've already kind of talked about this hero and his potential. Other things that he does is he can deal great harassment from far away, but he can also actually amplify the damage onto the enemy by putting down little slippery pieces of ice that gives increased magic damage to the enemy in an AoE.
He's throwing frisbees on the floor, frozen frisbees everywhere. Very good when you're able to pair that up with a hero like Tiny, which we've also seen in the previous series. Heroes that jump in, do magic damage, and are able to get on top of opponents. You amplify that up, and all of a sudden you're taking someone from 100% HP to dead.
Yep. If you're hearing random noises, that is just the players, spamming a little bit of voice lines in the background as we're getting underway with the draft. It's satanic, he's almost never over there huddled up with a team. He's just sitting by his computer waiting for the draft to be done, as he's got his team doing most of the drafting for him.
And again, as we get towards the tail end of the bans, it starts to slow down a little bit. You're really deliberating and being very careful. You've all obviously got these 3-4 very important heroes you're 99% of the time going to ban. But then you get into some of the more interesting ones, like Crystal Maiden. Not a hero we see banned often, honestly. It's a bit unusual. But we'll come out with a Kunkka pick.
It's not many teams that are willing to play it, but Boom are still happy to play it if they get a chance. They have also, we talked about 9 class being pretty flexible as a support. He usually plays those unusual heroes, whereas some people still have a bit of a preference for the Crystal Maiden. She's like the epitome of a support hero, but just not that highly rated right now. Oh wow, that is surprising. So, can explain a little bit why this is weird. We have seen Kunkka before. Talked about how he has X mark to pull people back and can combo on them, and has a lot of AoE. Every ability he has apart from the X mark is an AoE ability, one way or another. And picking Slark into this Paravision, they want to play with that dewarding advantage. Slark has a mechanic where if the enemy have vision on him, he knows that. He knows he's being spotted. So because of this, you can use that to deward the map, get rid of the enemy vision on the map. And that is largely why we see him played right now. Most likely, it's going to be support Slark, even though that's also historically not the role that hero plays.
Yeah, usually a carry that gets a lot of items, but you're right, 9 class plays its support. And then we see the Tiny, which we talked about before, amplified by the Ancient Apparition magic damage amplification.
Yeah, the Slark support is a fantastic way to get reported if you're new in Dota. Just play Slark support. It's gonna be awful. You won't have a good time, and it will absolutely suck, and your team will report you. So I if that's what you're into, you can do it. But otherwise, I would recommend if you want to play Slark, play him as a core hero. He is a very, very fine dance to play as a support. We have a crowd giving some love to Jenkins.
Trying to steal him away from Newsham. Well, Betboom now, Ringmaster and Kunkka. Kunkka's still flexible across all three of the core positions, so they've not really given away where things are going in that regard. Ringmaster can also be position 4 or 5, so you've kind of kept your side lanes open. And now you're looking at this Paravision side, you see one support for sure in the Ancient Apparition. Slark could be a carry, but is very likely a support in the hands of 9 class. Tiny could be mid, could be safe lane. So you're trying to get a feel for where this draft is going, but you have to pick 2 heroes into this, giving up one of your lanes, giving up that little bit more information.
Yeah, Silencer comes in for Betboom, a hero that can globally silence the entire enemy team. Fantastic at killing off heroes like Slark who rely on their spells. Yes, he can dispel the silence with his Q ability on Slark, but not if it's already on him. So can be tricky against Silencer, who can time that correctly. Overall, though, Betboom have to be careful playing into this vision disadvantage from playing in Slark, and then AA with the ulti to follow up on that. They have good ganking heroes on Paravision. And Betboom building more teamfight heavy. Ringmaster, Kunkka, Silencer, all very big team fighters.
Yeah, a lot of ways to cover this PA. Phantom Assassin is kind of slow off the mark, needs to get a few items before she becomes a real fighting force. But when she has the backup of the global silence safety net, the Kunkka's rum with a boat to help her, Ringmaster with the little box to save her from danger, this pure Phantom Assassin could rip people to shreds.
Yeah, if he gets off to a decent start, then PA is one of those heroes that is absolutely... This is a hero you want to be careful about if you're new to Dota. If you see a PA and she has a few items, you should not be that close to her alone. Let's just say it that way. She will delete you very, very rapidly. And you need some good lockdown to fight into her.
Yeah, one of the few carries that has multiple ways to come out of the fog, get on top of you, slow you down, and then have this critical strike to do massive physical damage to you. And a way to get around that is Paravision going for a Wraith King here, a man with 2 lives built into the hero.
Yeah, pretty elegant solution too. It's like, you're an assassin, you can kill me really fast. Cool. You kill me, I respawn, and then we kill you. So also Wraith King has a lot of natural tendencies to drag out fights due to this. And Phantom Assassin, she's super strong while she has that BKB active and can't be stopped by spells. But once that cooldown, or once the duration goes down on that item, then she starts becoming easier to deal with. And Wraith King, due to dragging out the fights like that, can deal with her quite well.
Nobody is letting the Prophet through. He was first banned and will continue to be first banned.
I like that it's slacks on the sign. It sounds like something he would say. You know, let Prophet through.
Let chaos reign.
Yeah,
that's what Slacks wants.
They should pick Wind Ranger on that sign instead. Great.
And there's Wraith King for now, flexible between carry and offlane. We've seen him do a great job in the offlane, in the hands of DM in particular. Run away with the game and kind of become top net worth, big dog on the map.
Yeah, I'm inclined to believing that this is going to be no one on Tiny, the mid player of Paravision. DM, as you mentioned, the offlaner Wraith King, and that we're looking for that last pick carry. That's why Betboom are also banning out Terrorblade, carry hero. So they're on the same read that, yeah, this makes sense. There's something to be said about Slark Wraith King being a pretty weak offlane against the Silencer PA lane. If Silencer and PA play close together, this double melee Slark Wraith King, they can struggle in the early stage.
I mean, are we happy putting Kunkka mid against Tiny? It looks like Paravision for now ban a Bristleback, which is a flexible hero to go both roles.
Yeah, you're completely fine being Kunkka against Tiny. It's just down to whether or not they want it to be their offlaner, or if they want it to be mid, really. Both are playable, but they don't know what the last pick is yet for the carry. So Betboom right now, having the ultimate last pick for themselves, are waiting to see what Paravision want to grab, and then they'll say if Kunkka is going to end up being their mid or not. They're, again, using the power of flexibility, as we say in competitive Dota, being able to play heroes in different roles.
And right now they've got pretty great ways to get into these two squishy Betboom supports, with Tiny, Slark, AA being that trio of vision, catch, and kind of global assassination power.
Yeah, they're banning the Beastmasters, banning some off lane. Wow, the crowd is pretty roaring. Hype crowd as the match is about to be underway.
Ooh.
The final pickup is gonna be Luna.
It's something that Spirit tried earlier on today. Didn't really succeed with it.
Yeah, they did struggle in that first game, but ultimately the Luna was the one hero doing really well early on, and then just didn't really have the same success from the rest of her team. But Luna gives a bit of team fight and also gives you a lot of late game potential, even into PA. Sure, Luna might not win 1v1 against PA, but it's a race, right? It's a race of who kills the enemy team first.
Yeah.
Holy Murta cosplay. Wow.
That is a really, really great face paint. Great makeup. Slardar, we're getting all these kind of funky newer heroes coming out. Slardar for GPK, so it's an offlane Kunkka mid Slardar.
Interesting switch here. Yeah,
And Slardar against the Tiny.
throwing the Slardar in towards the end. Yeah, Slardar does do really well. You pointed out in the previous series we had Slardar. He does well against melee heroes in his lane, because he is melee himself and has bash, so every fourth hit he does will bash the enemy. It's not a percentage based, it's always going to be the fourth hit bashes, and he can prep that by hitting creeps and then hit the enemy. So very difficult to lane against if you're a melee hero.
And a hero from the mid lane, we've been talking about this ability to jump and get on top of people, have stuns and have that control. Slardar, a very good hero at opening up a team fight. So you can start with him, even just using his ultimate, that corrosive haze, to give vision, give minus armor. The Phantom Assassin, great from long range. She throws daggers, and you can poke at enemies and bring them low without committing your heroes in too hard.
Yeah.
You add into that the global silence and this Kunkka who can drag people around as well. There's loads of ways to kite back and forth, like guerrilla tactics, basically. From Betboom.
Previously we had someone ask, in our previous series, if there's a lot of strategies in Dota, and this is, one of the popular strategies going back has been minus armor strategies, of having some big minus armor and then some crazy physical damage. Not necessarily saying this is a minus armor strat, as it's mainly just Slardar and PA in tandem, but the two of them function really, really well, and definitely going to be looking to operate together a little bit. The minus armor Slardar can put on you can be dispelled. You can remove it. Slark actually has the ability to remove it himself just by spamming his Q all the time. And other than that, we will see Satanic on Luna pick up a Manta style pretty early, which can remove effects from your hero when you use it.
DM on Wraith King might do the same thing as well.
By
His
dying.
build has been Radiance into Manta.
Oh yeah, the Manta. Yeah, I thought you meant he can dispel by just dying. That's also.
Oh yeah. I was wondering what you were trying to go for there, but yeah,
he's
he
got
can.
his second life. Just come
He's got
back
to-
without. Yeah, there you go.
Just reincarnate. That's the way of things for the Wraith King. We'll see how this plays out though. Paravision with again these kind of niche heroes. The Slark in the hands of 9 class. The Satanic Luna. Be very fast off the mark and quick to farm. They've also been able to apply a lot of pressure in the past through DM's Wraith King with these skeletons, and of course, no one's Tiny is legendary. I'm just wondering if Betboom are able to punch back before they get their levels up, because Global Silence isn't going to be there until minute 10 or so. Silencer and Ringmaster could potentially struggle in some of these earlier skirmishes if the Tiny is activated thoroughly.
Yeah, they certainly could. I do like their odds overall here, though. I like Ringmaster a lot as a support. I think he's very, very strong early on. So Betboom, they have potential to do quite well in lanes, with Slardar having a good matchup, with Ringmaster being so strong in laning stage, and then with, of course, the Silencer and the PA, two heroes that are phenomenal at dominating laning stage too.
And look at that already. 9 class has pinged enemy vision. He's walked into the river. He's noticed that he can sense an observer board nearby with his heroes.
Yeah.
lovely abilities.
So, yeah, you just look at that ability. If that ability is there, that means that you're not in enemy vision. If you have the Barracuda regen status effect, that means they don't see you right now. If it's not there, then you are in vision somehow. So he will use this effectively. Yeah, our observer is using the different team visions to illustrate it. He's in Fog of War, and that's the radiant vision. So right now they can see him. It's going to disappear.
And an interesting move. So he's come down to the enemy creep wave, stood in front of it to block it a little bit.
Yeah, this is like, typically we block creeps to kind of get them back in a better position. He was trying to block the enemy creeps to get them under tower, and it's gonna be nearly enough, but Kataomi is pulling it out of tower. We're basically keeping creeps away from the tower range. It's pretty intricate, but they're trying to keep status quo on Radiance to keep the creeps right here. Was Dire, being this weak lane of 2 melee heroes, they want the creep wave to come pushing their way.
Yeah. And every lane basically has its ebb and flow, right? If towers hit the creeps, they die faster, so the opposing creeps are able to walk through that barrier which would have been there and cross the lane.
Yeah, and shenanigans, as we mentioned, you know, this is not something that you need to look to do when you're new to Dota, but Slark manipulating the creep wave, moving it back in a different spot. We can keep an eye on the other lanes as well, as bottom is going to be pretty strange for now.
Yeah, it's like in classic pub Dota, you're picking heroes to be strong in lane and then in game, but in tournament Dota, you're not necessarily needing to win in lane because you know you can win later in the game. That's the goal here. You know you are sacrificing your laning presence with these two heroes, but you're gaining a lot more in the latter stages of the game.
Yeah, I think if you're new to Dota, there's like a 0% chance that this should be happening in your fresh games, basically. Yeah. And if you try to do this even, you might just confuse your teammates, even if you were to do it perfectly. So it could still be a negative. So essentially, don't do what Slark is trying to do in this game. Just play the lane, you know.
Yeah,
try and do your best.
Don't try and, you know, do a bicycle kick with your first touch of a football, you know? Yeah. you start off with the basics. You start off with the little things. And BetBoom going to dish out a lot of damage with this duo down bottom. 9 class and DM already suffering pretty heavily here and might even be losing the Slark. He's got Fairy Fire and 9 stick charges, so he does have a lot of burst regen on the Slark.
Yeah,
Wouldn't who died.
This is the slow damage over time difference. The Wraith King and the Slark have no real way to threaten and bring down the HP of the Silencer and the Phantom Assassin here. Whereas PA will throw daggers non-stop whenever they come up, and Silencer will hit them. So this is a really tough lane for them.
Very important question from chat. What the heck is that on the AA? Is it a pyramid on a snowball? The set he's wearing? Yes. Yes, it is, and that's why we love Dota. He's also got a massive fuck-off book.
Yeah. It looks kind of... Is it Elden Ring? It's got the...
Yes.
Sort of, yeah. Very
One
Elden
of the bosses.
Ring style.
You're right. Yeah, very angular and spooky.
Plus the ice cream
come out
part.
the fog.
I guess I didn't see too many ice creams in Elden Ring book.
But yeah, this top lane pretty obnoxious as well, right? This PA Silencer is irritating. Ancient Apparition gives you long-range poke, and so does the Luna with Lucent Beam. So every time the Kunkka and the Ringmaster step up to the creep wave, they are being blasted.
Yeah, the big difference being that they can bite back as well. They have the Impalement Arch from Ringmaster he can throw. That is a low commitment dagger. You just throw at the enemy and they start losing HP. And Kunkka can also deal a lot of damage with his Tidebringer. Big cleave hit. Mid lane actually, GPK is bowling no one quite a bit. CS-wise, 24-2 and 12-1. So literally doubling his last hits, both last hits and deny.
That's that melee versus melee matchup with Slaughter included. Paying off for GPK. Yeah, an early Blightstone there. Tiny a hero with very low base armor. 0, in fact.
Yep.
So having minus armor gives you so much more damage.
Yeah, you can bring enemy heroes into negative armor. So if they're at 0, doesn't mean that you can't put them lower. You can actually go into negative, and then you do deal bonus damage. More damage than your hero says it will deal.
Man, this top lane, saving Mira step up. The Ringmaster loses like 80% of his health just by showing his face. And no one's still struggling in that mid lane, so it's been kind of challenging early here for Paravision outside of that top lane.
So we had a question in chat saying, is there any reason why Kunkka is good in offlane? Because I'm used to him being in mid lane. That's very true. Historically, he has been a mid hero. But this goes back a bit to what we mentioned in the draft, that teams at this level like to flex heroes just to get good matchups. So look at the Slardar being so happy against Tiny mid. That was a late adaptation to get a good matchup. And look at Kunkka top. He's still going to go for a kill on AA. Is he going to get him?
Yeah, looks like it. They've got themselves a kill.
So the fact is that he can still function quite well, even on the offlane, even though it's not usual to see him there. It's still completely fine. And the main purpose for offlane is usually to be an initiator / tank, if you want to simplify things a lot. And Kunkka can definitely do that.
Yeah, great little kill there against the run of play, basically. It's been Satanic and Ducalis dishing lots of damage to this Better Boom offlane. They're getting a kill there. In the one winning lane Paravision had, feels very good as the Radiant team. And it also now means that Save is going to move in towards mid around the 6-minute mark, looking for the active rune. Try and protect it here for his Slardar. It spawns top. He'll have to take it because the Ancient Apparition has already arrived. A sentry ward placed down so that Invis is scouted, and no one's Tiny so thankful to be given a kill there, as his lane was disastrous up until now.
Oh, that was very well needed for him. Getting a kill is going to help him. Usually when you have this tough of a lane, you want to start ganking, looking for kills, and in this case the kill came to him. Good thing the AA was there to help him out as well.
I don't know if there's information anyone needs, but according to Scriff, the book that AA has a spaghetti recipe written on it.
All right, very nice.
The
Yeah,
deep
I
lore of
remember
Dota.
that.
He's got the spaghetti recipe. Oh, I did not know that. So you learn something every day, whether it's useful information or not.
Yeah, a cookbook. That's what you bring to battle.
Oh, dearie me.
I mean, the details some of these content creators, you know, the workshop creators go to in their little sets. It's always funny to find. It's like the tree in set having carved into the back. A big tree has carving Ricky was here. Flying another hero carved it in.
Oh, Miero. He's level 6, so he gets off the boat. He's got his Admiral's Rum. Lots of protection there. Keeps Satanic at bay. So this Kunkka and Ringmaster can continue playing the lane while Luna and Ancient Apparition are kind of scared, sat by their tower. It looks like a TP out of that bottom lane by the Slark. Barely gets him out of danger. It's been an uphill battle, though, for Paravision just to find a foothold on this map. They did get themselves the Shrine of Wisdom, though. Nothing lost on that front at the very least.
Yeah, and the Wraith King is starting to possibly recover a bit after having a very tough start. He's getting to a point of summoning his little skeletons and getting to farm at a decent rate.
Okay, Scriff's upset. It wasn't exactly a spaghetti recipe, but it's got a spaghetti reference in it. That's my bad.
Yeah, you won't
I'm
actually
sorry,
be able to
Scriff.
cook a meal of spaghetti using the book. Clarification here, you know, disclaimer. Don't quote us on this. Don't hate on Scriff.
I'm just lying through him.
Yeah.
A little Slarky Slark. The fish going on a bit of a migration path here. Gonna get some observer wards down while scouting for enemy vision at the same time.
So this is what Slark can do really well, just making sure that you have vision and the opponents do not. So he'll walk around a lot. He's going to be traveling quite similar to what we saw Bounty Hunter do in the previous games. This hero is going to be moving around a lot, and that's why he's pretty low experience right now. Only level 4.5.
Does Slark have the extra... He does have the extra night vision, right?
Yeah, Slark is a full night vision hero, so you have different different night vision on different heroes in Dota. Generally, heroes have a lot less vision during nighttime. Slark is a full night vision hero, so he sees as well nighttime as they do.
Which is very good for starting fights. You see people before they can see you. You can get the jump with a hero like Tiny. But right now, it's all a waiting game for Paravision. Tiny has his first kind of stopgap items, the sustain that allows him to stay on the map. But the big item, the Blink Dagger, is quite a way away. And we're looking at probably 14, 15 minutes the way things have been going for him.
Yeah.
While Slardar is already halfway towards his blink.
It can be really upsetting for a Tiny not getting the blink timing, because he relies so much on the gank, and him not getting an early blink is going to mean that AA might have a harder time finding those big global ultimates as well and finding kills.
Yeah.
And look at top, already Pure coming up top and taking out the top tower, so tier 1 is gone, and this creates a new safe area for the PA to enjoy. When the enemy don't have towers nearby, it's harder for them to gank you and easier for you to get away.
They're trying to pull the creep wave there. So someone's got a shovel neutral item. And it's the Ancient Apparition. He got a kobold, which he dug up from the ground. A little summoned creep you can control. Who's trying to drag the wave away to bring it to the Luna.
Yes, I'm saying Luna gets vision when she activates her ulti, right? It becomes night for a little while when Luna pops her ulti. And Luna does have bonus night vision. That's her innate, or part of her innate ability. But she doesn't have full night vision immediately like Slark does. So, a little bit worse. However, she can make it night so that Slark has the advantage over others, since he sees fully and Radiant will lose their vision. So yeah, little detail, but she gets more night vision as she levels, is how Luna's vision works.
Well, this is important for Tiny, but he misses the avalanche. Save is able to hop skip and jump away from danger. This was an attempt to try and get no one to his blink dagger faster. But yeah, the whoopee cushion from Save there gets him that little bit of distance.
That's part of Ringmaster and his uniqueness, a quirky hero. He has 4 abilities, which is pretty standard for most Dota heroes, but then he has one extra thing, which is a lot of text, but basically he can get 1 of 3 different souvenirs when a hero dies. If an enemy hero dies near him, he gets souvenirs for them dying. And that will allow him to do 1 of 3 things in this game, either create an illusion, pop, or heal.
Man, things just go from bad to worse for this Tiny. Killed off in the mid lane. And was that the Slardar blink reveal? Yeah, GPK able to show off his blink 1,000 gold faster than the Tiny.
Yeah, it's also when you get Blink before the enemy like this, you might start reaping the rewards from it earlier. So we'll see what the timing is actually going to be on that Blink on Tiny later, because he might struggle. There's a shield rune on the Slardar that he bottled up. A mechanic we haven't talked about actually is that bottle is a common mid item. You can bottle up runes, putting them in your bottle, and that will refill it. And what bottle generally does is that it gives you HP and mana when you use it. So it's a way to regenerate for mid laners. You buy a bottle and control runes. And also by having this, he can activate a shield rune out of nowhere now when the enemy go on him, since he has it ready. And that can be deceptively tanky.
Some big stacks being made on the dire side of the map. Decisive has done a good job there. As we see this Slark maybe biting off more than he can chew. It's going to annoy the Kunkka, but nothing more than that. Paravision, though, very much trying to weather the storm now, though. This Slardar blink dagger. Global silence is ready. And this Kunkka able to go out onto the map and play aggressively. Makes things kind of challenging for Paravision, who are waiting for a much later timing. We're looking for Wraith King to get Radiance, which is going to take, another couple of minutes to finish farming. The Tiny Blink we've already been hammering on quite a bit about. No one's been struggling to get there, but is nearly at it. And then Luna is also a hero that takes about 20 minutes to feel like she's able to play the hero as intended.
Yeah. There was a question about why they would pick AA in this game. So AA is currently just strong enough that people are straight up first picking it. It was the first hero chosen in this game. And normally AA has been a counter hero to enemy healers, or heroes that rely heavily on regeneration, as he can stop that with his ulti. But the hero is a little bit overtuned right now, I would say, to the point that pro teams just play it into literally anything and have over 70% win rate with it. So it's just strong right now. Very, very strong.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Enchantress was a hero that was very popular a while back because she was so strong in lane and able to dominate and just automatically win you a lane. Snapfire was a similar story in lane winning, and then she also gave team fight. And it feels like AA combines the best of those two heroes. long-range harass, lane-winning power, and teamfight capability. As they'll show here with the jump onto the Ringmaster, they obliterate a hero in a second.
So what happened there is, how did he know that they were in the fog of war, Gareth? Because he just blinked into a tree line the moment the smoke broke. Why would he know that he was right there?
Smoke broke. Yeah, you answered the question in the question, Waga.
Exactly. You have these teams moving around in smoke. The enemy cannot see them, but when you get close to enemy buildings or enemy heroes, the smoke will disappear from your hero. And that tells the players very, very precisely where the enemy are, because you can kind of
process of elimination.
Yeah, basically you're running in a certain direction and smoke reveals, so that means it's not behind you, it's in front of you, limiting the possible areas the enemy are.
Yeah, it's not up, down, or where we came from. It must be where we're heading to. The Slug, again, in its bottom right-hand corner of the map. 15 minutes in, trying to scout around near the Tormentor. Sees everything. Sees Betboom coming. Can't really do anything about it, though.
On an unimportant trivia note, Dota does have up-down. There is actually... Dota is a 3D game. You have a lot of height mechanics. There's even some in this game. Tiny can toss an enemy hero up, and while you do that, you can actually walk under them. If you don't toss them, you can't walk under them because they're standing right there. This has further implications that are really useless to know, but now you know that piece of trivia, newcomers.
Well, I mean, there's the cold feet can still be broken by toss, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe so.
So if AA goes and uses his first spell, Cold Feet, on someone, and Tiny tosses them, Cold Feet over time is freezing someone. So if they stay in the same area, they'll get frozen and snap. Oh man, Satanic and Ducalis.
Blade Mill.
That's a lot of return damage, but it looks like Paravision, they've brought enough here to defend the Luna. Tiny and AA trying to get Satanic out of here. It looks like Luna's going to get chased to the left side, while on the right side, this Slardar keeps going on deeper. Ducalis and Satanic traded out there for the Kunkka.
That was a very good kill, or counter kills that they got. Of course, costly to go on a Blade Mill Kunkka. He bought this item that returns damage to the enemy. He used it very quickly when they went on him. Passively, it makes you return damage when you get attacked. But if you activate it, returns any bit of damage, pretty much. If they deal damage to you, they will also take it themselves. It's a fantastic item for a tanky hero like Kunkka.
But yeah, basically if you walk out of the Cold Feet area of effect from where it started, you break it, and usually that's walking on the Y-axis?
Yeah. Not on the Z-axis.
But then there's the Z-axis.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird things that can happen, but sometimes I've seen people be stuck in a tree line, like with Lion, and then you just stun the enemy, and you walk under them and walk out again, so there are sometimes cute implications of the fact that Dota is a 3D game. Slark is all the time keeping tabs of the enemy. He's right now abusing nighttime. Daytime and nighttime are in 5-minute cycles in Dota, so until minute 20 it's gonna be nighttime, and that means he wants to keep abusing his vision advantage.
Just an incredible showcase here from Paravision, though. Even with, what, 2 lane losses and top lane, you know, being a win for Luna's farm, but not in general. The Kunkka got away with a lot. They're still able to keep this super competitive. The lead for Betboom is only 1,000, and they've actually hit their item timings. Wraith King has got to that Radiance. Tiny got to his Blink. Paravision are getting there after struggling early on, and are going to start exploiting this Slark's vision game much, much more. Yeah. After this laning stage is fully broken down, 20 minutes in is where the Slark gets the full value of picking this hero to keep that vision up and going. Because not only now can you play aggressively with the Tiny, the AA, and not only are you getting Slark's vision, but the Wraith King has the skeletons out on the map. So he's pushing lanes, getting information from there, and all of this adds up to keep the Luna freely farming, safely tucked away, where nobody can touch her.
This has been so far a pretty calm game. Like, both teams have avoided big brawls a lot, but look at the power spikes. Radiance on the Wraith King right now, so he got a lot stronger. Kunkka got a pipe completed, so he wants to fight. I think Paravision are a little bit happier to perhaps farm, but Betboom definitely want to take the fight to Paravision as well.
And they're being tentative about that jump mid. 9 class is going to use his ulti to go invisible and then run away. Well, it started with GPK just trying to clear the wave to keep it across the river and on the side of Paravision. It definitely has been a quiet one. And we're getting this race between the carries, like you mentioned in the draft. Luna up at the top at 12,000 net worth, getting very big, but this Phantom Assassin of Pure not far behind her.
This is like a complex situation as well. Normally you would say, oh, you know, these guys have strong late games, or these guys have a strong late game. This game, it's still gonna be very dicey when you go late game. You can't automatically say that PA is gonna win because she's the better man fighter than Luna. 1v1 she should be winning, because Dota is not a 1v1 game. You might lose your entire team very rapidly to Luna and her ulti and illusions clearing heroes out as well. So I would say both teams should be on their toes here. An exciting state of the game right now, even though it's brewing slowly.
Yeah, we're just starting to build the layers, right? Because we can start to already imagine how these team fights are going to start off. With Kunkka and Slardar being good initiation heroes on BetBoom's side, they're able to, you know, jump, X mark and drag someone, find a target and go for it. Global, and then when they go on this hero, they'll probably be covered by a global silence to stop Paravision from reacting. But Paravision will also be expecting that and knowing it, looking for information with the Slark vision and waiting to be able to reset around a Wraith King. You know, DM's Wraith King might just put himself in harm's way to say, hey, look at me, try and kill me. And if they do go on him, then they turn.
Yeah, that's also why we see them itemize already to try and deal with that silence from Silencer. We have a Yule Scepter on the Slark. This item that is basically, you know, buy your own Dispel. So it's a way to dispel yourself, or you can use it on the enemy to put them in the air for 2.5 seconds, and you can hold them in place for a while. This is a multi-purpose tool. They're purchased it on Tiny as well as Slark already. So it gives them a lot of kiting potential at this stage of the game.
So valuable. Oh. And there we go. 9-class Slark showing how good he is on the hero. Gets away from that initiation. And he's also got his Aghanim Shard. You know, probably number 2 on the list of why this hero has been so strong in his hands and such a good pick. The Slark Aghanim Shard basically gives his ulti that invisibility shroud in an area to his allies to save them from everything targeted.
Yep, it's a fantastic way to disjoint any attention. Can be a fantastic way to save someone from the PA who wants to jump in and kill. Oh, Slardar has been targeted.
There's a BKB from GPK, so offers himself that magical protection to stop the chain stuns from coming in. But it's still a good move from Paravision. That's now a timing where they can continue playing aggressively. Yeah, and you can see the positioning from Satanic saying that readily, going for tier 2 this early on.
They're on the Blade Mill Wraith King. It's gonna hurt a bit to bring him down, but they will get him. Most likely. Got him the one time. He can skill his ulti. Oh, he didn't put 2 points into it.
Oops.
What? Was he only holding one? No, yeah, he was holding multiple. He was a bit slow.
Oops. They're gonna run away. So basically what he's doing there is you don't have to level your abilities as they come up. You can hold a skill point and wait for that moment. So he had 2 skill points ready to put into his ultimate. And the ultimate has a shorter cooldown. It's better when it's level 2, obviously. Yeah, but he was waiting to see if he needed to use it. If he was going to die and respawn and die again, he wouldn't level it up. He would just die and say, okay, hands off keyboard, you got me. But he wanted to respawn there and just messed up a little bit.
Exactly. Cooldowns are so important in Dota, and knowing cooldowns that he didn't want to have a chance of losing your ulti when you wouldn't want to use it anyway. So it's a way to have authority over whether you use it or not. But that means his ulti is on cooldown now. Dire still want to take the fight.
Alright, global silence from the Radiant, though. That's going to put a stop to any kind of move that Paravision were making. And Pure's PA being about half HP. Seems like he signaled to run back. It looks like they've spotted the Slark, though. A lot of pings there in the river. 9-class, again, able to dispel, to jump away. And a toss in. Miero sent towards the Luna. Satanic uses the ultimate, so a lot of raw damage. Kills off the Kunkka. GPK, though, the Slardar. Oh, there's the shard from the Slark, saving the Luna from the jump. Pure is still trying to stick on a target, but he can't do it. There's Invis heroes kiting him back and forth. GPK went in for round 2, though, and did find the kill on Satanic, while no one was TP'd home. The stun stopped coming. And BetBoom, they get 2 core kills for the price of
chasing.
1. Very happy about this, while Kataomi has got himself a chase onto the Ancient Apparition, but not enough damage to finish him.
One ambitious support chasing another one, running him down. But in the end, they won a big fight on Betboom, and now they want to go straight into the Roche Pit. Be dangerous though, as AA has that ulti, ready to send it in. Tiny's walking closer. They want to try and contest this. And Tiny get the blink in. Oh, too late.
Pure has a DD rune, so it's kind of scary still.
Yeah, if it wasn't for that DD rune, the Roche wouldn't have been fast enough, and Tiny would have been there. So small differences making up the important difference that he now has an Aegis in his hands on Phantom Assassin. So got that second life.
That's vitally important now for the PA to be able to jump in onto this Luna and find a way to isolate her in the fight and actually stand toe to toe.
Still pretty risky or scary situation for Paravision that they got that nice toss out on Kunkka early on and still lost the fight that handedly. With the BKB as well on the Luna, you would have thought that they would have taken a better fight, but Boom showing the strength in their team fight.
Phantom Assassin has just got a very nice neutral item. Nemesis Curse with a brawny enchantment, so does a lot more damage. Makes herself even more of a glass cannon though, so takes more damage. But she's very good at playing from the fog of war, hiding from enemy vision and throwing these daggers. So you get a lot of the benefits and not too many of the downsides from this kind of double-edged sword neutral item. And then of course the brawny gives you more health, tanks you up.
Cool thing about the Nemesis is that you make the enemy take more damage from all sources, not just from yourself as well. So you buff up your teammates' damage onto them. So single target, rinse and repeat from one target to the next is going to be very strong from Betboom with the Slardar and PA. That's basically how they want to play.
Yeah, it's basically corrosive haze from the Slardar into X mark into PA dagger, rinse and repeat over and over again. You catch, you spam, you slow, you kill. Paravision still doing a good job getting out on the map though, even though Betboom have this Aegis and are playing 2 lanes with the strength that they're posing here. Paravision still get down bottom, a bit of a push of their own onto the tier 2, and of course they can filter back and clear through some of these camps on their way to their side of the river as well.
We have Radiant just dealing with the push coming down. Go and push out the lanes again, but since they have a 2-minute timer on this Aegis, they want to go and get more stuff done. Don't want to just sit back and be passive.
With this Slark on the map though, it's so hard to keep vision up. 9 class is going to scout out the Kunkka. There's a tidal wave though. This shard from Kunkka makes the Slark's life pretty hard in general. And Paravision posturing to continue fighting. Move in towards save, pops himself in the box, sends an illusion forward, but a toss forward and a leap from 9 class is going to gap close onto him and get the kill. But even against Aegis, Paravision still managing to find a spot where they can snipe someone out. And hell, they might... Okay, they were looking at that PA. I don't know if they had vision on her, but they would have if she'd gone for that bottom rune spot.
Yeah, I think they saw her for a split second when she walked into the vision, but she didn't go further. And her having Aegis, you got to think once, twice, and maybe 3 times about whether you want to commit into her. Not the best target. Even if Ringmaster's dead, there's still that global silence. But Paravision dragging the game out a bit and building towards their key timings, I think is going to be important. The butterfly on Luna is going to allow her to not be as squishy anymore. It's amazing against Slardar. Like, PA is very right-click heavy, but so is Slardar. And Slardar has a hard time building True Strike to deal with Luna getting Evasion as her next item. Because in Dota, usually we say that if you need True Strike, you want MKB. Monkey King Bar is the big item that gives you a ton of True Strike, 80% chance on every single hit. But that's a tough item for Slardar to farm. He has a lot of other items that work better on him generally. So he will be in a tough spot.
Yeah, everyone in chat, I'm still lost with the whole status resistance on Sanj, not on Sanj, on Sanj, on Satanic, on SNY, and stuff like that as well. It's changed so many times. I don't know, on the verge of giving up if they change it again.
Currently, the way it works, though, is that it's only the Sanj and Yasha you get the status resistance. Otherwise, you get slow resistance, at least, no matter what. As long as you purchase a Sanj component, whether it's the Sanj on its own or Sanj and Kaya, it will have slow resistance always. But yeah, status resistance is a very strong ability in Dota, and we might see multiple sources of it, as Slardar is going for SNY himself, and could go Aghanim Scepter later to have more status rest. Oh, he needs it right now, though. They're going on him.
And Kunkka leashed up in the back of this fight as well. Tossed around, but Pure's PA has jumped in. A global silence gives that safety net to retreat. Betboom not comfortable continuing that fight, and you can see no one hunting and looking for a bonus target. It looks like they've managed to slip away to this next high ground, though.
Yeah, reset the fight a little bit, but maybe we'll see a smoke up after. The AA does have a smoke on him, but as the D ward, yeah, he's gonna TP mid, and they want to group up and go hunting for kills.
And status resistance, it reduces the duration of all debuffs, stuns,
Pretty
silences,
much,
everything,
yeah.
except
I mean, all
Yule Scepter.
asterisk, all asterisk. Yeah, Tornado, Yule Scepter. There are some other things too, I think, but let's say, for simplicity, yes, it reduces debuff durations overall.
Yes.
So
But in this game,
negative that gets thrown at you, typically it will be reduced.
right. Just in that situation, the Yule Scepter, if you had the SNY, it still would have been the...
Yeah, Yule Scepter is an
duration.
exception, and a relevant exception in this game, as they have already 2 Yule Scepters. Those will be full duration. And quite commonly is used to counter a hero that's very status resistance heavy, Ursa. We don't have him in this game, but if you ever see that angry fuzzy wuzzy bear, you can buy a Yule Scepter and click it on him. He will not be happy. Also removes his overpower as a convenient little bonus.
Yeah. An interesting build on this Tiny, huh? Octarine Core.
Yeah, it's
So he's going
to build again.
Yeah, very spellcaster, utility heavy. There's Blink, Force Staff, Yules, so jump, catch, ways to disengage, ways to save yourself, and then continually do that over and over again.
Yeah, no one was doing this previously when we saw him on Tiny as well. He likes going for a spellcaster build and say that it's okay, my carry will pick up the slack in right clicks. I don't need to be part of that. And when you have a Wraith King as well in your team, he's gonna become a carry. He's building towards Assault Cuirass on the Wraith King, which is a big armor item, attack speed item for yourself and your team.
And Paravision, they're looking for a fight right now. Betboom expecting it. You can see them clumping together on the map. Radiant all holding this high ground staircase near their ancients, knowing that the Slark has been scouting them out, and a Paravision, of course, with that Slark information, holding an area to the east of their own. Something that Kunkka can do, though, is this X-Mark TP, so plants X-Mark on himself, TPs back to the base, so he can push that wave and keep the tower defended, and then the X-Mark brings him back, so continuing to posture aggressively, and then we see it here with the PA as well. She jumps forward, and GPK has the BKB here as Paravision. They throw the Tiny in towards them, but Pure's damage is pretty significant. Tiny dropping very low, going to get jumped on again. The X-Mark drags him back into the grasp of them, but the
still
shot
alive?
from Slark, he's still alive, finally dies to Pure. Meanwhile, they've lost their silencer in the back end of the fight. Kataomi dead because Satanic has made his arrival known, but there's that burst damage. Pure, this Phantom Assassin also has a BKB up to try and defend herself and heal back up, survives and massively wipes this Dukas AA off the face of the map. Now the Luna is surrounded. 3 versus 1, not a fair fight. Wraith King's going to come in, try and stun and hold them back, but might just give away his own life because Betboom have found a massive opening here. 4 heroes down, and they're about to wipe them, but DM, he's a Wraith King with 2 lives. They don't want to go too far.
That was just exquisite coming out from the Phantom Assassin. Pure with some really nice play. The Satanic, he held it till the very end. Of course, it can be confusing. We have a Satanic player and an item. Talking about the item that the Phantom Assassin has here. It has an active that increases your lifesteal by 175%. He comboed that with the attack that he was about to crit. He built up all the attacks needed for the next attack to be a guaranteed crit, and clicked Satanic right before it, and surprised Paravision with the turnaround of his heal in that fight. He was really low, but yeah, PA can deal tremendous damage, and with Satanic she can heal tremendous amount of HP as well.
Yeah, can't beat Satanic.
They should honestly all chat that if they do this again.
Yeah, do it again.
There's a bit of
So-
memes.
So I saw a question. Okay, so long-time watcher of Dota 2. I have never played it as I'm old, but enjoy the sport. How would you recommend me starting? I mean, my first answer would be if you've watched, a fair amount, you start with bot games. Start against bots. You don't have to deal with human beings for the first few games you play.
Yeah.
And then kind of pick 2, 3, 4 heroes that you really enjoy from one of your favorite players or teams, and learn those 2 or 3 heroes.
Yeah, that's a great place to start. If you are a little bit impatient, then that could maybe be slow, but I do recommend starting with bots as well, because you get a feel for playing the game. And the bots will, be challenging at first when you don't have experience, perhaps. Or if you're already understanding the game quite well, you might find them too easy. But it's a good place to build a bit of experience just clicking the buttons. There's one thing seeing it, it's one thing doing it.
We've got another clash brewing around the Roche pit. Smokes breaking, vision given. DM walks up to the high ground. Wraith King and Tiny happy to start this fight with an ice blast over the top. They nearly find the PA. Now with the Luna opening up her ulti, the damage being spread across these Bet Boom heroes, but she's struggling to actually land it and stick onto a target. She needs the disables from her teammates, and they just weren't coming. And now with a global silence, this GPK Slardar jumps in with a huge stun, and Pure's PA destroys them. Another massive fight for Bet Boom here as they swipe through 4 more heroes, and the prize is Roshan with his Aegis.
They're doing a great job ignoring the Wraith King, as he doesn't do that much damage yet. They just leave him for last since he has 2 lives anyway. And second fight where he survives and his entire team dies. Great job by Bet Boom picking heroes apart. I don't know, they just have very, very good heroes for these chaotic fights. You put down the global silence from Silencer, and then PA starts jumping around just murdering people. I wanted to go back to the question earlier about learning Dota if you want to, pick it up. If you find that playing bot games is a bit too slow for you and you want to learn in a more speedy environment, or you like the chaos, there's the alternative to just play some overthrow games, honestly. Like, just to get used to clicking buttons and seeing what spells different heroes have. Yeah, you will get a bit of a skewed idea, because obviously all those crazy buffs on the spells don't exist in regular Dota, but you still kind of learn the concepts of what the heroes do. Like, oh, this guy, is good at healing, or this guy is good at one-shotting people. This is an AoE damage hero. You start getting used to how they play out as well.
Yeah,
so,
and it also depends how you like to learn as well, right? There's a bunch of guides. You have a bunch of videos. There's Purge videos. The Dota 2 Reddit has a bunch of guides as well. If you want to read or watch media, there's a bunch of ways to do that and find out stuff. And of course, it depends. If you have a group of friends to play with, you can go that direction as well. I would just suggest don't start with Turbo. Turbo is kind of a bait for new Dota players. I think that's a trap. Don't fall into it.
I'm glad that you're the one saying that, Gareth, and not me, because I'm
a Turbo player, and I will say that outright.
Yeah, thank you, because I'm anti-Turbo, but it's because I do think it messes with your understanding of timings and stuff. It feels like you're playing Dota, but the speed is all wrong, and you won't get a good feel for how the game rolls. At least in Overthrow, you're honest with yourself. This ain't Dota. It's just the heroes are Dota, but this is not playing a game of Dota.
It's like the commitment to Overthrow and the barrier to entry is a lot lower than playing.
That's the great part about Overthrow too. If you're new, there's you can play a lobby with 24 players. I don't recommend that. Play the 15 one. That's better. But you can play, you're 1 out of 15 players. So if you're not that good, no one's gonna really care that much, and it doesn't matter that much. Someone might rage at you, but just ignore them. Ultimately, it's a great learning environment.
Yeah, and I guess the thing we've not mentioned is the demo hero mode, right? You can also do that, which has no interaction with any other human beings. So if you're, anxious or shy or whatever, you can literally go into a demo mode and practice heroes, figure out their spells, see what they do, use them against creeps, see what happens with interactions of stuff like that.
Shout out as well to Czar Potato, has been here for previous newbie streams as well. He's got content on League players transitioning to Dota, and learning that. I know that there are multiple people who have done that. I believe Purge also had one for what heroes are similar to League and stuff. But that can be a great source if you're looking for a bit of material. So shout out to you, Czar Potato, for being here as well.
Yeah. Well, they're finally going on this Wraith King. Onto DM with a global silence. GPK's in the mix, and an Ice Blast clips onto this Phantom Assassin. Eclipse from the Luna. A lot of magic damage being spread onto these Bet Boom heroes. And it looks like BetBoom might have gone a step too far. The one time they commit on Wraith King is the one time they're getting heavily punished. Tiny won't land his combo, though. GPK and this pure PA, they're able to play back and forth. Again, this guerrilla tactic style where they go in, they go out, they don't show themselves, then they commit. They're able to get on top of this Wraith King, but they've lost their PA once, so she doesn't have much to protect her now she comes back up. So if the stuns come from this no one Tiny to blow up the PA, they might just have it, but she's sent into a box, saved by the Ringmaster. Cold Feet will not freeze her, and she's able to jump to safety and then TP home. The stuns aren't coming fast enough.
Wow.
They will still lose 3, though, but that could have been fully disastrous for BetBoom.
Did Save living up to his name, though? This support is named Save, and he whips them to run away after having boxed up the PA already to protect her. Great job at keeping her alive, but this was massive for Paravision. Yeah.
So 4,000 gold swing going the way of Paravision. 7,000 experience? So to get from level 23 to 24 is 2,800 experience.
Yeah, and that's, you know, this is after, or this is before they've realized some of that advantage as well. The gold swing is before you enjoy all the farming that comes after winning the fight. Because look now, Dire on the entire map using it as they want. And of course, this puts BetBoom greatly at a disadvantage, being shoved back to your base like this.
And they've got to come back and do it all again. This time with no Aegis.
PA has yet to pick which talent he wants. I'm curious what he's gonna choose. I assume he got the experience towards the end of the previous fight and just hasn't taken it since, because the creeps wouldn't have given him this much ASP. So he's holding. He can either have 3 daggers every time he throws a dagger, or -1 attack before he procs his ulti. Yeah, it's a bit of a tough choice, honestly.
Does the thing not shine? Does it not shine golden?
Yeah, but he's 25. He has to be able to pick it. There's no alternative.
So it doesn't shine golden when you only have one choice?
No, I don't think so. I think it's only for actual choices, yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, either way, there's no way you can be level 25 and not be able to skill your talents.
You can't take, like, all stats?
No, the stats are all skilled up by that point. Yeah, you can skill up stats in Dota, but you can see he's got that maxed out already. He's just contemplating for quite a while as well. We'll see what he takes. I assume he's going to pick it the moment that he sees a fight and make his choice then. And this is a habit that pro players will have, by the way. You don't need to do this if you're new, but in top level, every little inch of advantage we can get, we try and build on. And he doesn't need the talent for farming. It's, you know, whatever. I would probably prefer to see him go for the -1 attack on the trigger, though, in this game. He needs better single target bursts, so he can burst down the Tiny really quick with his freshly acquired nullifier. He just picked up this item, and look at the Tiny's inventory for 1 sec on the observer, and we can say that the Ghost Scepter, that Force Staff, that Wind Waker, all of those items get hard countered by the item that PA just picked up. The nullifier does pretty much what it sounds like. It nullifies. It takes away your different actives here.
I don't know if you ever played that game in the school playground as a kid, Stuck in the Mud. But like tag. When you tag, you have to stand there still. That's what Nullifier does.
Yep.
You can't force staff, you can't do anything, you are literally just standing there, dead weight, stuck in the water.
He's got it now, by the way, the talent. He did go for the -1 attack on the PA, so he feels the same way. He needs to burst one target faster. Sorry if I missed the answer. I wanted to hear the caster's thoughts on this. Why is it popular to double dip the Satanic into Sanjinyasha and Abyssal? Why not disassemble, since the status res isn't doing much versus the Yules and Scepter, Yule Scepter spam this? Well, the status res is still tremendous. That's the answer to that. Like, it's still very, very useful to have status resistance. Shorter duration of having AA ulti on you. Yeah. Shorter duration of being stunned by Wraith King. I mean, these are game-winning things, potentially. So it's very tough to get rid of. But you are correct that the Abyssal is built out of Sanj nowadays, which feels weird to say. I don't even know if I've actually ended up building a single Abyssal since the change.
Just because it feels so weird.
No, yeah, I just haven't played a lot of carry, and it's traditionally a carry item. Hardly ever buy it on mid or off lane heroes, but yeah, it feels weird to disassemble a Sanji Asha to build an abyssal out of it, but that's the thing. It is.
Because then you're left with the Yasha, and you're like, what the hell do I do with this?
Yeah. No Fire does what Diffusal used to have an active to do. That's true. Old Diffusal used to have a purge effect, purging the enemy. And now you could say that No Fire does that, but continuously for its duration. So it's essentially stronger.
It keeps reapplying itself. Well, this game still pretty freaking even. And again, we go back to what we were talking about as this draft developed. A lot of this now comes down to the vision, the information, and the first jump that happens. And no one tries to start it there. But the info he was given, the second jump is GPK, then the global to give that cover. It looks like BetBoom repositioning themselves, though, as they slay 9-class Slark and get the gem on the floor. Now the Wraith King a little exposed. The help from no one comes in, but the BKBs are here from BetBoom. So they're now protected from all that magical damage and all the stuns. They'll kill the Wraith King the once. His second life torrented up and chain stunned. Perfect connections here from Miero's Kunkka, and Wraith King's second life, it is just gone immediately.
And Slardar is really fast. He can chase here, looking for the Tiny, not gonna find him. He hopped across using the Ogre Seal Totem. The Tiny managed to get himself out of the Roche Pit. He saw him go into the Roche Pit and he thought he could catch him. BetBoom took that fight really well. I thought after they expended early BKBs, they might be in danger of a re-go coming in from Paravision. But the Ringmaster ulti was an area denial that was perfectly placed.
Yeah, it's been so much easier for BetBoom with Slardar and Kunkka being the two frontmen, playing very nice in tandem, back and forth off of each other. The two supports, the Silencer and Ringmaster, just hiding in the fog with the PA, right? You have this 2+3 setup. Whereas Paravision, they're trying to scout with Slark and start with the Wraith King tanking, and then start with the Tiny, and it all has to move at the same pace all together. And if one hero decides to go back at the same time as another goes in, it gets messy. And the biggest problem that I've been seeing is that Satanic's Luna, in every fight, I hear myself saying the same phrase over and over again. He is struggling to stick on a target. This Luna is having a really hard time actually getting onto someone and killing them. Whereas the PA has long-range dagger and jump, and has this Kunkka and Slardar to do all the heavy lifting.
Oh wow, he's keeping vision on him. Slark is trying to get away from Slardar. He's very fast, gonna get to safety. And I think the observer highlighted a very important detail as well. The Slardar level 25. So Slardar's ulti minus armors the enemy, minus 20 armor. It's huge when you have physical damage on your team. And it is dispellable, so a lot of things have dispelled it until now. The Luna, in fact, had 3 different tools to dispel it. The Manta, the Satanic, or the BKB. Slark has his own multiple ways with Eul Scepter and his Dark Pact. The Wraith King had his Manta style. But none of these things dispel it anymore. Now it's undispellable. So it will just last for its full duration if it gets clicked on you. Or applied on you.
Oh, this Slark is so annoying, huh? But did he get back his gem? No, he's got Kataomi's gem, because he dropped a gem when he died in that top river fight.
Yeah, there've been a bit of gem exchange on that one, because they bought a second gem on Kataomi, I think.
Yeah, looks like it. So Kataomi's bought 2 gems, Slark has one of them.
They're looking for the Luna. Might just find her. They're very close. Oh, the wrong turn.
They're guessing correctly. They'll see the Luna illusions soon. No, never mind. Ringmaster runs away anyway.
Oh.
Slardar's going to find the Ancient Apparition instead.
Unfortunate, the ward just barely saw the AA channeling that gate. Nice ward by Kataomi placed earlier, covering that high ground. So they get 1 pick. Not the best pick, but AA gone is still something to keep playing on. Right now, they just want to snowball any kill into something more. And yeah, the Kunkka has a crazy power spike. He's got Hex, Refresher, Shard, and he's not too far away from level 25. Well, he's a level away, but, you know, he's getting crazy, man. I just want one game of ultra gear capped Kunkka with a Gleipnir and the AoE talent, man. One game. I want to see it.
Get the big AoE going.
Oh, he got the wisdom. He's almost 25 now.
He's getting there.
Nearly a full level from it.
At this point in the game, everyone's getting pretty freaking stacked, though. Looking across, all the heroes have got thousands of gold saved in the bank, primarily because they're holding money for buybacks. At this stage of the game, it gets pretty expensive, especially for core heroes, to buy back.
Yep.
But you also have this unrealized net worth that is not being put to use, as Pure goes right in onto this Wraith King. DM about to die the first time, but look at Pure. His age is already gone. A risky fight now on the doorstep of this dire base. They put the ring down and kill off no one, though. Tiny dead, has buyback available as Betboom kill the enemy mid laner, but unable to really convert this into an objective yet.
Yeah, they did get a nice pick off, and now I think Betboom have to back off. Even though they got that one kill, continuing going high ground is dangerous to do when you already committed some spells. The BKB in particular on PA being your most important cooldown right now. If she doesn't have it, she can get controlled, and we saw what happened in fights where she didn't have her ulti or her BKB ready. She's just been stunned up and run at. But they're looking to go again, being cheeky, going first with the Kunkka.
And put down the Roshan's banner as well, so the creeps are invulnerable. Paravision trying to go for that banner with lunar illusions. Wraith King jumping in to stun, to slow down this push as well, but the PA says, screw it, I'm going in. Refreshes up for a BKB. A torrent lands onto the Luna and the Wraith King in the back, but Tiny has made a jump to try and force the hand of Betboom here as they fully retreat, afraid of Paravision's defense, and successfully getting everyone home alive, it looks like.
Successfully getting back. They did poke out that buyback from the Tiny, and yeah, in the end, pretty damn good for them. It's not the biggest objective or something that they managed to achieve, but still putting that win condition on the mark. When you have used your buyback, you have an 8-minute cooldown before you can use it again. So if Tiny dies now, they know that he cannot buy back, and also you get an extra long death timer for buying back.
And Tiny, a vitally important part of the machinery here for Paravision, to give this Luna the ability to stick on a target.
PA started juggling a lot of items, by the way. Her inventory. She doesn't have boots anymore, but she still has 7 items. And, has to use backpack a little bit. It's getting crowded in there.
So they get Vision high ground with an Observer Ward. It's immediately scouted. They have that gem on the silencer that sees it happen. So the jump doesn't come from the Tiny just yet. And now back into the Roshan waiting room. 2.5 minutes until he may respawn.
But Dire at least acquired some very important vision on the back of winning the fight, but having to spend their buyback. They went down, threw down some good vision on the high ground, and are using the map again. So while they're without their Tiny's buyback right now, they're trying to work towards other key items. Luna being 6 slaughtered herself with Swift Blink already, so this is natural for cores to kind of go away from having boots even in the ultra late game that we're heading towards. She's now looking for Aghanim Scepter upgrade.
This Slark is such a pest. He's scouting around, being super annoying. Invis with multiple tools of disengage, but he's going to get turned on. 9 class has to use himself, has Shadow Blade to maybe slip away with a Lotus to eat, but he's dead with Gem now on the floor.
In the end, a little bit overly aggressive jumping on them there. The Slark wanting to be cheeky, but they have a lot of lockdown, and Hex is one of the best tools to have. The Kunkka being able to instantly disable you from far away.
And Paravision doing a pretty classic move here. Not running all the way back into their base where there's only one angle of attack. Instead, opting to go for this high ground positioning where they've got a way to retreat and fall back to a secondary high ground if they want to go that way. More importantly, just holding the wave and holding a staircase to have the element of surprise. If
PA switching outfits like me in Kingdom Come Deliverance, you know, she's got the Nullifier in now instead of a Battle Fury. The fighting
DM. They jump on this PA. Pure inside the box, though, saved by the Ringmaster, turning to kill Ducalis. Jumps away with his BKB going, so Pure is fine. A Yule's onto the Kunkka, though, sends him skywards. GPK Slaughter has blinked in to stun the Wraith King, and they crack the whip to force them back and fear them up as Pure's PA comes back in for round 2 of fighting. They turn on her, though. Nice 3-man torrent. Connects onto Paravision to stop them killing the Phantom Assassin. She's back in the box and BKB'd up, but Pure is dead. Miero's going to come in, clear through Satanic's Luna. Ducalis in trouble as no one's going to toss back the Slardar. Meanwhile, Wraith King is running in towards save. The fight splits 3 different ways, but it's Pure who has bought back, exploiting the weakness that Paravision has. No Tiny for 2 minutes, no Slug for 90 seconds. Wraith King running back away from his base, just trying to buy more time so they don't lose their entire base and throne, while Luna is dropping in the mid lane to GPK, Miero, and Save. They're going to clear through Satanic, who's dead for 2 minutes, and GG call.
Whew. What a late game. The game started out pretty slow, Gareth, but it built into some crazy climax as we finally have BetBoom taking game number 1 in a very brawly finish. And good separation in that fight. It looked like it was going to be good by Paravision. They managed to kill the Pure with a blink-in ulti from Decisive on the Ancient Apparition. But ultimately, it was just a little bit too rough of a late game for them. They could not really deal with her buying back and coming back a second time.
Miero had an incredible game on his Kunkka as well. The amount of damage he did, the multi-hero torrents, the amount of you catch and disables he was outputting was tremendous. As we've seen, Kunkka with this kind of build can sometimes suffer, going for a lot of tanky sustain survivability items. But Miero adding in this Scythe of Ice, I think, really helped out and unlocked the potential for Pure's PA to get on top of people and do the damage. Something that Satanic just, no one having a bad game meant that Ducalis and Satanic had a bad game. Miero having a good game meant that Pure and GPK had a good game, right? The strength of one core elevates the other cores.
Exactly. It's easy to shine when your mid is also shining, and a lot of it comes back to the laning stage. We talked about how the Slardar was destroying the Tiny in mid. He was getting a lot of work done before the 6-minute mark even, and in the end of the day, this Slardar was 6-0 and 12, did his job the entire way. We focus a lot on PA and how much damage he's doing, and a lot of that is because of Slardar as well. He was there providing that minus armor. So the draft worked out really well for BetBoom. I think they had a little gotcha moment there with the Slardar mid against the Tiny.
Yes.
And Paravision definitely not happy with how the lanes played out this game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's been an important part of the drafting from Paravision is having this no one hero, Tiny or Puck. We might see Puck next game. We'll get into that later if it happens. But that's been a driving force in their draft, is that maneuverability, catch hero, and no one got completely shut down in this game. So game 1 going the way of BetBoom in this best of 3. We'll take a break and come back. Game 2 coming your way shortly.
I only got a couple more hours to go. There's happy hour down at a bar I know. It's already started. I don't want to miss the party. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't want to miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I want to join them, get in all that fun. When you see him, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Paycheck's coming up a little too light. You work 100 hours and it just ain't right. Bills need paying and the money's tight. But wouldn't a cold beer make a beautiful sight? I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't want to miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I want to join them, get in all that fun. When you see him, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Another day, another dollar. It just makes me want to holler. I can't take another minute. There's a half-price pitcher gonna dive right in it. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't want to miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here this madness. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift.
Somewhere out in South Alabama, down at the end of an old dirt road, Mama's all alone and Daddy's in the slammer. Time took its toll and she's growing old. Hey, some things never change. Hard times just a part of living. Watching the days just pass us by. Might be country, but we ain't forgiven. Just take me back to the simple times. Live off the land and drink from the holler. Plow the fields, come rain or shine. Putting in the time, gotta make another dollar. May not be rich, but I'm doing fine. Hey, some things never change. Hard times is a part of living. Watching the days just pass us by. Might be country, but we ain't forgiven. Just take me back to the simple times. Hey, some things never change. Hard times is a part of living. Watching the days just pass us by. Might be country, but we ain't forgiven. Just take me back to the simple times.
Gonna open a bottle of the finest champagne and drink every drop till it's gone. Think I'll float down a river, might even write me a song. Gonna do some living before I'm gone. I'll be climbing the tallest mountains, and I'll be riding the biggest horse I can find. Gonna do all the things I ain't done in my life. Gonna do some living before I die. Think I'll buy me an old car and ride like the wind. Gonna drive
Welcome back to the Ember stream. We're here with the Newcomer stream for ESL One Raleigh as we get ourselves back into action. Game 2 in this best of 3. We're in the lower bracket, so elimination on the line, especially for Paravision Waga, who are now a game down against BetBoom.
Yeah, tough spot to be in against BetBoom, who looked very sharp in the series, or the game that we just saw. They started out perhaps a little bit slow, both teams pretty tentative, not really getting too much done in the early game, but the laning stage was strong from BetBoom. They set themselves up for success, and late game they just had great targeting. So this will be exciting to see what they can bring in game number 2. If Paravision can somehow bite back, or if this is going to be BetBoom 2-0ing as they have been doing a lot in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, their entire run has been 2-0s, right? Starting in that lower bracket round 1, 2-0 against Enigma Galaxy, then Falcons, and now 1-up against Paravision. They just want to continue that.
Does that mean it's over, Gareth? They lost now?
No, because Paravision have been 2-1ing everyone, or getting 2-1 by everyone. They lost to Tundra in that upper bracket. They 2-1 Team Liquid, so it's a clash of 2-0 versus 2-1. I don't know if time is going to invert itself with space and we're going to warp into a bag of holding. We'll find out exactly what happens once we get the draft up for us, because that's the building blocks, right? That's how we start these Dota games. We start out with picking all the heroes, removing all the cheesy, nasty ones like Nature's Prophet, and crafting ourselves a nice draft, which BetBoom and Paravision seem to have done in Game 1. A lot of ways to get on top of people, a lot of ways to start fights and do damage, but it felt like Paravision's laning stage, especially for a couple of heroes, just was too slow.
Yeah, I think Paravision, they got in a weird spot. They didn't really have preparation for that Kunkka being flexible enough to go to the offlane, and the last pick Slardar was just a really good read. I think it countered Tiny in a good way. I don't think you can rely on Tiny in this way against BetBoom, who have now shown to be happy to just put a Tiny or a Slardar against you. And it's not just like, oh, he picked Slardar, so he won against Tiny. No, he played that matchup really, really well. So now Paravision have to adapt a bit. But that's also great because we get to talk about it. This is the Newcomer stream, and we have been saying that melee heroes, they're pretty bad against Slardar, and now we got to see a game where a melee hero went against Slardar in lane, and he just got absolutely dumpstered, Gareth. So it kind of validates what we're saying here. And if you're new to Dota, you can always try playing Slardar. If you see some melees on the enemy team, it could be an enjoyable time.
Yeah, the classic ones in the olden days were, enemy pick AM, anti-mage, enemy pick lifestealer. You would pick Slardar and deal with them that way. In this case, it was the mid Slardar against the Tiny. I guess, in the history of Dota, reasonably new technology, putting mid Slardar there, but cool nonetheless. I do want to come back to this drafting situation, though, thinking about first pick versus last pick, versus, first pick versus second pick. You were talking about it earlier on as well. Something that they did with the Slardar was because they had last pick. They were able to react to the full draft of their enemies and swap things around there. They have chosen first pick here in game 2, which means Paravision are going to have that second pick. So Paravision now will have that last pick opportunity. But first pick also comes with its benefits, right?
Yes, definitely does. We last game had Ducalis enjoying being that AA as that was their first pick. Very, very strong hero, and there's always going to be some strong stuff going through in the captain's mode for the first pick. And you get to choose. You see what heroes are remaining. You can say, okay, this guy does really well against the other remaining heroes, and kind of get yourself the better end of that trade. But obviously nice to see BetBoom's priority on that despite the fact that they just earned a lot from the last pick Slardar, they still think that it's even better to be first pick.
Yeah, because they've been doing this last pick business throughout this tournament. I was looking at it earlier on. So there was a Slardar in the game we just saw, but there was also a Huskar in the previous series, last pick hero, which is notorious for being a cheesy lane winner and crushing people early on.
I mean, do yourself a favor if you're a newcomer actually here wanting to learn some stuff for learning Dota. Just go into Dota and put Slardar or Huskar into your ban list. You go to the heroes page and you can drag heroes into the ban list up in the top right. That means they have a 25% chance of being banned. You'll ban one of your 4 heroes that you put up there. Make sure Huskar is one of them. You don't want to lane against this guy.
It's nasty. Some of the other ones, Timbersaw, a hero that we've kind of rarely seen recently, unless it's in specific reaction to stuff. That was another kind of cheesy last pick they went for. And then they've got Ursa, another hero they like to pull out in that 24th pick. So we'll see, what Paravision has up their sleeve in terms of last picks, because I feel like they also have some cheesy stuff. Like Meepo is a hero that they love to grab for Satanic as a last pick. So definitely, later on down the line, keep your eyes out for these.
You're just building the ban list for our new players, basically. Just put Huskar, Meepo, put Ursa there as well. Why
Yes.
not? Yeah, that's a pretty good list, honestly. Heroes that you don't want to deal with. And some Timbersaw can be annoying as well. Why not?
And that's the point of, like, first pick, strong cheesy heroes. Last pick, strong cheesy heroes. Just one, first pick is more broadly good at everything, whereas last pick is more of a niche reaction to, ooh, he fits really nicely.
Yeah, in general, we will see a lot of heroes first picked that are just happy to play into literally whatever. And if we take that even step further, we can say that the first phase ban heroes are quite a few heroes that just don't care about anything, like Nature's Prophet here. The first ban, he just will frequent that ban. Hopefully, we'll see him ban the rest of the tournament as well.
Yeah,
it is surprising to see them ban CM in the first phase even. Paravision not gonna give it to BetBoom.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of Katomi's heroes, but yeah, I mean, I've not rated it that highly, so it is a surprise to see her all the way in this early first phase. But if that's something they've, obviously there's this level of professional play, but there's also the kind of the underbelly where there's the practice, the scrims between teams, right? So if these guys before the tournament have been scrimming against each other or against other partners, and they found out that this Crystal Maiden is a strong hero in a lot of situations, I trust they've done the homework on it.
Yeah. That's also what Sableye kind of mentioned recently, talking about the fact that pro games are hidden now, the high-level pubs
The watch
are hidden.
tab.
Yeah, but as he mentioned, people still find out what the others are playing eventually, and the information still leaks out. So there's never gonna be any real hidden stuff between the players, which means he feels like the hide is kind of excessive.
Yeah. So a lot of stuff going on there. There's respect bans, seeing heroes from the previous game removed, like the Silencer at the Ancient Apparition, which leads us back into the Ring Around the Rosie support battle in the draft. Tinker and Keeper of the Light, the two wave-clearing anti-push heroes that offer global presence. They can move around the map a lot, and healing.
Yeah, tons of healing coming in from these. Caudle or Tinker, a little bit greedier than Caudle, you could argue, as he is a bit more selfish and wants to push out those lanes and get the gold, whereas Caudle can be very self-sacrificial, stack up for his team, and be completely fine even if he doesn't get too much gold. We'll see how the heroes are going to play out, but most likely Tinker wants to be safe lane supporting quite often, can offlane support, and Caudle almost always on that offlane support role. And the players thinking, oh, pick Phoenix. Suggestion here, a lot of supports have been banned out. This guy, he's highlighting. He's like, this, ban Phoenix.
The next guy. Balance in all things.
Yep. Differing opinions on what they want. I doubt the Phoenix is immediately what they're thinking about here, but we have seen quite a bit of Phoenix in the group stage, actually. We got a few games of Phoenix. Just the silencer kind of prevented a bit. He's banned out this game, so maybe we'll see Phoenix sneak by.
I'm wondering what the thought process for BetBoom is here, because there's a lot of heroes you could think about banning. The Phantom Assassin is the one they go for. I was wondering whether we look for that bristleback ban, or if it was going to be something like the Meepo or the Luna to be banned. But PA seems like a good cover all bases, good carry in a lot of spots.
I think you're pretty happy playing against Bristleback even if you're Caudle. The thing is that you can push him back, you can deal with him, and you don't want to ban something that's a good candidate for you to pick. Since some of the good Caudle combos are gone already, Medusa and Beastmaster, that they banned themselves, by the way, you want to keep the rest of the combos open. Obviously, the Storm would have been amazing, so Paravision banned that. The hero who loves mana above everything else does like playing with Caudle, who can give teammates mana immediately.
And counters Tinker a hell of a lot.
Yes, that too. Yeah, generally having one of those, we call them the spirit heroes. There are 4 spirit heroes that will generally go towards the mid lane and really great for mobility and jumping people. Storm is the best one at jumping people out of all of them.
I want to actually you so bad right now. Vengeful Spirit Breaker.
Okay. They're not part of the Brotherhood, okay? They're different.
They are if you believe enough.
The Astro Spirit can go mid lane too, dude.
Yeah. Absolutely can.
So
And Jakiro, the fifth wheel in the support battle, and Ringmaster there as well. Ooh, here we go. Monkey King, a hero that's very often banned, finally getting picked.
yeah, Monkey's a hero that the teams have not really gotten to play in a few games that you and I have watched, but this hero is tricky to deal with. Again, similar to Slardar, extremely good against melee heroes. But not only that, it has some incredible rotational speed, can gank people on the other lanes very fast, because this hero can just jump around on the treetops. It's Tarzan.
Yeah, giving you vision and a stun as a core or a carry hero, as a physical right clicker for sure, is a rarity. So he brings a toolkit which is, matched by none.
Yeah, and he has one of the best AoE teamfight abilities as well. In the Wukong's command, his ulti drops down a bunch of soldiers for you, clones that will just auto attack anyone who comes in. They are fantastic for taking a fight in a tight little area like the Roche Pit or over on the Tormentor, or even going high ground or defending high ground. Good for either, honestly.
Okay.
Wow.
Vision. A mid sniper. So they're looking at this Monkey King who's a lane dominator, especially, like you said, especially against melee heroes. And this sniper hero is the counter to that ideology.
Yeah, he is. But this is an early sniper reveal as well. They take sniper and they take tiny. So Paravision are again throwing this funny little, haha, we can do things differently. Very likely though, the sniper's going mid. Because you don't really want to have tiny against monkey. It's not a fantastic matchup. And the problem with sniper, this hero is great in pubs, but gets progressively worse the higher level you go, the higher skill level you go. And we are at a very high level tournament. So these players know how to counter it, and they're going to snap pick one of the good counters, a jumping hero. Dragonite gets himself a blink dagger, close the distance. The key is in the name. Sniper wants to snipe. He doesn't want to be in an immediate sword fight with someone.
So is it tiny carry then? It must be. We don't
Yeah.
see much tiny offlane
It-
this.
Yeah, it should be, but I'm reluctant to say must be, because again, this is one of those situations where they could do stuff differently as well. I have seen a few people do safe lane sniper, and sniper Jakiro is a toxic lane. It's incredibly high kill potential if they put that as their safe lane duo. But due to the fact that Tiny would have to deal with potentially a monkey mid, now it looks more like Dragonite mid though. The mind games are on. If you put sniper safe lane because you want to have that and let Tiny be mid, then you might get missed matchups.
I'm already lost.
yeah, it gets confusing at this point. It's like a he knows and we know, and over and over. Any Dota is just EU Dota with more character development.
Yeah, if we live in Game of Thrones where all the characters die.
Yeah, the characters are gone.
It's got their head chopped off.
Yeah, shout out to Hilo Gaming, I guess.
Well, a couple more bans. This is where you're like, well, time to cover some bases, I guess. Ban some offlane heroes. Brewmaster out of here. A hero that gives a lot of teamfight chaos. Gets up in the faces of opponents.
I mean, I like the fact that BetBoom just immediately went to DK and said, okay, we can put DK mid, and it gives us the solution of jumping. Because now, if they pick one more hero that's good at jumping sniper, it's gonna be hell, man. It counters sniper and tinker at the same time. Both these heroes want to avoid getting jumped. They want to be able to sit there and be effective. And to a degree, you could say that Jakiro is similar in that regard. So, Paravision's draft, it has weaknesses, is how I'm gonna say it.
Yeah, like Tinker has macro maneuverability, but in general is like static. Jakiro's static. Sniper is static. Tiny is the one dynamic element that they have right now.
Oh, you know what would go so hard in their team right now on BetBoom? What if it's mid DK, safe lane Monkey, and off lane Night Stalker? That would just rip this game apart, man. Their team fight would be not the most intimidating if you just look at abilities, but when you realize vision is everything in this game, and it truly is for them, I think NS clicking ulti is literally just a game over button for Paravision. Like, how do you play?
With a Kotl as well, just spamming non-stop.
Yeah, I think that would be a crazy pick. Sorry, getting into my into stuff a little bit here, but for the newcomers, of course, can I elaborate why? Night Stalker, a hero we haven't gotten to see yet, but it would give them fantastic vision when he goes in. He presses ulti and he becomes a flying unit with flying vision. Instead, they're going to go a different route. They combine the circles. This is also a very common Dota theme. You get the Mars Arena now, which can catch people. And again, a jumping hero. So still same theme that we were talking about. You want to have jumping heroes against the Tinker and the Sniper. Man, I love BetBoom here. I think they've completely outdrafted this so far.
And it really hammers home your point about Sniper being a sniper. He wants to be in the bushes, hiding away, tucked in the corner, peeping at people with his rifle. The Dragon Knight is a knight, gets on top of you. This Mars literally makes an arena, surrounds you with an arena. He's the god of war, gets up on your face, spears you to the arena, and pins you there in melee mode, just whacking you. So not a great time to be a sniper in this kind of game.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty perplexed here if I'm them and these faces.
Is it going to be a 9-class special? Are we now going to see mid-tinker, position 4 sniper? You know, there's these weird things that you can do with this draft, right? That Paravision are very adept at doing. We know that their coach likes to, you know, really cook up these drafts and have lots of outs.
They have invested a lot to counter sniper, so if they just do a shift here, it could be the best. Because if they don't do that, then they need to switch at least and get some good lane matchups. They need to do mind games of like, oh, it's not sniper mid because you thought it was sniper mid and now it's sniper carry.
Enigma.
They pick Enigma, so that's going to be their offlaner, the last pick. And granted, Enigma is a good hero here, really good. DM is a crazy strong Enigma player. He seems smiley, smirking a little bit. He's like, yeah, there's a good hero in this game. Feeling good about himself, but he has a lot of weight on his shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, this hero historically has been very good at LAN events, right? Big teamfight ultis have always shown up at LAN events and can just win you games. Enigma offers that with a black hole. You buy Blink Dagger, you buy BKB, 2 items which let you jump in, have protection, use your ulti, and it basically just sucks opponents in and allows you to do tremendous amounts of damage. That's kind of the main point about Enigma historically, but more recently he's been very aura heavy and similar to other Zoo summon heroes like Beastmaster, Lycan, which Wraith King we've also seen recently. Very good at pressuring a lane, taking towers, and opening the map for your team to play forward.
Yeah. I think it's a very wise idea to play the Enigma here because the lane is pretty damn good for him. Sure, Monkey King can kill his Eidolons a little bit, and Enigma relies heavily on having summons, little summons that do most of his damage and do his bidding in laning stage. Monkey can kind of kill them, but not that easily, and I think he should be off to a good start. And against triple melee heroes, those AoE spells from Enigma, the Midnight Pulse with a percentage max HP or a percentage HP lost, and then the ulti, it's going to be so strong.
Yeah, because it basically gets to a point at which with that item combo, Blink, BKB, Black Hole, there's nothing here innately that BetBoom can do to stop the Black Hole from going on. It's a channeling spell, so he has to stand there and continually cast it, but it's very powerful. But funnily enough, these teams have itemized and adapted in ways to deal with Enigma because they've played against each other a lot. Specifically, Save on Keeper of the Light, he's bought Abyssal Blade, an item to stun people as a hero, as a ranged hero, just to stop Black Hole from happening. So there are ways to kind of play out, but we're thinking, you know, late game. Oh, Wagga will be back. He's frozen for a moment. I don't know. Can I poke him alive again? Just put my hand. Oh no, he's he's gone. He's disappeared. He'll be back soon. But
My astronomical price.
I'm back, I believe, Gareth. Don't worry. Are you gone now?
Before it started.
okay, I'm in on mine now. Wagga, you get in on yours. Nothing's happened yet, but it might happen soon. It looks like Paravision going for a delayed smoke. Bet Boom smoked up to get out on the map faster. Paravision, they position themselves, and then smoke to move out across the map.
We're done with the nether swapping. We're back.
Very good. Good job, everyone.
I'm just inviting you for a little nether swap in the game. You know, it's important. At least the teams were respectful not to do too much before we get back into the game.
I think Wagga is left ear only. Oh, save. Cottle has the blinding light and the fairy fire. He stays alive, but under the blood grenades and the shrapnels, no one. The sniper. Mid lane hero getting first blood is a tremendous advantage to have.
Yeah, that's definitely huge. Really, really good for him to get that start. And sniper overall a hero that can be tough to lane into as a melee hero. To cast smoke. It's coming out. GPK having some fun. GPK never shy from the all chatting, whether it's a pub or a competitive game. Funny guy.
He's out there. Dragonite against Sniper. DK kind of innately tanky, can withstand a lot of early harassment. And as a melee hero against a ranged hero, you often have this advantage in your attack animation just being a little bit easier to control for last hits and denies.
Yeah, we have a go on to Kali's bottom. He's trying to get to safety, but not quite fast enough.
Wow. Like level 1, you don't really expect kills in lane, do you?
One of the weaknesses of that hero on Jakiro, you can get caught out of it. He's not very fast, and Blinding Light pushed him back towards the Mars. So, a bit tricky for Jakiro if you get out of position, being so slow.
Yeah, and a couple of displacement tools in this bottom lane. So Satanic and Ducalis got to be wary, especially when the levels start building up. You mentioned the Blinding Light already, but there's also the God's Rebuke and the Spear, so you could theoretically, be pushed into the wave and then across to maybe under tower.
Yeah, some really good ways to punish people if they step out a little bit too far. And this is also good to learn, if you ever play against Monkey King. Sometimes he'll start T-posing on you. What you can do is reconnect. Just, if you're in a pub, don't do it in the first 3 minutes, because you can only pause the game in the first 3 minutes in a competitive game. Otherwise, you gotta wait. Minute 3 is the first time you can pause the game in the actual Dota pubs.
Is it only once you see him, or can you, preemptively reconnect?
No. I mean, you could... It only happens after you've seen him at first. It can start out of nowhere.
Okay.
He will start laning normally, but then... Yeah, the hero basically... Why they reconnect is the hero has a bug where he starts just T-posing on you. And
animation stop.
Yeah, you can't see his animations. And you want to see his attack animation. So the players will just fix that. Hopefully, Valve will put some attention towards fixing this, as we have had, I don't know, 20 pauses or something for Monkey Kings for these reasons in recent competitive days.
I mean, how many times has Monkey been picked? That's how many pauses we've had, basically, right? It's every game.
At least the players understand how to counter it, so that's good.
Just nerf it themselves. Well, Satanic's tiny down at bottom. I'm just trying to drag creeps away. So you see there the dire melee creeps start running towards the tiny, then they turn back and hit the range creep, then they run towards the tiny. Satanic, he is issuing an attack command on an enemy hero, which forces the wave creeps to aggro on him and start chasing him. So he's able to actually move the wave closer to his tower and be a bit safer.
Yeah, Gareth is basically introducing the viewers here to a mechanic that's supposed to be for protection, right? If someone attacks you and you have your creeps nearby, they will try and defend you. But this can be abused to pull and manipulate the creep wave. So you go up, attack the enemy, but immediately run away, and the creeps will just tag onto you and follow you.
I know a trick.
You know a trick, Gareth?
I know a trick with aggro. If you start in fog and attack an enemy hero within range of those creeps, and then don't issue another attack command, the creeps won't aggro onto you, because they didn't see you aggro onto the enemy hero.
I'll add to your trick. You can actually do this from vision even. You don't need fog.
They're just range.
Yeah, it's range. So when you attack an enemy hero, Dota immediately checks around your hero within a 500 radius, and anything that is hostile in the 500 radius will now know that you have attacked an enemy. And they will get mad at you. But if you do this from outside the AoE, you can basically get some hits in before the creeps realize what's going on. After a while, they do realize, like, hey, wait up. You're abusing the mechanics, and you basically only have like 2 seconds to abuse this.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a mechanic that's a good thing to learn, but you don't need to consider it important in your first experiences in Dota, let's say.
One thing that is kind of a tag on to that mechanic, though, is Jakiro, right? Because Keeper of the Light, when he walks up and he tries to attack, he gets this aggro effect. But Jakiro has the 2 abilities which affect his right clicks. So he doesn't aggro creeps with his liquid fire, correct?
Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of abilities in Dota that don't pull aggro that are still auto attacks. Primarily what we left over call orb attacks, but they're not really orb attacks on orb attacks, but you know, it's hard to define that one in a simple way. So let's just say
attack modifiers
have attack modifier type things, such as Viper being able to poison attack, or OD having a astral attack.
It gets messy and deep. The main thing here is Jakiro can walk up and attack people and doesn't get the aggro because of his special spells.
He's got the key to the city. He's got the blessing. He's allowed to.
He's got 2 heads. They don't know which head to go for. He's got 2 heads, and the creeps are like, huh? Oh no. They just give up.
So far, looking at how things are going for the mid lane, the Jinx indeed. The Dragon Knight is actually holding up quite well against the sniper on mid, taking a bit of harassment, but it's hard to bring down Dragon Knights. He has really good armor and HP regen, so his last hits are looking pretty clean.
Yeah, and expectation there was both of them farm, right? So not really deviating away from that. Is there any big winner or loser out the laning stage so far?
I'd say it's pretty even this time. Maybe you could argue that Tiny is a winner since he's getting really nice farm on Satanic and got the early power treads. But both teams off to a good start on all heroes, basically. Everyone will get to play the game.
Would you argue that Enigma and Monkey King's roles should be reversed? Maybe that's the wrong way to look at it. I guess my thought process is here. Usually Enigma wants to have a lot of denies and is controlling the lane, whereas it's Monkey King who is actually doing that.
Yeah, I think it comes down a bit to the fact that the Ringmaster and Monkey has very good kill threat as a combination, so they have to play a bit carefully against it. But Pure also is really playing the lane very well so far. So yeah, perhaps you could say Dire's doing better top than I would have expected them to, for sure.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And now we have the 7-minute mark. We've learned in previous series that 7-minute mark, the experience is coming, and that's why we have Jakiro making an invasive move. Not gonna be able to yoink this, as save is here. The Wisdom gets claimed, so 1 for 1 on that one.
It's just a vibe check, right? Ducalis is going there. If it's free, it's free. If there's any resistance, he's not going for it. Because it's not worth his time.
Yeah, there's actually a good reason to do it. Ooh, the Assassinates nearly brings him down. Sniper is moving over.
Yeah, the Ringmaster came down here as well. Sniper is still under dire vision, though, so Pep know exactly what's going on.
You know why the vibe check was so good? To check if the Caudal is going there or not? Because the same timing that you want to go for the Wisdom is when you want to stack. And Caudal wants to stack up the Ancient and the Big Camp. So it's not unheard of that Caudal would be over stacking his triangle, and in which case he would have been late for the Wisdom. So that's why it's smart.
Ducalis. He's going to get caught this time, though, down in the river. Kataomi and Save both in the area because 8 minutes in, the action rune spawns, immediately denied by no one, not wanting to give any form of advantage over to Betboom. And Dragonite now coming out ahead in that mid lane. 3,300 net worth means he's 200 ahead of the Sniper. Having a pretty good time there, and it seems like it is the Tiny, like you said, out in front, having a great time farming. The Enigma kind of dragging his heels a bit. DM has struggled so far to get a good start to his lane.
Yeah, the drums are really good for the Enigma, and the Monkey King has to be very cautious now about the Black Hole from Enigma. This is arguably the biggest single teamfight ability in Dota. In my eyes, at least, Black Hole is a crazy spell. Does a ton of damage, pulls the enemy in, and, you know, nothing really is as exciting to watch as someone landing a perfectly channeled black hole. I think it's an elegant thing to play Enigma.
It isn't, yeah, an aptly named and designed hero and spells, like, honestly. And sometimes, very often, at LAN events, this ulti, the black hole, is just impossible to escape.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And do we know what he's going to be heading for next? The drums, the boots, that's just normal starting point for the Enigma, but this is where there can be deviation in terms of buying auras, buying buffs and stuff for your team, or going for the, I guess, more selfish Blink BKB.
I was gonna say it in this game too. He's against a lot of right-click heroes in the Dragon Knight, Monkey, and Mars. So he's going for a Crimson Guard. Makes sense. Blocking a lot of physical damage. Not a poor way to itemize in this game. And meanwhile, rune control being prioritized. The bottom rune, Radiant are on it. Can get a shield rune for Sniper. So it'll be a little bit safe. That lasts for a long time, by the way. It's the longest duration rune, I believe. Actually, is Illusion longer? No, I don't think so. Can't remember.
I couldn't tell you if I...
Yeah, I don't know if it's the longest duration, but it's the longest one that you have on your hero, at least. Shield rune has a full duration of 75 seconds, which is long enough that you can make a lot of plays. It's actually the same. Yeah, 75. I was about to say, it sounds similar to Illusion.
Okay. A bit of pressure top. And drums, the catapult. Was forced the glyph quite early here from Betboom. That means the catapult's going to die. It's sliced out with the Monkey King's Boundless Strike. But then DM and Ducalis, they've come back in with the Eidolons, the summons, the auras, now the healing bots out of 9 class Tinker. So really laying it on thick with a rotation even from the Tiny. But the Dire Observer Ward by the Twin Gate has spotted Satanic's arrival. So it's now Betboom's choice whether or not they want to start the fight. They'll jump onto Ducalis first, and they've also got a play in the back on the Tiny, who is all alone, caught in the Wheel of Wonder, spear to the tree, and beautiful reactions out of Betboom, all thanks to that one Observer Ward. How important vision can be.
Yeah, vision is everything in Dota, and I'm trying to find a little bit more, but in the end, gonna start going back through those gates, using the gate rotations after you TP to counter gank. You see Mars making his way down bottom. A lot of golden experience, and he wants to farm towards that Blink Dagger so he can actually get on the backliners. You and I talked a lot about how Dire have to get them ability to get on Sniper, get on Tinker, and even Enigma. Honestly, a hero you want to jump as well.
Yeah, and every Blink Dagger wants a Blink Dagger to go with it. Dragonaut gets one, Mars gets one. You've already got Monkey King having this maneuverability through his Primal Spring. It all elevates each other. There's a smoke move coming out of Betboom. The Keeper of the Light and the Ringmaster walking straight through their Ancients area to play down bottom with the Mars. So now it looks like their turn to potentially put the Monkey through the Twin Gate in that top left corner, while the Mars sets up with an arena down bottom if they see an enemy target come into the area.
The recall on the Blink Dragon Knight. He's in a great position to jump someone.
This is perfect. So he jumps, stuns the Tiny. The follow-through is here from everybody else. And just like that, it started out as a 3-man gank, and 5 heroes appear from nowhere. They don't need to use the Twin Gate. I was stupid even suggesting it because they've got a Keeper of the Light.
Yeah. You may have Tinker for that global teleport, and he can push out lanes everywhere, but Model has this facet called Recall, where he can teleport either himself or his allies and move them around. That's what you see him do, a little teleport there even. And every time he does, he casts automatically Chakra Magic on a teammate. What that does is gives, first of all, mana to himself and his teammate, but also gives cooldown reduction. Up to 6 seconds cooldown reduction to all the basic abilities the hero has. That is massive.
Another slow, deliberate early game, though. 13 minutes, 5 kills. Very deliberate and defensive from both of these teams outside these... Ooh, nice attempt there. So Midnight Pulse, that spell from the Enigma, breaks trees. And if Monkey King is standing on top of a tree, when he falls down, is it a 5-second stun?
4, I believe. Yeah, it's a 4-second stun that he can't do anything about as well, and then usually they follow up a secondary stun into it. So if he was to cut the tree, he would then have followed up with a Malphus, so it would be a 4.5-second stun total with that, and then restun. It would have been his death for sure if he got the tree cut.
But Monkey King's pretty fast. Can jump from tree to tree quickly, so if he sees it coming, he can quickly.
Monkey is this funny hero who's like extremely skill rewarding at high level, but also pretty damn good at lower level Dota as well. So if you find this appealing, you know, if you're a new player and you watch this guy jumping around in the trees, you know, high mobility and being able to build right-click damage, if you find that appealing, it's definitely not a bad hero to learn in lower level either. You just gotta kind of get used to things, but you hit the same enemy 4 times, you get strong. That's the most important thing to learn. He gets the Jingu.
The Wheel of Wonder trying to protect the Dragon Knight who's been gone on, but look at that arena. 3 heroes inside the Colosseum that Miero's Mars has put up. The Black Hole is used by the Enigma on the Monkey King though, dragging him back in, doing quite a lot of damage, but this entire fight has been very spread. No real core directive from both teams, going on different targets at different times.
Spells being traded, I think ultimately favors Betboom a little bit though. The Black Hole going on cooldown means that they don't have that available. It's gonna be Paravision moving for the Tormentor, however, which is the bigger objective to win on the back of this fight. And it doesn't look like they can contest it, so this Tormentor, of course, we spoke about it before, but worth repeating. If you click on the Torm, actually, you see it has a little shard in its inventory. You get that shard for one of your supports, or at least one of your 2 least farm heroes that has a shard.
And all the shinings.
Shard went over to Jakiro, who sadly only has 1 point in Liquid Fire or Liquid Frost, so he can't really utilize it that much at this point, but eventually it's going to be really nice for him.
Well, that's a question. At what level would you consider taking Roshan?
Yeah, it's one of those it depends questions, right? There's so many questions in Dota, end up with the answer, it depends. But we can elaborate on what it depends on. Generally taking Roche is more item dependent on levels, but I would say when you're around like level 14-ish, I would say it's like definitely time to consider, if you want a team fight, it's Roche time probably, right? 14 or higher. If you're level 5, level 6 and you want to fight, it's not Roche time yet, buddy. If it's level 10, if you have a great Roche team, maybe. A lot of minus armor can make Roche easier.
Or a TA or an Ursa, one of these specific kind of Roshan-taking heroes.
Massive for Roshan, for instance. Yeah. So if you have Huskar, that can be a Roche hero.
Oh, look at this. Miero's Mars with the Wheel of Wonder. They're onto this no-one sniper, so they're able to get there with the blinks, jump onto this target, blow him up because he's got no real answer, and Betboom get another couple of kills.
But you will see here even, this team, you know, Betboom saying, okay, we just want a massive fight mid. But as you see, they're only around level, okay, they have level 13 on Dragon Knight, but the rest of them are mostly like level 10, level 8. A little bit too early for them to go straight into Roche, even with Black Hole on cooldown. So that kind of goes along what we were saying. They don't have that good Roche taking on Betboom. If we were to analyze the Roche taking right now, it's like mediocre. They got some minus armor from the Dragon Knight, and I guess they right click, but that's about it.
Interesting. It's curious that you're able to take it from thinking about it in levels to take it to items. My brain immediately goes to the much more general timing, right? I guess I'm always looking at the clock and thinking what period of the game we're in.
Right.
So I guess my answer to that question would have been, if it's minute 20, you should be thinking about Roshan. Yep. If it's minute 25, Roshan should have died once already. Yep, pretty much in general every game.
I think that's probably the best simple like rule of thumb to go by. That around minute 20, you should definitely consider Roshing if it hasn't already happened. If you win a team fight. Just going Roche just because you haven't gone Roche.
Raw dog and Roche is not good for anybody.
No, you want to make sure. Win a big fight and then, maybe it's time to take Roche. It's a reward. It's a luxury you get for having already won a fight. And if you get it without taking a fight, then you're being sneaky. And whenever you're being sneaky in Dota, you might get punished for it.
That's the caveat, right? If you're super behind and you need to pull out some Hail Mary play, stealing a Roshan whether it's jumping in
Yeah.
blindly to grab the Aegis or just like sneaking with a smoke to go and take it, it can be a difference maker.
Yeah, that's where Dota gets to in these mind game levels. If you don't show for a while on the map, the enemy might think that you're smoking and ganking, but you might be taking Roche, and then you get into these tricky scenarios where you don't really know what's going on, limited information. And why scouting here is so good.
Yeah, right. I mean, in pro games, we're already setting up for the potential to do Roshan, now, right? We're going to get wards around the Roche pit. We're going to be thinking, oh, it's nighttime. It's going to be daytime when we'll be actually trying to Roche, so we need wards around this Roshan pit. We'll get ready here with a smoke gank to try and wrap around and find them, looking for one of these kills that could lead us into there as well.
Yeah. This game, man, I'm gonna be honest, Gareth, I am so worried for Paravision. They only have 1 kill to their name, and sure,
Yeah.
only 1k gold behind, but we spoke a lot about power spikes and windows, and this game is about to hit this critical part of the game where there will be 3 BKBs on BetBoom. Every single core is gonna get that golden buff of not caring about hero, not caring about Tinker, not caring about Tiny to a great degree. And the only thing that kind of threatens them will be either the right click of Sniper or the black hole from Enigma. And that will be tough, man. That will be so tough for them to play against as Paravision.
Scanning.
I'm just trying to take it slow and steady for now.
Yeah, Paravision have good high ground defense, and I think they're gonna end up living in their high ground within the next 10 minutes of the game. I'm gonna predict that the tier 2 towers will probably be gone.
But that's where they can thrive. All right, we've talked about that defender's advantage before. The buybacks, the terrain, using that to your
They're on
advantage.
the monkey.
Pure,
He
you're
is
right.
now, dude.
Oh, that's
No.
rough.
2 seconds
A
too
matter
late.
of seconds between life and death there. And a huge kill for
If you-
Paravision.
Yeah, if that courier arrived 2 seconds earlier with this item, he would just have pressed it and walked away. He would have been completely fine.
Mid lane, Miero eyeing up this DM Enigma. I'm thinking about the go. We'll see if it actually happens. But yeah, that defender's advantage, not just buybacks and having terrain, but having the high ground, but also the terrain in terms of choke points, right? The staircases and narrow entry point means that Enigma with his black hole, that AoE ability becomes even more valuable when enemies are pushing up the high ground.
I really want to take a second to just say that's a really funny and also probably very accurate way of describing the Roche formula, by the way. Sour Potato said minute 20 for Roche and then add a minute for every 500 MMR under 6k MMR maybe. Hard to make generalizations on timings that work for a wide range of skills. It's honestly so true because we have looked at stats before. We've seen how high MMR, there's a certain game average duration. And if you compare that to lower MMR, it's clear that in Immortal and high MMR, games are much quicker. People play with urgency and with understanding of tempo and drive. Whereas lower MMR, especially if you're a new player, you're going to have slower games than what you're watching here. It's going to play, much more relaxed.
Yeah, people get to levels and items that are unheard of in in pro games. But imagine getting to we haven't seen tier 5 neutral items
No.
the entire time. We've been casting since group stage. We've been casting for the past 6 days. We haven't seen tier 5 neutral items. I'm pretty freaking sure.
No.
Whereas whereas in lower level games you're going to see them 50% of the time.
Yeah, like almost. If you're playing in the lower brackets, then it's quite likely the game will go that 60-minute duration. Of course, 60 minutes is when the final tier of items unlock as a potential. Or neutral items, I should say. The other items are always available. You just need to pay for them.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
there's 60-minute plus tier 5 neutral items. There's a lot going on. Tinker dying down at bottom. So Pure respawns, gets back out on the map, and BetBoom can start asserting that pressure yet again. It has given a bit of time, though, to Sniper to finish off a BKB of his own. Enigma's now looking at a BKB after this Ghost Scepter, Crimson Guard. So Paravision, they're starting to tank up and hit a bit of a timing that can maybe fight back against that triple BKB of BetBoom.
Yeah, they're trying to get their own set of triple BKB, right? They have the one on Sniper, Enigma is building towards one, and Tiny is building towards one. So all the cores are going BKB. This is very common as well in general. BKB is a fantastic item. You go into a team fight, you're not sure if you are gonna die or not. BKB will help you stay alive. It works in Pro Dota, it works in lower tier as well.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. A high ground with a mischance as well. Always forget to add that in with the defender's advantage.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Whenever you attack up any ramp in Dota, you will subject yourself to a mischance if you're a range hero. If you're a melee hero, your attack will still land even if you're hitting from far away. There's a bit of a
25%
difference.
chance to miss. On buildings as well.
Yeah, on buildings as well. And actually, even harder to hit buildings, it turns out, because Monkey King Bar cannot proc on buildings. So, yeah, you can't build True Strike against buildings in the same way. So, shooting a barn is harder than shooting a hero, I guess.
You can't miss against wards anymore, though. That's something they realized was anti-fun.
Yeah. That's the buff
So if you-
Tinker needs. Buff Tinker support. Lasering people so they can't dewood him.
Oh. So 9 class. I guess we should talk about his item build on this Tinker, because it does deviate from the norm. Tinker, we talked about this global healing hero that pushes back waves, is about to be stunned by a DK. GPK is here with teammates arriving. Tinker looks absolutely dead on our screen, so we'll continue talking about his item build. Usually, healing. Holy Locket is an item that amplifies your healing and gives you a nice burst of heal regeneration to use on yourself or an ally, which is upgraded for your magic wand. Then you have items like Guardian Greaves, a mech, a healing item which heals an AoE, Pipe, the item we saw in a previous game, which gives you a magical barrier which protects you against stuff. All these things, auras, buffs. This game, though, Waga, he's gone for none of those.
Yeah, he's
team
got
items.
Rod of Atos, which is a catching item to try and hold the enemy in place. Perhaps this is just purchased because he sees the Monkey King and want to be able to hold him in place. Obviously, it doesn't pierce debuff immunity though, so Monkey could always pop the BKB and just say, nope, you can't hold me. But it's very low commitment to just throw out an Atos at someone. Oh, Tiny. He is gonna turn golden, so he's trying to stay safe.
That's a lot of damage onto Miero, but he's got an Essence Ring and a BKB of his own. Satanic will now TP home. So a bit of back and forth there as an Assassinate flies out and rings across Miero's head. But Bet Boom, they're going to go through the Twin Gate and play down bottom instead.
They want to get their hands on this Tormentor. Second Tormentor. Torm respawns, by the way, automatically every 10 minutes after you killed it the first time. It will spawn. So it is kind of worth to keep an eye on what time it is. So 26:40, they killed it. 36:40, it's gonna respawn. And
When
we
did
got
the
it.
can't miss
We got
walls
the-
change happen, God?
Oh, we got the shard over on the call.
Portal?
Yeah, it means he has 2 charges on the whole recalling business now. He can pull people globally, but the bigger objective being taken.
Look at that.
They got Tormentor, but this is what we talked about being sneaky when you are behind in a way. Because I would definitely argue they are right now behind by quite a bit in terms of control on the map, but they maneuver themselves to get Roche during this free time from the Tormentor, and Age is in the hands of snipers. Amazing for them.
It's huge. Yeah, one of those sneaky little plays. Get in the pit. You understand the positioning of your opponents. As you push them out of top, they move down to the bottom right corner. And because Tormentor and Roshan are always diametrically opposed, you can just go for one when your opponents go for the other.
We got an interesting question. Does the block granted from Pipe protect someone to allow them to blink? It does, assuming the damage is fully magical and doesn't deal more damage than the barrier from the Pipe. So yeah. Generally, this will work for physical stuff too. If you Pavis someone or Solar Crest them, that gives them a physical barrier. If they take damage, that doesn't break through it, that is physical, then you can blink still.
Radiant
And shield rune and refraction, stuff like that as well.
Yep. A bunch of different mechanics allow you to do this.
Another very low kill score game.
Honestly, yeah, this has been a surprising series because I would expect it to be more aggressive early on, but Paravision very methodical in how they play out the game, and Betboom a little bit more open to try and play the field, but against Tinker they have to constantly look for him. The Monkey not finding him.
And Monkey's got to be very wary of his positioning as well. You know, we've already seen that attempt from Enigma to cut down the trees. Also the ability for Jakiro with this Ice Path and Macropire to maybe find the Monkey King as well. And Puro's got to be quick-witted with his positioning, so he decides it's not worth staying alone. He'll join up with his team and play up top. Both teams smoked up, looking for this opening. Paravision, the ones on the aggressive, though, around an enemy objective, hoping for some kind of reaction or defense. If Kotal shows his face, they might get a jump.
Glyph comes out, and Kotal is there to delay the push. This forced out the Glyph, which has a long cooldown. Glyph, worth mentioning as well, gets reset when you lose a tower of that tier for the first time. So tier 2 tower falling, they will get a new Glyph back. So it was definitely worth using it, even if the tower would have died immediately after. But if you lost one tier 2 tower and the enemy are pushing a second one, if you Glyph then, you're not going to get a new Glyph for defending it. It's a bit weird, but first tier 1, first tier 2, first tier... actually, not first tier 3, the first barracks.
First any barracks, right?
Yeah, any barracks, actually. The Glyph reset.
It's like a ranged barracks counts as a melee...
Melee barracks.
Only melee barracks.
Yeah, melee barracks. Range barracks do not reset the Glyph. Bit specific, but, you know, all these things that are so specific in Dota are that way for balance reasons. Dota is a game with great competitive integrity in general, and a lot of emphasis on trying to make the game as balanced as possible. Sometimes they mess up and create Tinker, but, you know, they try.
Oh, lone druid with armlet on his bear.
Oh yeah, that didn't lose
any of you
HP.
old heads in chat remember that?
Yeah, good times.
Another smoke from Bet Boom. It looks like Miero is kind of itching to get active. And when you have a hero like Mars, you're always wanting to get on top of people. He's even going for a Scythe Device as his next item, so more chain stun capability from Bet Boom.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic questions. Do the towers have armor, and the heroes don't seem to do much damage to them? So yeah, two different things. First of all, they have actual armor, like any other unit. But then they have a different armor type as well. So they do take less damage from most creeps, and they will be more resistant to damage overall. But that's also why we have the reinforced bonus damage, and hero attack damage reduction is 50%. But then you have the catapults, which will spawn that do bonus damage to towers. So when you get catapult waves every 5 minutes, you want to try and use those, because catapults are very good at pushing.
Do we want to do the whole damage types spiel, or we're going to cut it short there? Huh?
I think that's sufficient to say that towers just have more damage reduction. You could also say that, you know, Nature's Prophet has the same thing as Treant is for some reason, like a tower, but beyond that, it's not really worth diving into too much.
Monkey King out of there. So Monkey King, we've seen his Boundless Strike used as this long-range aggressive tool to do damage, but now he has the Aghanim Shard. It's also another mobility tool. As Satanic, they've just found the monkey and killed him.
Yeah.
As he tried to jump onto that DD rune, Satanic takes it and slays the Monkey King.
Tiny with a double damage rune with the Revenant's Brooch and his combo. I mean, look at Tiny's damage. That is just some huge attack damage. We're 32 minutes into the game. He's hitting for 350 plus 490 right now. And then he can crit for magical damage on top of that. Yeah, he hurts.
Yeah, Tiny did 2,400 damage in the blink of an eye. Look at that.
That is
obliterated him.
That is honestly one of the things that Tiny is the best at, just surprise deleting enemy heroes. So if that's what you're into, learn to play this hero. He is both tanky and somehow playing like an assassin. You know, Tiny got a bit of a mix there.
Yeah, my closing remarks in that damage type conversation was just know, everybody, that it's better now than it ever has been. We used to have too many damage types, now we have fewer.
Yeah, it used to be very overcomplicated, but ultimately it's not really something you need to read into too much anymore. Nullfire
really.
complete on GPK. Could be a big timing. The Dragon Knight has picked up this item that allows you to remove buffs on enemies. So that's great against the Ghost Scepter on Tinker, which prevents people from hitting him. Can make sure they can hit him. Great against the defense matrix that he can give people, the little hamster ball that you see on him or his allies. And yeah, gonna be fantastic against a lot of these defensive tools, including Crimson Guard. Can be useful for someone who even is experienced Dota player. Maybe not everyone knows that Crimson Guard is dispellable, and it's a really good way to counter the active of Crimson Guard.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Arctos Major is just full of incredible questions non-stop. Why are there sometimes one catapult in a wave, or two catapults, or two range creeps? Why does stuff change? Is it as simple as once every 5 minutes?
Yeah,
There's a bunch of timings.
Yeah, there are a lot of timings that you can actually read into, and Dota Liquipedia has fantastic information. If you just search like Dota Liquipedia creeps on Google, you find the Liquipedia page that has all the little timings and informations. I can't name them all top of my head, to be honest, when different things happen, but creeps continually get stronger, and gold given for killing creeps also increases over time. So you can see a lot of these things changing.
I've been timed out for posting a link.
Yeah, how dare you? You tried to post a link towards teaching someone something, didn't you? But
Yup.
But yeah, I mean, I got timed out for saying Fog of War earlier. Apparently that was a little bit too political by me. I think the auto moderator is out to get us, Gareth.
So what is it? Initially, creep wave consists of 3 melee creeps and 1 range creep, and 1 siege creep every 10th wave. As the game progresses, their quantity gets upgraded. So the 31st wave and onwards, 15 minutes, plus 1 melee creeps. 61st wave, which is 30 minutes, plus 1 melee creep.
Yep.
Then 35 plus 1 siege, 40 plus 1 ranged, and 45 plus 1 melee.
Yeah, that's why the waves will naturally grow bigger, and you will get more and more for killing them. So overall, the creeps also do gain more HP. That's why the range creeps right now have 348 HP, whereas early game, they might have died to certain nuke spells. Now they might not. That's details that you will notice when you start playing a lot of like Queen of Pain with Scream. And you're like, oh, the range creep always dies when I click it, and then suddenly they don't die anymore.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, it's all for balance purposes.
But yeah, that Wikipedia wiki page has tables and numbers and stats, and if you're into that, I'm sure you'll love it.
Oh, there's so much data that you could dive into, honestly, on different things in Dota. And sometimes you find interesting things, you know, you sit down and decipher stuff when you're an experienced player. I've studied the gold distribution for kills and, you know, theory crafted stuff around this to endless avails.
Yeah, the gold value of every neutral creep as well to know which one to use Hand of Midas on was my favorite back in the day.
Of course. Yeah, I had to do the math, not for neutrals, but for lane creeps. Should I Midas a melee creep or a range creep?
It was like, range creep was the best until, like, I don't know, minute 30 or something?
But
And then you can start doing melees?
Yeah, I did the calculations for it. Turned out you got 22.5 more experience for doing the range creep, but you also gave up a lot of gold for doing the range creep, because the range creep gives more gold if you don't Midas it. So ultimately, I came to the conclusion I like Midasing melee creeps more, unless I desperately need a level. These are the type of details you'll eventually get nerdy on. Oh, look at Dire trying to go around, but mid-wave might make it obvious.
So Roshan could be spawning right now. He could be alive. And that's what both teams are looking for. And why the Radiant were in the pit, but they're on the Tiny with the chain stuns, but this DM Black Hole, he's got 3 cores inside of this massive ulti and nothing to stop him. So they've killed the Mars, kept the Satanic Tiny alive, and now Pure's Monkey King has gone. A huge ultimate from this Enigma has turned this fight around. It looked so good for BetBoom until this one spell. The Black Hole we've been waiting for completely annihilates BetBoom, and the well-deserved tip and all chat from Miero.
Yeah, he tips him in all chat, and you cannot disregard Mr. DM. You saw a juicy Tiny, but takes a while to burst Tiny, and Enigma punished them there. Gets every single frontliner caught. Beautiful stuff for him, and now they're just in shambles. They have 50 seconds of no Monkey King.
That's pretty wild.
Oh, they got Ringmaster?
Yeah, it looks like they might just have him. I mean, Save has bought back. We'll try and save Kataomi. gets him out of danger, at least for now. But this high ground attempt isn't stopping. The Will-O-Wisp will delay the push for a little while, but Sniper and Tiny very adept at bringing down buildings. Not so adept at dealing with this magic damage spam. And look at the jump in from Miero. Very over-eager and aggressive. Not going to pay just yet with his life, but might die still. But he's going to Ogre Seal Totem to the high ground. GPK now jumps on the Tiny. There's no ages here on these heroes. Roshan is still alive, so it's not as though they've got a second life. They're just throwing their body in harm's way to try and find some leeway in this fight. 9 class goes in, jumps out. That will force the retreat now from Paravision. But it could be Betboom who gets this bonus kill. Tinker's been found inside the arena. He's dead with buyback available, but it could be Betboom moving to Roshan now.
Yeah, that's a big kill to get. Even if he does have buybacks, you just need to kill this Tinker. He's doing way too much in the fights.
Dire are scanning.
And now with some cooldowns, Black Hole's still on cooldown for 50 seconds. Enigma with that massive Black Hole earlier, it is the longest cooldown ability in the game here. 170 seconds total, 40 seconds still to go before he has it.
BM. This is an Enigma without Black Hole. He's jumped in to cast some spells, speared away, and that might have saved him. Miero with a misplay puts DM out of arm's reach from the rest of his allies. Monkey King is here with an ultimate. He's going to take down at least 9 class, but they've lost 2 heroes already, and Pure has to BKB to run away. DM is still alive somehow. The Enigma's fine, and this is where Satanic on this Tiny could give chase. Betboom barely escape, but now Roshan belongs to Paravision.
Yeah, they're gonna get the Roche control from this. It is 40-minute mark though, so Roche wants to move down bottom, so we already see him moving down instead of going up to try and fight Roche again. They wouldn't have time before he makes his way down to bottom.
Radiant's top
And this
tower
might just be enough time for them to respawn on the Mars and contest it. With Tinker dead without buyback now, as he spent it in that fight. And also see he's dead for a long time due to what we call dying back. After you bought back, you get a long death timer.
Oh, things get so messy now.
Radiant are scanning.
Does Betboom get Roshan? Oh god, Pure.
Monkey is in. Oh my!
No BKB, but he's got disengaged tools, but Satanic is here with a toss into the black hole. Miero tried to blink and stun, but he's caught in the black hole himself. Yeah, try and put him in the box, but the Monkey King is broken out. Miero will arena spear the Enigma down as GPK comes in to fight. Ducalis and Satanic are going to make short work of him. Ogre Seal Totem, distance for the Dragon Knight. Satanic throwing stuff at GPK with a sniper peeping at him. It's a double kill for Tiny.
He can blink him
Another massive fight for Paravision. Kataomi back into the box himself, but this Satanic Tiny is an absolute monster.
Holding
Keeps
him.
giving chase. Assassinate, not going to finish him. Kataomi, he's going to survive, but Betboom starting to bleed out now.
Yeah, that was just really unfortunate. The Mars blinked into the black hole when he tried to save his friend and gets caught as a +1 instead. Didn't get the Hex onto the Enigma. Didn't get his BKB out before he lost almost all his HP, and now the game is really looking good for Paravision.
They're in an incredible spot now. They get Roshan. They get to play the map. 11,000 net worth lead for themselves. Betboom have really struggled to play around this Monkey King too much. DM with these black holes has been their undoing. That's why this hero has been so popular in the latter stages of LAN events throughout Dota's history. Enigma and his black hole, it's iconic.
Yeah, definitely is. Definitely is. I have a question if there are any older players here where the item keybinds defaulted to DF, CXV, and space because my dad used them and now I use them. I don't know if it was ever defaulted to that. No, that does sound like he actually just set up a pretty efficient setup. It's not bad hotkeys because they're pretty clustered and centered. But yeah, old hotkeys. If you go old enough, I mean, they used to have hotkeys on numpad, my brother. It was not great.
Yeah,
hotkeys were all over the place in Dota 1 days, for instance.
I mean, a lot of us used to use that auto hotkey or War 3 key or whatever.
Yep.
Like, so basically, my hotkeys now are a remnant of those days. I don't use QWER. I use ASDF. So I basically have QWER, but a row lower, which I set up myself, and I've just never bothered to change to quote unquote normal hotkeys.
Yeah. I mean, that's very nice. You were close to what they ended up doing with the
Yeah.
normalization.
Honestly, wasn't far
Tiny
off.
with the jump on Mars. The double toss.
Oh, he's into the box. Saved by the Ringmaster. Assassinate. Not enough damage. He's got the BKB up, so he's safe.
And that is the save potential from Ring. And this is why you want a nullifier, perhaps. But they don't really have good heroes for buying a nullifier. Tiny doesn't have one, so it's a bit tricky for them to dispel the Ringmaster save. Can't really get rid of it. They need to go on the right targets. Both these teams, honestly.
So usually you wouldn't be able to see that tower on the high ground, but Sniper has shrapnel, which gives him vision, which then in turn allows him to hit from long range. So he's
The
killed off
recall,
the
the
tier
monkey.
3 and the
It's
Barret,
go time.
but in from the
Go on,
back, the
Enigma.
Enigma, they've got the primary target that they dreamed of. Finding the kill on DM is huge. They lose Miero to Satanic though, and now Betboom trying to reset and turn. Waste the time in the BKBs, get down the Will-O-Wisp as Pure jumps in with a Wukong's command. The shiny golden dragons, the monkey statues, they kill the Tiny. Betboom have defended their base, got 2 massive kills, rebuffed the efforts of Paravision, and fought back into an Aegis team.
And Betboom, dude, their communications are so good. I can see it from how they move. They get the first kill on Enigma. Fantastic. Follow up, bring down the Tiny. And then Sniper would have been a natural next target, but because of the buyback from Enigma, Betboom read that and say, yeah, okay, we're gonna not chase after a Sniper. Let's just clearly reset. And they bite back in a fantastic way.
That initial jump from Mars and Dragonite was so synchronized.
Oh, yeah.
They blinked the same server tick, basically.
He was sitting, what he thought was in Fog of War was actually under a ward. The Enigma sat in a tree line, but that ward
Yeah.
they put on the high ground gave them vision on him. And if they see Enigma, it's literally like seeing red for them. If they see him, he is all in target worthy. This man, his positioning is the most important thing in the entire game right now.
So there are a bunch of questions. We've got a bit of a lull now. So there are a bunch of questions I noticed earlier on. We've mentioned dispelling a couple of times. Once to say to remove a debuff and the other one to remove a buff. Is it the same keyword in both instances? So, yes.
Yeah, I like to sometimes clarify. In the game uses the same keyword. The game calls it dispel no matter which. I like to distinguish it, which one I'm referring to, by just calling it purge if I'm using it on the enemy. If I'm dispelling enemies, you could say you're purging the enemy. Important to note is that for allies, if you're dispelling an ally, there are 2 levels to dispel. There's basic and strong dispel. If you're dispelling an enemy, there's only 1 level of dispel. So you don't need to be confused about, oh, is it a strong enemy dispel? There's only 1 level. What's a basic dispel? It's a dispel that removes all kinds of things that are dispellable. Literally anything that is dispellable will be removed. Strong dispels can remove stuff like a stun, which generally will not be dispelled. So if you get stunned up by Mars Spear, but a strong dispel comes in, you can actually be brought out of that stun immediately. There are no strong dispels in this game right now.
And this is another case of Dota kind of building its own language and getting a bit messy with it as well.
Yeah.
Because Purge technically is a dispel, an aggressive dispel that has a slow attached to it. But in normal general speech, it is just the dispel that we're talking about when we say Purge.
Yeah. I mean, it goes back like long ago. They used to call diffusal active in Dota 1 days was called Purge.
Yeah,
so-
or the little Sato creeps with the Purge as well.
Exactly, yeah. But yeah, it is pretty good to know that at least if you dispel an enemy, you will not dispel positive things that your team have put there, right? Like things that are positive to you. So if you, for instance, have Jakiro in your team and he puts some damage over time on the enemy, you can't dispel that accidentally. You're not going to mess your friend up. This can sometimes backfire. If you have a teammate who has an ethereal blade, he can turn the enemy into a ghost. If you have a nullifier to make so you can attack the enemy, you can't actually stop your ally from turning the enemy into a ghost. So, you know, basically your teammate could Ghost Scepter the enemy, even though the enemy can't Ghost Scepter against your nullifier.
Yeah, there was a period where we also used to use the word cleanse for these kind of dispels that get rid of all negative debuffs on an ally, but, you know, obviously keep all the positive ones. And it was this, you know, idea that dispel was the main idea, and you had 2 branches, one purge and one as a cleanse, as offensive and defensive. But yeah, I mean, Dota language gets real messy because some things are just straight up, you know, oxymorons, or they mean the opposite of each other.
Yeah. Is it possible to build 100% status res? It is not. You can have a lot, but status resistance does not stack in the game. Like, for instance, the only way you can purchase status resistance in the game is either Sanchiasha or Aeon Disc, which gives you a temporary massive status resistance when you get gone on. But you can't buy multiple Sanchiashas and stack status resistance that way. You can, however, stack it with your hero having a built-in status resistance to get a little bit more, but they will stack multiplicatively, so not up to 100%. Yeah, exactly. We have a few status resistance effects in the game here. We have Tinker with the defense matrix, and we also have Tiny.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And literally nothing has happened in the whole period we were chatting, right? Both teams have been farming.
They're posturing, we like to call it. You know, the teams.
I'm just chilling, and I'm like, wait, I'm casting a game.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm meant to be doing something.
this is great. This is the nice thing about the Newcomer stream. We get to, you know, work a little bit on different ideas that we usually don't have time to elaborate on. Because in a regular cast, we would be filling time or highlighting how cool it is that Tinker pushed top lane, or you know how important it is that these two are playing close to each other. Some of those details, honestly, we don't need to focus on right now. We're focusing on the game as a whole. And this is a journey, you know. We're going to be back tomorrow. There's going to be more Newcomer stream then. We'll continue with those games.
And right now, we can make the callback, the full circle to Vision, right? We always start the broadcast talking about Vision pretty much every single time. And 50 minutes in, we come back to Vision being one of the, if not the most important element in the game. And so we've got a smoke from Bet Boom. They're invis. They're hidden from Vision. They're looking to play into an area where they can place Vision to play into a team fight on their terms.
Yeah, right now both teams have pretty limited vision to work with, but this is one of those games where, you know, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. If you have any vision to play towards right now, you want to use it. Radiant see that they have a creep wave going all the way mid, and this is a big thing. Generally, your creep waves heading towards the enemy base will make it so they need to defend. And that gives away their position when they show themselves like Monkey did mid.
Satanic. He gets jumped. They've got chain disables on him, but is it enough? He gets out the BKB, so now he's protected. Pure and GPK, shiny and golden as well. There's a black hole from DM on nothing.
He missed everything.
I'm not sure what he was meant to catch.
He thought Monkey was there. He thought Monkey was on the trees, but he wasn't in those trees. DM, he's fighting ghosts. Oh, that's awkward. That's a massive
rough.
Yeah, it's really rough.
Did they see? Like they didn't tip him or anything, but they saw it.
Yeah, I mean, it was in their vision, so they definitely saw it. They had a ward down.
They must have heard it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't miss the fact that black hole was used. They've said it to each other. Yeah, black hole on cooldown, and he does not have a refresher surprise from the fog war or something. This could be dangerous for Radiant. At least it could be a massive timing window for Dire to play on, as Roshan is up. And this Rosh, the more times we kill Rosh, we have never talked about this, Gareth. The more times you kill Rosh, the more Christmas presents he gives you. So you can always click Rosh and check. Right now, he gives us 4 presents because it's the 3rd Rosh.
Oh.
And yeah, he starts by giving you just the Aegis, which brings you back, and that's an amazing item. Then you get the banner. It's shit. Yeah, that's all I have to say about the banner. It's pretty bad.
It's fine.
You can play Dota without knowing what banner does, and it will not impact your win rates. I'm gonna say it that way.
I wouldn't pay 100 gold for it, but it's fine.
It's a fine. Yeah, it's fine. Literally anything that helps you is fine, I guess. But banner is pretty hard to justify, you know, prioritizing too much. But it's good in coordination, which means in pubs it's even worse than it is in Pro Dota. Then there's Refresher Shard. This is literally S tier, I guess, as well. This is like Aegis tier. Refresher Shard can win you a game. It allows you for one time to reset the cooldown of all your items and abilities, and that's it. It's an item, you get it for once. You know, there's a Refresher Orb you can purchase. You get that, but a one-time usage. It's absurdly strong.
So what I want everyone to do is close your eyes, forget the most recent black hole, and send your mind backwards into the past to that black hole we saw like in the middle lane. That one. Imagine that one. It was so sick, right? 3 core heroes all caught up in the black hole. Imagine 2 of those.
Oh, you might open your eyes and you might see another one soon.
There's a blink toss. Satanic, the double toss. The
There
black
it is.
hole onto 2 cores. There it is from DM. The Monkey King walks inside of it as well. 2 massive takedowns from Paravision as DM comes in with an important black hole. Now Betboom TPing home, trying to run and bail away as fast as they can Scarper. They've got 1 buyback on the Dragon Knight, but no buyback on the Mars. So Mars was unable to BKB, Refresher, Hex, or anything in that fight.
He got caught out there. That was, I mean, these fights are all about how you connect and what the start of the fight is going to be. And it's so burst heavy. Tiny just broke the smoke in a good way and got the first stun onto Mars and eliminated him. Mars had no chance to react. And that's what? Aegis over on the Tiny. Refresher shard. Are they going to move it over to Enigma? Or who got it? Sniper has it for now. I think he passed that to Enigma here.
I think you should. Meanwhile, up at the top left corner of the map, Jakiro and Tinker are making Monkey King's life a little more challenging. Pure is out there trying to push the wave, keep the enemy outside of this dire base as far as humanly possible.
Pure is going on a shopping trip. He's going to buy the big sword.
Oh, is he? Oh, yeah.
He's got it queued up already. He's heading to a secret shop in haste. He sold his Battle Fury, purchased the Divine Rapier. This is one of the coolest items in the game. It gives you an absurd amount of damage, but it drops if you die. So the enemy can take it.
So it has 2 forms. Right now, Monkey King, he's a physical damage dealer, so he's got it in the physical damage form. But you could be a magic damage dealer and switch it and do more magic damage with it if you want to.
Yep. They already did lose top, but they have their bottom tower. And the line being drawn on the minimap there is Radiant saying, okay, we got to push the final lane because there's a tier 2 tower. We haven't covered that too much, but you cannot lose your barracks if you haven't lost the previous towers in the lane. All the towers need to be removed in sequence, otherwise your base is safe and cannot be attacked. So the bottom lane of Rax cannot be taken until they take this tier 2 bottom.
55 minutes in. Who was in chat saying that I cursed the game to go to tier 5 neutral items?
Yeah,
What do you mean,
we never
what do I mean
see
cursed?
tier
I mean blessed.
fives.
I mean blessed. We've got it's a teaching moment.
Yes. Teaching moment. Never say things like this on air, Gareth. I'm all here for it, man. This is getting to interesting territory. 5 minutes, we will get the big items. The funny thing is, pro players, and this is a funny argument that I sometimes make, pro players might be the least experienced players with the tier 5 items out of all of the player base. Because they get so few games that go to 60-minute plus compared to the lower tier games. If you're a legend player, like, you have so many games that go 1 hour plus. Like, you've been there. But honestly, if you look at like the most recent 50 games or something of an Immortal player, it's quite likely that 0 of them went to an hour mark.
Yeah, I mean, saying that, Paravision and Betboom, they've had a couple of 50 plus minute games in recent history, but they've equally had some 19 and 20 minute games as well.
It's like the games always end right around the 59 or 60 minutes, you know, right before the items.
Yeah.
I fear this game might head that direction too.
No, come
Monkey-
on,
Ooh, dude. That's like the 3rd time he's been so close at getting cut down from these trees by Midnight
He's trying.
Force.
He's trying so hard.
Yeah, DM is having a frustrating game to a degree. He's also landed some really satisfying black holes, but he's been so close so many times. Oh, he's got Arcane Rune, dude. He is hyping up right now. He's like, this is an amazing rune to have on Enigma. Get that CDR for your big ultis. He's gonna snag it for himself.
And then back to the vision, where Bedboom are set up outside of their base, playing under a ward they've placed.
This
I
Monkey
think they
King
can-
is all we need to follow this fight as well. He's got that rapier still. Can they get him? Or will he get a big ulti down?
So Betboom realize they can't play under that ward. Paravision aren't going there. Paravision see this bottom lane as their primary objective.
If Monkey jumps forward, he's going to be spotted by this Observer Ward. He
They
was
go
spotted.
in.
They saw him.
Dragon Knight, he BKBs to force 2 BKBs. Tinker and Sniper both expending theirs. 2 for the price of 1 for GPK.
He's pretending to be a tree on the side here. He's one of the trees. Monkey can transform, so he's standing right there. Yeah, that one little tree is a little bit suspicious. When he is a tree like this, the enemy cannot see him on minimap, by the way. So only if you actually click him will you realize that that's him. Monkey has some silly transformations, very unique to the hero. 72 transformations is what I've heard he has.
72.
Yeah. He usually says it when you kill Lycan. Lycan's got 1 transformation. I've got 72.
There's more than that. There's more than 72 couriers. Well, Satanic. 35 seconds left on Aegis. He decides it's not worth his time to sit on that enemy high ground any longer. So this final lane of barracks, what separates Bet Boom from those mega creeps, it still stands in that bottom lane. But a double damage now spawning at bottom. So DM doesn't get to use the arcane rune. That's a little sad. They're going to have a tiny amplified damage though, which is absolutely massive.
Yeah, I mean, again, they're just going from one possible power spike to the next. Tiny's hitting for almost 1,000 damage a pop before crits, before Brooch or MKB gets factored in, or even the serrated ship for that matter.
Such a wildly close game. Like this. So at this point, you know, we're closing in on 60 minutes. You know, we're joking about tier 5 neutral items, stuff like that. You look at the stats and it's like, okay, 14 kills, 15 kills, that's pretty close. Oh, 17,000 net worth lead. That must be a big lead, right? But at this stage in the game, that's one team fight win or loss.
Pretty much.
That lead disappears very quickly.
Yeah. Monkey was spotted on the ward top, so they're looking for something bottom. Meanwhile, Tiny could just blink in and destroy buildings really fast, but it's scary to do so. He only has 1 BKB, and if he gets stunned up, doesn't want to die to a DK.
Was it 30% status resistance from the defense matrix, right?
Yeah. And then you have the status resistance from his strength, and then you have status resistance from his Titanic item. So he's sitting at what right now? 27.9% without the hamster ball. And when he gets that from Tinker too, it increases even more.
Nice path on DK. Nice little box. A save on GPK. He's now allowed to BKB in turn. Satanic also going to expend his BKB, but look at Pure. Here's the Monkey King coming in with the Rapier, going to work on the Sniper. They Hex and Arena no one. Down he goes. Pure and Miero refreshing up on this Mars to get onto DM, forcing the Black Hole quite early on. The Mars is about to die, but he's in the little trick box again, turning onto this Satanic Tiny and clearing him out. Pure's Monkey King with this Divine Rapier kills 2 massive core heroes, and they're chasing for more. Who can they find? It's a Ducalis Jakiro, stunned and killed, Gem on the floor, a bonus kill on 9 class, gonna be massive for Bet Boom. 4 down, a triple kill for Monkey King. They defend their base, but punch back so heavily, this net worth lead is going to disappear.
Oh my god, they took that fight in such an impressive way. I can't believe that GPK decided to hold his ground the way he did, but because he stood his ground on Dragon Knight, when they went on him initially, he set up for this fight. And Enigma did not have an easy time. They were overstretched. He could not really have a good position. And ultimately he got jumped by Mars, who sacrificed his own life to jump the Enigma. But he knew the most important thing is just shut down the Enigma from getting his blink out. Lock down the Enigma positioning, and then Monkey has a free team fight. And he's level 30 now. This fight... Oh my god, this game is crazy actually. Monkey? Gotta be careful down bottom, but... He knows they don't want to click those buybacks.
Yeah, do you remember what I said at the start of the game about saves Kotl against Enigma?
Yeah, Abyssal, he's
Blink
got it.
Ether Lens Abyssal Blade.
Wow, that's advanced tech. That's advanced tech.
He's done it before and he'll do it again.
I mean, quick call on that. They don't have a lot to stop a black hole going out, especially when the Enigma has BKB. Abyssal Blade is typically a melee range bash on demand. You can click it on the enemy and that will, you know, stun them through debuff immunity. But since it's melee range, it's not that great for canceling Black Hole. However, Caudle gets cast range increase when he clicks ultimate. So that paired up with his Ether Lens that also increases cast range, he's turned this melee range item into now like 700 range BKB piercing black hole cancel. So Save is just 5-heading the shit out of this game. He's going big brain mode.
Yeah, Scriff says that's what interrupted the black hole in that last fight.
Oh,
That's what got them.
That's sweet, man. It wasn't the craziest black hole to begin with, because he only got the Mars with it, but still, this is so frustrating for DM. He did not want there to be a BKB piercing disable, but maybe he needs to get a Lincoln's now, and even then, that Lincoln's can be broken, so it doesn't even matter. Like, the Kodo can still get you.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, both of the Bet Boom support players have done this in the past. I've just remembered Kataomi has played a hero called Scarith Mage, similar, kind of ranged squishy hero, did the exact same thing.
They're the
Abyssal Blade.
specialists.
They are the Abyssal Blade specialists for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's layers, right? You have this Abyssal Blade to stop the black hole, which saved Miero for a moment, which allowed the box to come out from the Ringmaster to keep him alive a little bit longer, which gets another Scythe of Ice, and it's just these little things, like 1 second of save that keeps someone alive for 5 seconds means he gets another round of spells out, which is another, 1,000 damage, or another 5 seconds of disable on a key hero, etc.
Yeah. These. I think we're gonna draw attention to the neutral items that they have right now. The tier 5 items that are coming out are just massive impact. We don't usually see these. Radiant have 2 Books of the Dead that can summon these Necro Warriors to run forward and give vision. Great for scouting. You and I talked about how vision is important. These guys have True Sight, so they can de-ward the wards. They're actually going in and doing it now. And meanwhile, on Dire, I mean, they have Meteor Hammer, or Fallen Sky on Monkey, which can act as a teleport base, or a blink, basically. Very good for
Instant escape.
Yeah, also stuns the enemy when you do it. It does have the same rules as a Blink Dagger. You cannot activate it if you've been attacked, or taken damage, rather. But it's a great way for him to initiate the fights now. And I think the support items might even be bigger. The Spider Legs with cast range increase on Ringmaster is massive.
Does the Radiant have Spider Legs as well? Spider Legs destroy trees, huh?
Yeah, there are 3 of them. Tiny has Spider Legs.
A couple of Books of the Dead, yeah. Well, right now, both teams just vying for control over this Roche pit. He's alive in the southern pit. But top lane, there's Necro Warriors in the base. There's mid lane pushing in. So this fight, it's important for Bet Boom that it starts now. They need immediate initiation. But as Miero gets jumped on and DM has the black hole and GPK cancelled though, they've stunned him up. There's the refresh out of DM trying to move back into position. The arena has zoned them out and separated Tiny, who's dying inside the Monkey King's rings. So they move now across to the next targets, pinning the Sniper and the Enigma against the arena and blowing them up. 3 massive core kills, 1 forced to buyback. Bet Boom, 5 alive, have to come back and defend their base though because it's being pummeled.
The Necrobooks, they're taking the Mega Creeps. They're getting the Rax, they're not defending it. They didn't realize. The Dragon Knight is defending top. Oh my god, GPK, he didn't see that there were Necrobooks on the bottom racks. It's been too long since Necrobook was in the game. He doesn't know what it is anymore. He didn't realize there were these little demons there.
Goodness gracious,
Radiant
mate.
lost a huge team fight, but now have Mega Creeps for themselves. It is worth mentioning this late into the game, Mega Creeps are pretty manageable, but it's still a massive thing to have to work against.
And important that Bet Boom get this Roshan, right? They need an objective. They need a W right now after that team fight win.
Yeah, they need to extend the advantage more and more. Always looking
And force buybacks.
Yes. So Refresher Shard being given over to supports. Oh yeah, and there's a strong Dispel now. The Escape Act from Ringmaster. He's level 25, so he has the strong Dispel and flying on Escape Act now. So he can save people from being disabled. Important to note that it does not save you out of Black Hole. Like, you can't strong Dispel out of a continuous effect. Like the black hole that's underground, continuously disabling.
Yeah, there are very few saves against Enigma's black hole. Monkey King just going to jump straight in onto this tier 3 tower. Gets hexed up. Scythe of Ice turns him into a little piggy momentarily, but he's quickly moving from objective to objective. The Stygian Desolator on this Dragon Knight removes all the armor of the buildings, which amplifies up all that physical damage. But Bet Boom realized that it's cutting it a bit close now. They get a couple of lanes and they have to return back to maintain their base and their lanes.
Just thought of something as we saw the sniper shooting there. I haven't thought about it before. Sniper ulti has to be one of the few abilities in the game that can actually break you in 2 different ways. If you go Silver Edge, it can break. If you go Kanda, it can also break.
Oh.
It's kind of silly, right? Because it's an auto attack tied with the spell after
Yeah.
Assassinate shoots you. Just a very random thought. Never pondered before. And if you become a fan of Dota, if you play this game, you're gonna have a lot of random epiphanies like that. Like, oh, that spell works to do this thing. This game, though, Radiant, they keep using these little Necro Warriors to try and push back. They're really obnoxious to deal with. Always having to go back and kill. And the fact that they have 2 sets of the Necro Warriors. Yo, what? I didn't realize. There's no way Kataomi hasn't died a single time this game. What do you mean you haven't died in this game?
Ringmaster?
How have you not died this game a
What?
single time? You're 68 minutes in it, and you're saving support. Kataomi is playing out of his mind, dude. There's no way. What? I didn't realize until now.
What?
It's insane. His positioning has been so good. And then he gets the spider legs as well as tier 5 item, which allows you to walk over trees and hills. When you activate spider legs, you can have free pathing for a little while. So that's a massive item for him.
Pure is a bit spooked in that bottom lane. Because yeah, it's not just the Necro books, right? It's like 2 sets of them, plus it's the Tinker.
Yeah.
Splitting this map pretty wide.
And when you don't see any enemy and you have to deal with this Necrobooks coming in on the side lanes, it's easy for us to see if he's alone and looks safe, but he has no clue where the enemy are right now. So he is trying to be very cautious when he's pushing lanes as Monkey King.
You know, the map gets real dark. Radiant have a couple of wards out there. The most important one near their Ancients right now that they'll be looking to play towards. But the Dire Vision, you know, down at that bottom jungle, not super important for them. And pretty much playing blind into this map.
I mean, we're getting to the point where it's hard to say what the player should do for progression. We have 14,800 gold on Monkey King. He's got Moonshard and Aghanim's consumed already. So, you know, he's slotted. He's got the
done.
items.
Yeah.
He can Moonshard his teammates at this point. Give a Moonshard to the Dragon Knights. Be a good gift. Oh my god, this move. But Tinker is again forcing someone to go and defend. Sending in those Necro Warriors. And the creeps are in your base. That Boom are gonna have to go back.
Pure shows himself. He
Will
jumps
he go
in.
in?
He jumps in. Pure, he's just going to die. First life gone. The arena's there from Miera with GPK standing his ground with a black hole preemptively placed. But where's the save? Where's the stop on this black hole? They've got the little trick. And the second black hole comes, trying to keep this Monkey King alive. But I don't know if they can get it done. GPK has fallen. Refresh up from Kataomi to buy a bit of time for Pure to escape. They've somehow got him out of there. GPK is going to buy back as it looks like Bedroom want to try and defend their base somehow as it's being pummeled non-stop by Necrobooks and Creep
Base
Waves
is falling.
arriving.
They're going in. Snipers. Oh, they cancel him. I think he was trying to end the game there. 1,000 HP on the Dire Throne. This is critical. If they get over there, they almost auto-win. Tiny can delete this with like 3 auto attacks.
They have one glyph.
Yeah, that glyph is basically their entire life right now. Tiny wants buyback, I think, before he makes a crazy play like that. He's 2 minutes off it, so obviously he could kill it very fast, but does not want to throw away the game by not having buyback and dying.
This is where chaos ensues, right? It's so difficult to have a read on this game as a spectator with perfect information, never mind as a player who's only seeing half of the map.
The last fight when Enigma dropped the black hole on the Monkey King, the Coddle went in and he saw the Linkens on the Enigma, tried to break it by E-blading him first and then Abyssal blading him. But I think Sniper passed the Linkens onto Enigma after the first Linkens was broken. It was either that or he misclicked onto Sniper because he broke 2 Linkens instead of actually getting through with the Abyssal. So he wasn't able to stop the black hole. If he did stop the black hole, I think they turned that fight right there. Monkey King starts dealing damage, and that could have been game. So the details, man, these minor details are crazy right now.
And now they have 3 Lincolns. The Tinker has one as well, so they've got another layer.
Yeah, they're just gonna spam Linkens on the Enigma. He needs to be allowed to cast spell. And Linkens, we haven't really talked about it, I guess, but it seems pretty obvious by the last fight. It stops a spell. So a targeted ability used on an ally, if they have Linkens on them, it blocks it. And you can have multiple Linkens as well in a team, and they do kind of become better and better. When you have a lot of them, it's hard to go through all those layers of protection. You can give this item to an ally, like activate it on an ally to put your defensive ability on them. So they're stacking it up on Enigma to try and allow him to cast his ulti.
Radiant are scanning.
Pretty, pretty crazy stuff.
Has to go and vacuum up these Necro units over and over again.
We're heading.
Are they still called Necronomicon, Archer, and Warrior? Did they rename them?
No, they're Necronomicons. Yeah, they're called that. It is, you know, maybe they should be called, I don't know, the Dead or something. It's the Book of the Dead after all. But oh, Hex top! They hexed
On the monkey? The BKB's up.
trying to
He's
fight.
got Refresher. He's trying to turn and fight with an Abyssal Blade. He's got another BKB, Wuko's command, and it looks like Paravision, the ones to disengage. They'll come back in, though, with a TP onto the Necro Book. Pure saved up with an E-Blade and a Glimmer Cape, but now he's under the Macropire. Arena here with another Wukon's command onto the Tinker. Bet Boom turn. Protect their Monkey King, kill 9 class, and force a
Tiny
buyback.
Enigma from below.
They're coming in from the south. Satanics onto Miero. Kataomi as well. They throw an Arena defensively, but the BKB from Tiny doesn't care about it.
Monkey's
Ringmaster
Monkey's
dead
out.
for 2 minutes. GPK's gone in to kill off DM, so the Enigma's dead.
Oh.
But buyback advantage is here for Paravision. Betboom have 2 heroes down, no buyback. There's the Enigma returning to battle. And a 3 versus 5 that Betboom, I mean, surely can't win.
Yeah, Monkey's dead. He's got caught.
He's caught.
He doesn't
Drop
have
down from the
BKB.
trees. 9
Or
class,
is he fine?
Satanic. Hang on a second. They're saving Pure, getting him out of danger with the help of this Kotl and Mars, but now they turn on Miero. Spider Legs try and get some distance. Bulwark is
And
up,
they can
protecting him
just
from
go
the right
throne.
links, but Satanic is there, and they start to go throne. GG
Wow.
called. Paravision, 74 minutes it took them to come back into this game, back and forth, slow and dragged out, deliberate from both teams, looking for these key fights. But in the end, it's Betboom who go a step too far into that Radiant base. They get pinched by these Necro Warriors and units coming into the Dire base to finish them off, and Paravision picking their moment.
I mean, just cinema, dudes. Cinema moments right here. This is a crazy game of Dota 2. You don't often get a game this wild, but absolutely insane. And that's going to be Paravision. A crazy way tying up the series. I like this. This is one of the best games I've seen all year. So if you're new to Dota, this was a blessing to get to watch. There's probably 1,000 different details I could sit here and dissect after a game like this. But ultimately, Paravision, nerves of steel, man. They managed to somehow hold on to the series. Brink of elimination.
I'm going to be processing this game for another couple of days still. You know, that's how wild it's been. And just having a 75-minute game in general in this patch at this moment in time is absolutely wild. I cannot imagine how they are in the arena with the whole crowd going
the crowd
for this
is
one.
feeling it, I'm sure, right now. That was wild. We're gonna have to take a break, Gareth. There's a game number 3 coming
Yes.
up. We need to get some water, get ready for another one because there's a lot more coming. These players, they're bringing it to the series.
One more elimination time. We'll see you on the other side.
Take on the world, let's begin. Now turn away, so much to defend. Let the sun come down, we'll start anew. Let the sun come down, break the world in two. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. It's not too late. Get on board. Follow your face. Open the door. Take it all in. Hold your breath. Now let's begin. Give it your best. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo.
It's a late night. I think about your face and your bright eyes, and now you're not with me. It's a sad sight. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. It's your t-shirt. The way you walk into a room makes my heart hurt. I never felt alone until this best curse. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well.
Laying on the floor again, watching all the stars rolling.
All right, folks, one game left tonight here for the Newcomer stream as we get back to the ESL One Raleigh action. Lower bracket elimination time. The best of 3 now comes to one final game, separating one of these teams from elimination and from that lower bracket final against Tundra Waga. And these games have been very slow and deliberate from draft to play to finish. There's been kind of slow extended periods into bursts of action.
Yeah, it started out pretty relaxed from both teams, you could say, and especially methodical, but we also built towards that crazy crescendo that was last game. And we get to see a lot of these players operate with many items and insane potential towards the later stages, so it's all worth the build-up, but I do wonder if someone's going to be able to break this pattern of the slow Dota. Is someone going to, run away with it and take over a little bit earlier than we've seen in the previous 2 games? Because it's been almost a bit, like, suspiciously slow. It feels like this is unusual.
No, it is, right? For this patch, for this tournament, these are very long games. We were talking about not seeing tier 5 neutral items, and here we have a game go 55 minutes, then a game go well over an hour. And we have resident stats people in the Dota community, and one of the kings of the stats has noticed this and posted out a couple of tweets. Knoxville has talked about how slow these games are, and in the the kind of history of Dota from when stats were being recorded, these 2 games have been the 14th least bloody games in Dota history. Right? This is like not just recent time, but historically, these are slow games in general.
Yeah, it's not really representative of how Dota usually looks, and in particular, these are 2 teams of Eastern European players. These are players that are known for the bloodbaths that they can bring a lot of the time. It's usually very aggressive, very hectic, but I think both teams are also feeling the pressure, what's at stake. It's the elimination here, and feeling the danger. Now they're down to effectively a best of 1 for who's going to advance, so you got to pull out any crazy strats you had saved up. It's time to use them now, Gareth. Yeah.
And even though these teams are already through to EWC, as far as I understand, with the points that they've already gathered, you're now fighting for prize money, right? It's now about getting the crown. These guys come to lands to get first place. There's no mucking around. You're now down to the last 4 teams of the tournament. You are aiming for first or nothing, pretty much. You want that grandiose prize. And this is where it's going to separate the big dogs from the underdogs. We'll find out. Game 3, draft about to begin. An elimination on the line from one of these teams.
We'll see if there's going to be any thematic difference in approach. The bans and picks are such an important part of competitive Dota. The teams are definitely getting to know and adapting to each other and what we have seen so far. I do think that the Ringmaster showed himself to have very big value in the previous game. I still don't think that he's going to really warrant a first phase ban, as some other heroes are still very, very strong, and we'll see what they're going to cook up here.
Yeah, something I'm curious to see. I've only just realized, honestly, because I was looking at the bans from the previous games, and I noticed that BetBoom have been banning Medusa, whether they're first pick or second pick, and Paravision have been wanting to get Medusa. And I was like, that's interesting. Have BetBoom played Medusa this tournament? And it doesn't look like they have. Right. We've had in other tournaments in the past, right, a team that doesn't or hasn't played the meta hero and it's only been banned by them. I'm kind of wondering if this is one of those things that is maybe going to slip through. BetBoom are going to pull it out as a surprise, or Paravision will call their bluff and say, hey, you're not going to take it. We'll find out with the pick and ban stage.
Exactly. Going into the picks and bans and see. I think the reason as well for BetBoom not having played the Medusa is down to that Miero, I don't believe, really wants to play Medusa. If you want to play Medusa current patch, you basically need to be able to flex it. You need to have two different players who can play it. The carry and the offlane need to have overlap. Otherwise, it's too easy to counter a carry Dusa. And as we see here, you were right. BetBoom, again, banning out the Medusa.
Yeah, with first pick, a necessary ban is what they feel. And going for the Keeper of the Light again. So the response to this last time was the Tinker, but that obviously has been banned. Ancient Apparition in the pool would be the go-to hero, you would assume. Usually this would have been an AA first pick, but BetBoom opting for the Kotl instead.
Yeah, perhaps feeling like Kotl matches fairly well against AA, even though it's counter healing from AA. Because one thing that AA doesn't counter is the mobility of the Kotl. He's a very fast hero himself, but also brings that recall and mobility they can add to his team, which can sometimes compromise the AA's positioning, who's very low mobility as a support. And yeah, this series is going the distance. I mean, we just had a, what was it, 74-minute game? Absolute wild one.
A long boy. But yeah, with this battle of supports, Ringmaster and Tinker have now gone, further up the pecking order. So we've left Jakiro in the pool. Crystal Maiden is also still out there, huh? That hero which Paravision banned twice in this series has slipped through.
The question is, would they want to play Crystal Maiden with Kotl as well? It feels a little bit squishy, a little bit dubious as support duo.
They have done it. They did it against Falcons. Kotl, Beastmaster, Maiden, Sniper, Wraith King.
Yeah, I mean, it might be playable, but it limits your course a lot, and that Beastmaster is not available in this game. I do like that you mentioned Wraith King, that they played it then, though, because that's again a hero that I'm looking towards for BetBoom in this game, even though Paravision are also the ones who usually prioritize Wraith King quite highly. But it could be an important pick for both teams.
And it was BetBoom with first pick, so Paravision have that last pick. So Paravision are the ones with the overall last pick of the draft this time around.
Yeah, the next pick for them is going to be very important, I think. See what they want to show. You know what I want to see in these games, due to the heroes that we've kind of seen and how things have played out so far?
Yes, early Storm Spirit pick.
We're not going to get that. He's banned out. They decide to remove him instead, not going for that route.
What do you want to see, Waga?
Sand King.
Oh, yeah.
It would work pretty well, the pickoffs, the big team fight emphasis, and he does really well off map, farms pretty fast. We have seen that hero struggle a bit in the offlane in some games, but I think it can be a nice potential, at least for Paravision. I don't really want to see Sand King lane against AA and PA, though. That is just a doozy of a lane.
That is rough.
Yeah, I mean, no matter who you pick here, this is so tough. BetBoom have the ultimate question: who do you send off lane into the waiting arms of the AAPA? Every team has pretty much played this combination. These two heroes are so strong at laning stage, and we'll have to find out what BetBoom want to do against them.
Oh. So stealing the Enigma, so they're going to be sending Kotl Enigma up against that lane? The ultimate way to kind of manipulate where the lane is. Enigma Eidolons denying creeps, Kotl dragging waves around. That's going to be a lot of nonsense to dodge the artillery that the Phantom Assassin and Ancient Apparition throw out at you in lane.
Yeah, they don't have very good heroes for killing creeps. You gotta be careful, though. The Eidolons from Enigma can still go down to the PA eventually if the heroes are too low to play along with the Eidolons. If you take too much harassment from the AAPA.
So it's Paravision, and that's a second pick PA. So, I don't know, for my own sanity, I've got to say the line. That could be a 9-class hero. No, okay, but seriously, there's the 9-class hero.
Yeah, there it is. Still a great hero against the Enigma, the Slark. Even though Enigma can catch people through a Slark Shard kind of protects you against any form of right-click targeting, at least. But if you get caught in the soup, so to say, of Bet Boom. If you get Black Holds, Enigma drops or Jakiro drops the Macropire, it can be pretty nasty to stand in that.
And there we can see the the overlaps of these teams, the hero pools, and I guess just the meta in general, right? A snapshot of the meta there, with popular heroes being stolen, picked, counterpicked, banned. If they were banned previously and they're let through, they are taken.
Yep, and I like the idea by BetBoom. I mean, I think that the heroes that Paravision had previous game were really good for how the game played out. If this is gonna be one of those games that slowly just scales and gets towards late game, then Enigma is great. However, Enigma has this massive cooldown on his ulti, and all of Paravision's heroes so far can play at a reckless pace. None of them have big ulti cooldowns, and all of them can be very skirmishy. So I would like to see Paravision try and be the ones to step up the pacing of this game.
And that is now a lot of mobility from Paravision.
Yeah.
PA, Slark, both, we've seen them jumping in and out of fights. Now Centaur has his ultimate Stampede, which gives everyone a ton of movement speed to sprint away from what BetBoom has right now, which is an ice path and a black hole as your stuns.
Yeah.
Kind of difficult to land.
Yeah, they don't have the best stuns. They do have the Slark Pounds to kind of hold people in place. But definitely Disables are looking a bit stronger on the side of BetBoom with a black hole.
Oh, the Ursa comes out from BetBoom. Something that they've used quite a lot in specific matchups, usually against a melee hero like a Tidehunter, or in this case a Centaur. The Ursa is able to apply a bit of pressure in lane, but is also an incredible bursting hero. So if you're able to catch people in a black hole, Ursa with a Battle Fury that cleaves and has this AoE physical effect can destroy any number of heroes inside that Enigma ulti.
I like this choice. It's a pretty cerebral choice to the carry position this game, because not only does it do well against Centaur in lane, like you alluded to, but also the PA and AA want to burst people. And Ursa has an ulti that can give him massive damage reduction for a limited period of time. It's one of the few good carry saving abilities against an AA ulti as well. We had Wraith King before, who just, simply dies and respawns. But Ursa can stay alive really, really well on the back of his ultimate. And that can be scary for PA. Imagine jumping into the Ursa and he just gets the Enrage off. Suddenly, you're melee range with a bear, and that might be dangerous, man.
It is so funny just looking at PA and Slark in the middle of that draft, though, isn't it, huh? Like, if you're coming back to Dota and you see this, yeah, it is a Slark position 4.
It's the two carries fighting for safe lane, It's
It's because their portraits also face into each other, PA looking to the right side, Slark looking to the left.
Yep. I farm. No you. No me.
But yeah, PA the carry here, and Slark not a popular hero as a carry at all. I mean, not popular as a hero at all, even as a carry, but popular for 9 class in this specific team as a position 4 hero, running around giving you a lot of vision, de-warding, and then saving people in team fights with the Aghanim Shard.
Yeah. Yeah, the de-warding is going to be the main priority. The vision game of Slark is the hardest part to play against, and that's where I'm thinking Paravision could step up this game to chaotic level tempo. If they get rid of all the wards, then they can just run and look for kills non-stop with the heroes. And PA, AA, Centaur, you already have good kill setups. BetBoom ban out's a sniper, but I would like to see something more aggressive than a sniper from Paravision. Like a mid-hero that actually plays into all this as well.
Yeah, I mean, Centaur is going to be your Ice Blast catching hero. You jump in, you stun, you Ice Blast on top, but when you've got an initiation hero, you want more. You want some kind of, Storm Ember, but they're already banned. Tiny's banned. You know what's left over? Is the No One Puck.
It is. You wanted to see it earlier. You said it when we were talking a little bit. The puck is going to come in. No One Puck could work here for sure. Getting the silence onto the back line could be really sweet. Meanwhile, I'm looking as well. It might be a good ban for BetBoom, because they could want a Queen of Pain for themselves against the Slark and PA. Sorry, I'm just.
Oh yeah, they give you a lot of just ground targeted AoE damage, right?
Yeah, they already have great lockdown with Jakiro and Enigma. I could see, adding Sonic Wave into this, a great way to burst PA through a potential BKB even. They're gonna ban out the Huskar.
Oh. Earthshaker?
Maybe? Shaker would make sense.
Because then it counters the puck automatically.
Yeah. Could
And
be
it gives you
that.
stuns?
Could also be that they just go like Dragon Knight or something here. Monkey is banned already.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I got so excited about that Earthshaker, though.
Yeah, I know. I know. It looks like a really sick DK game, though. They get the blink initiation, which they're kind of lacking. Other than Ursa, who could jump later on, but he doesn't bring a stun. Now they can jump the PA with a DK stun and quickly burst her. And it's a good frontliner, because Enigma offlane isn't really your tank and your frontliner that you want.
Is it?
So yeah.
Is it Magnus time? Like, I'm trying to find this mid hero for no one. It doesn't strike me as an incredible puck game, even though I wanted to see a puck. All of his other heroes are gone. The Sand King that you wanted comes back.
There we go. Let's go,
Last
man.
pick, Sand King.
I love it. I think it's perfect by Paravision. I think it's
That's so
the
good.
exact last read. And yeah, I like it. I think Paravision have a great understanding. At the same time, I think BetBoom's last pick was also like the best for their situation. So these teams really on point with the drafts, I think. And tough to say a favorite. A little bit tough. I think BetBoom obviously have a big weakness in Enigma's cooldown dependency. If the game stalls out to what we saw in the previous game, heavily favoring BetBoom. But I think Paravision have identified the slow pace. It's time for a whiplash. It's time to turn up the pace. And their draft is capable of doing that.
Yeah, having these two tanky heroes in the Sand King and the Centaur who are blink initiators, right? Able to play that wide open map, utilize the Slark's vision, utilize the fact that Slark removes enemy vision, so you're going to have these surprise jumps whenever you go. Ice Blast helps you, and then it's also heroes for PA to bounce back and forth off, right? You want to be able to play in and out in team fights. Having these brawlers does a tremendous job. It's just, again, why we come back to it every single time? It's a LAN event, it's lower bracket, elimination time. We're in the playoffs. Enigma, he's a specialist hero for a lot of these offlane players. DM showed how good it can be, and we know that Miero is an exceptional Enigma player himself. And I don't know, I see Enigma and Ursa Battle Fury, his timing in that like 25 to 35 minute range. He's just, I don't know, pure. It's just so good on this hero. I can't bet against BetBoom.
I think, yeah, you point out an interesting thing. If this was a pub, literally the same players, but just in a pub, I think I would give a pretty big win percentage to Paravision. But the fact that this is lower bracket, one game away from elimination, it takes a lot of gut to play high tempo, aggressive, just YOLO, go in there. I do believe the Enigma factor is a thing where it can be scary to go close the game out. You might want to get that next Roche, and that slowly allows the game to progress to where Ursa, Dragon Knight, Enigma can take over the game. Yeah, that effect is definitely something to be respected. And I think here is a test of the valor of Team Paravision. Can they just go for it and overcome this looming threat?
Yeah, I mean, even that idea in of itself, right? That playing aggression comes with potential downsides. You can get up in people's faces, but eventually you might run out of steam. Your lineup might, hit a brick wall. You might be able to force mistakes with your aggression, but that's not just for your opponents. That's for yourselves as well. Yeah. It puts you in situations which you might not be experienced in, or might not know the outcomes of, or you're diving towers where aggro shifts from creeps to heroes quickly. Things can get very messy.
A big thing to mention is that they don't actually have good tower push on Paravision at all. And if we want them to play aggressive, it can be very good to have heroes that bring down towers easily. And honestly, they don't have one of those. None of their heroes are exceptional at killing towers. Meanwhile, if we look at BetBoom, if they ever win team fights, they have Dragon Knight, they have Enigma, they have Jakiro, all these heroes good at pushing towers. Even Ursa, I would argue, is better than PA at killing towers. Just has the overpower, can hit pretty fast. So it's gonna be a tricky one, but I'm here for it. We just came off a crazy game number 2. A little close up here on the... Oh, look at the little cub riding his murder machine.
Behind all the spikes, yeah. Behind the demonic mask. Pure
Gets
on
those
the
spikes
Ursa.
in his face, man. Dangerous. That seems like a safety hazard.
Genuinely, it's series like these and games like that last one that make me realize that every passing game and series I cast makes me realize how little I know about the game and how difficult it is to read situations,
30 seconds.
even
yeah.
as they're unfurling in front of me.
It's amazing to appreciate how good pro teams are, these tier 1 teams that we're watching right now, how good they are at assessing situations with limited information. They sometimes make, you know, way better reads with the limited information they have than casters would with literally eagle's eye perspective. You know, we're sitting here seeing everything.
Yeah, bird's eye view and hindsight and all of that business. Caster's curse chucked in on top of it. But so far, to start off this game 3, 9class has already broken smoke, walked around, scouted people out, and been a general pest. That means the bounty rune is going to go 2 for 2, though, as he gives his team the opportunity to grab them safely.
He's so annoying on 9class. He's walking
Oh,
next
bottom.
to them.
I thought they were going on that. Ducalis and Satanic were setting up to go on someone.
They might go on the Eidolons quickly on the lane. We'll see how they start the laning. On this lane, if you ignore the Eidolons, they will multiply. Obviously, it can be hard to harass them too, though, as Enigma will just pull them back.
A lot of pinging and communication there to get a lot of these early last hits, right? How important it is in the early stage of the game to kill range creeps to get experience and then deny range creeps.
How did that happen? Did they actually kill Ursa?
That's a
Senta
very...
and Slark on level 1? That is crazy, man. He took so much damage from the Slark harassment.
Essence shift level 1.
Yeah. But against the Jakiro as well. It's surprising that they found that kill.
Yeah, I never saw that coming in a million years. That's an incredible start.
Oh my god. Speaking about incredible starts, the Dragon Knight is 6-6 in last hits mid, just absolutely schooling no one on his poor Sand King.
Oh, wow.
Did get a few last hits now, but Dragon Knight still has 4 creeps to kill, so you could make that 10-6, which is an incredible score this early.
How important is it for the start for GPK? Like, Sand King does well against melee heroes in lane, right?
Yeah, he really does. I think it's quite big that he managed to get this many denies. It gives him that level advantage. He's level 3, his opponent's level 2. Can play on a power spike a little bit, being ahead all the time. Eventually, I do expect the lane to stable out, and Dragon Knights, you know, will be farming, but Sand King should also get good farm going.
So he's done very well now, so that in the interim, he's not going to get crushed later on. Like, without this good of a start, it would have been a much more difficult laning stage for him against the Sand King.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Keeping a close eye on some of the CS, you know, the Ursa still has a few creeps to kill, but only sitting at 7 CS, whereas the PA has 14 already.
Yeah, I mean, communication between Sitek and Ducalis, and choosing when and where to go for these creeps early on, it got them to level 2 pretty quickly, so they've managed to zone save away.
Yeah, they're actually prioritizing killing off the Eidolons as well. Ducalis is non-stop laying in auto attacks to the Eidolons, and that's the best he can do on this lane. I don't think he needs to harass heroes that much, but bringing down Eidolons so that Enigma can't farm and can't threaten anything makes the PA free farm.
And of course, the 17 last hits on the PA kind of inflated by these little Eidolon kills a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. They're still pretty valuable kills though, so it's not that deceptive. They're still very, very good to get a lot of experience and golds coming from them.
Net worth wise, she's 80 gold behind the Dragon Knight. She's still second place, right up there. And Dragon Knight now, GPK getting pummeled a bit by the Sand King. This is where the pain begins. Level 4 on no one.
Yeah, as he gets more points in the Sandstorm, the lane becomes a little bit more untenable for the Dragon Knights. A few seconds, he has the Sandstorm again, which is a massive area denial. He throws that down and you basically cannot stop the Sand King from farming. And Sanking will deny that range creep. No way for you to get it.
And in that top lane, 9 class doing what he does best, dragging creep waves around, getting bounty runes, being a nuisance. This means Pure has got to do a similar job with the Radiant creeps to put them in between his tier 1 and tier 2.
Yeah, line was drawn, suggesting that Slark pulls these creeps all the way back behind tier 1 tower and tier 2 tower. This is because they don't want to lane against Ursa and Jakiro. It's just a very strong lane duo, so trying to offset the lane. Advanced mechanics again, but here you can see exactly what he's doing. He's creating a new lane. And he's going to try and connect this to only half the next creep wave, ideally. He doesn't manage to do it, but yeah. The idea was to let 2 melee creeps walk by, and that way you can keep denying creep waves here.
In the end, he still gets a full wave denied. That's Pure going to be sad in that lane. Also missing out on those creeps. And down a bottom lane, the Enigma dropping very low to the PA and AA spam. This is where life gets difficult right level 3. They've got 2 points in their spells. It's just non-stop harassment from super long range that you can't really counteract.
Yeah, the Enigma, you know, has not been able to go too close to stop the PA from farming mid lane. Quite a bit of damage. As the AA came in to help, he's going to be the one falling.
And Kataomi, the twin-headed dragon alongside the Dragon Knight, fighting back into 9 class, but that Breathe Fire doesn't quite land, and GPK doesn't have mana for the Breathe Fire. It's late in the night. I don't know if I got Dual Breath and Breathe Fire the right way around, but there's 2 dragons shooting and spewing ice and fire in that middle lane.
Oh, Haste Rune gets snagged. 9 class, like a little ninja, hops across, takes it.
He's got it. And he's straight away scouting for vision.
Yeah, it picks out that there is vision. He doesn't know exactly where yet.
He does.
Did he
No
ping
one pinged it
where?
exactly.
Okay.
And Miero very low down here, kind of baiting Satanic in. Because Pure on his Ursa has rotated through that twin gate. He's pinged behind this Phantom Assassin. They'll move forward onto Ducalis. An easier kill there to take out the Ancient Apparition. Maybe. Now they'll zone Satanic out of lane at the very least.
This is big though. They're already laying into the tower. Doing damage very quickly here with Liquid Fire as well. Sanking is coming in to defend. His Sandstorm should be very good for it.
Straight up stun onto this Enigma. No one. With plenty of damage to bring down Miero. And 9 class taking some damage on the way out. Kataomi and save. Gonna clip him with the Illuminate, but it's nowhere near enough to finish him.
Yeah, not too much. Not too much damage from the Illuminate as it's only level 1 still. Going for the max chakra, of course. Common build. You want to give that cooldown reduction and mana to your teammates. And we see supports kind of moving towards mid, probably asking Sanking, hey, can we have some experience here? Quite often we see pro games, supports will want to get experience somewhere, but Sanking still wants the lane for a little bit. As the 8-minute rune is about to come. Soon he'll try and control it. All the supports moving there.
A stun. Ooh. Burrow Strike to high ground, but there's still the follow-through Ice Path. Stampede. That noise is Centaur using his ulti so no one could run in and out again. GPK now the focal point as the PA and Slark going to shred through the Dragon Knight and give the kill to the carry.
He was calling it there. He's like, I TP'd here, I joined, give me the kill. And they give it to the carry. He's going to be happy with that. Does free up some space bottom. The Enigma finds some time to farm, but PA is, of course, making her way back down immediately. Slark is finally going to get this D-ward. Actually, it's behind a tree. You can't get it without Quelling Blade. This is such an annoying ward frame.
They've countered the Slark.
Oh, no.
Advanced ward placing techniques.
He puts the sentry in the wrong spot. He doesn't realize that it's on that little shelf.
Oh. No one pinged it. He should have listened to his mid laner.
He should have, but, you know, he has vision there is what he's thinking, but he can't actually walk in to spot it. So a rare case of 9 class not actually getting the D word done as a Slark.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Man, it never ceases to amaze me how Pure can recover. You know, that death in lane felt like, oh god, what's happening? But since then, he's unkilled, he's got a kill, and he's top of the net worth, farming incredibly well. And now even pressuring this DM Centaur, Blade Mail already used, and as soon as that has expired, they'll go back in with another stun and a flurry of hits.
Yeah, I mean, Pure is probably one of the absolute greatest like farming mechanics players. He is crazy at that. That's what he got known for as well when he broke into the tier 1 competitive scene. He played some Terrorblades and stuff and just absolutely blew people's minds with how fast he could farm. He has since then had to adapt and evolve a lot, not just be a farm machine, but you know, improve his aggressive play as well.
And a couple of pretty early towers here. It's not even 10 minutes yet. And usually we're looking at, 10 minutes, 30 seconds where the catapults are actually reaching enemy objectives. But the top tier 1 has died. Bottom tier 1 is long gone because it's against an Enigma. And Bedboom have really sliced this map wide open. Now the Enigma has a lot of open space to farm out on that bottom lane. Mira is actually going for Hand of Midas, so really looking to scale and hit a kind of later mid to late game timing, it looks like.
Yeah, I think it makes sense for Bedboom, because his game plan is going to be the same no matter what. Midas is going to help him accelerate his levels and get those key levels for Enigma. But no matter if he wanted to play aggressive or not, he's going to have to, play towards late game in this game. And Paravision, that's why I said I want them to play absolutely chaotic Dota in the next 10 minutes, next 15 minutes coming up. So far, we have not quite seen the game erupt like that, but the Blink Dagger is about to be done on Sand King. And that's when he can start leading the way for his supports.
Yeah, you can see the Ancient Apparition is already trailing the Sand King mid, holding a smoke, ready to go. So when that Blink Dagger is ready, they'll hold hands, pair up, smoke to one of these side lanes and look for a key kill. Likely they'll play to where the Slark is, because again, 9 class on this support Slark is a vision bot. He is a walking observer ward.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah.
So mid lane, they'll clear Eidolons, they'll clear the wave, and then they'll go to make a play.
Yeah, he's gonna clear out these creeps, but actually we have Bedboom kind of running around as well together. For now, it looks like they're just trying to get level 6 on Jakiro though.
Just the basic act of clearing a wave is so important as well, right? Like, clearing a wave is farm, is experience, but it's also map space and information. If you push if you clear an enemy wave and your wave pushes forward, that gives you vision, that gives you information. So now mid lane, they have to show the Ursa, which means bottom lane, they know that there's no one defending this Enigma. Unfortunately, though, no one can't quite get there in time. So Bedboom are regrouping around the mid lane, which Paravision had just left. They're diving the Centaur. Miero still getting chased down, though, by this AA and Sand King, but they can't kill him. While Centaur trying to run away from that mid lane is still being munched on. The Stampede, again, that loud scream of the Centaur gets him out with the speed, and the Shadow Dance invisibility of the Slug allows him to slip away. So a lot of probing there for information and kills, but primarily it's Bedboom getting another tower.
Yeah, that was a little bit tough to call, but I think maybe they should use the Centaur Stampede to slow down the Enigma using the Sand King when they jumped. Could have gone extra slow on him, but in the end, game starts pretty tentatively again. The teams dodging each other, and right now, if I was Bedboom, Gareth, I would be very happy with the pacing of the game.
So happy. This Miero Enigma is like, I've nearly got Hand of Midas, I'm farming my Ancients, all the tier 1 towers are down.
You're an Ursa now.
Yeah, exactly, right?
He's
like
the top farmer.
The real worry and threat is PA and her timing, but she is yet to get Battle Fury. Ursa is hitting that stride much faster. And they're not just sitting back and farming. They are still striking into the heart of Paravision on their side of the map. GPK is getting pretty close to death. I think he's fine, though. That's level 1 Ice Blast.
No,
he still dies.
Barely. That was like a few ticks remaining. It looked really dangerous. One less auto attack from the AA and he would have lived, but Ducalis managed to get a nice quick ulti on him as he dove the tower. The turnaround on that fight.
Dire's middle tower is under
And that was huge for Radiant because they invested very little. They were the ones getting dove on the tower and they're the ones to get away with the kill while also farming. Slark is just hitting the mid tower. It's gonna take a while for those little Slark hands, his little shivs, to bring down the tower. But you know, you can see the intention. He's like, open up the map, damn it! I want to roam.
He needs a 500 pack of plastic toothbrushes or something.
He does.
Keep shivving that tower. Some way, somehow. Gonna get it done.
He's finding his gold on the back of these keywords, so he's actually closing in on a Yule Scepter already. Pretty early timing for the Slark. This is the most farmed on the supports in this game. Granted, you do get paid for dewarding enemy vision, and if Slark has an automated built-in tool to tell you when you're under enemy vision, that does lead to you getting a lot of dewards done.
It's such a, I don't know, it's just a piss take hero, this Slark, position 4.
Yeah.
But you can't be serious.
It's really annoying. It's really annoying to play against, because it used to be that he didn't get this information until he was level 6. But now he has it from the start, and that's just so good for sports life.
Well, back to farming safely for Bet Boom. The Keeper of the Light recalling himself and then his teammates. Just
they're around Tormentor, but they can't take it with 3 heroes. They need Centaur, they need I think they need their entire team if they're gonna go for it. And Bet Boom have great heroes to contest it as well. Oh, look at them. They have the Ursa. We didn't really mention, but Ursa is the best Roche taker in the game, along with Huskar.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I'd say Ursa's out in front, right?
Yeah, as long as anyone tanks for Ursa, he can kill Roche level 1 very easily, so... Then again, it's hard to tank level 1.
Ice Blast thrown forward. No one's going to get the catch there onto Kataomi with Ducalis, and a Stampede aggressively used this time. Not to run away, but to get in on top of further enemy heroes, so the Keeper of the Light is gone.
Right.
The rest of Bet Boom evading.
It's the type of stuff I want to see from Paravision, though. Despite the enemy getting a Roche, they're the ones to just run in and look for the fight, get some stuff done. They get 2 nice kills.
And not overcommitting either, like PA still farming, they're still scaling and having a good time. But yeah, Ursa level 1, like we've had strategies built around level 1 Roshing with Ursa in the past. Not so much nowadays because it's easy to scout out and can be countered. But there used to be a time when the Roshan pit was in the far reaches of the map where you could go and just take it.
With the Aegis Blink Battle Fury on Ursa, on Pure, I think I've been saying that Paravision should be the ones playing fast, but you might see him being the one playing quick Dota now. There's a Blink on the Dragon Knights, Blink on Ursa. He could get pretty involved. The problem is the vision. Radiant vision advantage should be real for the entirety of this game, most likely. Minecast again, just looking for vision wherever you can go. And cutting some creep waves.
Miero is having such a chill game.
Oh yeah, he's vibing in the jungle.
He's died once. Like, his net worth isn't incredible, but he's getting a fair amount of solo experience and gold in the jungle.
And he's got
Hype
that
is
Midas. It is a very greedy option, but Enigma is innately a greedy hero, so it can sometimes make a lot of sense. As his courier randomly gets killed by 9 class, who's just in the triangle, being a nuisance, blocking up the camps, killing couriers.
Using the Ursa. Super annoying. He's going to steal the Arcane Rune. No, he's not. He's going to pounce to the high ground, but Pure, he's chasing.
That's so much
then he's
time,
not.
though, and they didn't get him.
And now a scan on the DK. DM and Ducalis, they know he's there now. No one can start it off with a Power Strike into Stomp, into Ice Blast. There's the combination. These 3 heroes can kill anyone on the map.
Oh yeah, so rapidly as well. And Slark, oh no, you don't have ulti this time. 9 class getting a bit too cheeky for his own good.
He died.
Trying to keep people around, but yeah, that has to feel so good for Bet Boom to actually bring down this. It's like when you finally find that mosquito, you know, he's been flying around, you hear him, it's like he's back again. This time the mosquito didn't have Shadow Dance.
That piece, that sesame seed in your teeth, the piece of spinach that's been there. Oh, finally, a relief of pressure. But yeah, I mean, Dragon Knight dying though, right? Paravision playing into Aegis, finding the snipe, a massive kill That still puts them in good stead here.
Did we mention
Betboom
that?
wanting to use this Aegis to continue playing aggressively, but Paravision have been dodging real nicely.
Yeah. Oh, DM trying to go through the gates. 0.1 seconds barely finishes. The ice path could have cancelled him there, but he did not have time to form. Coddle breaks the smoke bottom, but he might be the one getting jumped. He called in the dragon.
Save's going to blindly light them back. Pops the Essence Ring, and Miero. Black Hole is cancelled by the Yules of 9 class very quickly. So now the Slark chasing Kotl while the Enigma's focused by the Sand King. No one picks up the kill there. And PA opting to jump in onto GPK, the Satanic, with a BKB Phantom Assassin already just destroys him. Jumps onto the next target. Pure is tanky with the Enrage going. Aegis still in his pockets for a minute, so the second life will come. But he's one bear against 5 people surrounding him. What can he do? Try and Earthclap away. He's going to get chain stunned into oblivion. Taken out of this match by a Macropire Ice Path. Killed off while the rest of the squad is looking for the +1. And the +2. The Jakiro, Kataomi about to die to no one. Satanic can't quite catch up to save. But a huge team fight for Paravision here. Just stomping on Betboom.
That Yule Scepter played a critical role, just getting a quick cancel on the Enigma Black Hole. It was a nice decision by Enigma to pull the trigger on a quick Black Hole, but he got wrapped around on 9 class in his positioning. All game has been critical, but this time it really, really hurt them on Betboom. And even though they had Aegis, Ursa was so late into the team fight, they could not utilize his second life in a good way because his teammates already had fallen. And this is what Paravision's lineup excels at. The aggressive early game gameplay. Look at the net worth lead they got on the back of this. They are 9,000 gold ahead. And they're 9,000 gold ahead of the team that had double Midas. So this is big for them.
And Betboom is still thinking about that late game, but it's a question of whether or not they get there, because there's moves like this with no one invis starting the go onto Pure to get the Ursa kill twice in quick succession. Now it's wind out of their sails, momentum gone for Betboom, and firing on all cylinders. Satanic and 9 class, they're onto Kataomi. Jakiro's about to be shredded in that bottom lane. Everywhere you look, Betboom blood being spilled on the map, while Paravision kill into 3-man smoke heading top. They might get GPK.
Yeah, this is great. They're playing everywhere, playing bottom as though they have teammates behind them, while also making a move for this Dragon Knight. Centaur has realized that Kato is farming here, but he's not the priority target. He lets him be, goes for the DK.
Well, there's no way out for him, is there?
No.
There's no BKB. He's got no escape.
And they see the Tormentor up here, but they're just farming heroes at this point. And they know that it's so difficult for Betboom. Betboom have limited information on the map due to all the D words from Slark. So these rotations can be hard to sense. Crazy as it is to say, I think the +4 Slark is absolutely just the game-winning hero in this game.
He just sees everything. Absolutely insane. The amount of space 9 class can make. That's the thing, right? That's whether you go back to the draft and how much the draft comes into it. The confidence to have this up your sleeve. No one else is doing it. You're the guy who plays +4 Slark. It is a strategy in and of itself that only Paravision runs. Yep, other teams know they run it, but Paravision are the only ones doing it.
It takes a certain kind of player to do this, or you need to play a lot of games to get used to doing what he's doing. And it fits 9 class's style. He likes doing these weird agi support heroes and make them work really well. He pioneered a support Terrible Aid before this, which became meta to the point that it had to be nerfed. You know, he likes being creative, and I love to see
it. He does. Ice Blast slides on past, and 9 class going to ulti to get away from GPK. Courier dies, and another jump from the Dragon Knight's going to latch onto this Slark. Pure really wants him. Blink expended, and he can't quite catch up. The Slark's too fast, and it's a turnaround play. In they come with a Sand King, forcing a BKB from Pure. Ghost Scepter is the protective green effect on the Sand King that makes him immune to physical hits. And he survives it, allowing another turnaround to go onto the Dragon Knight this time. With a PA going wild, Satanic takes down GPK. Miero TPing home, but he's Yule's into the sky. TP cancelled by the Yule. Satanic has picked up a double kill as Kataomi falls, and now Miero has spent his black hole. Just an absolute unfettered disaster for BetBoom these past 3 or 4 minutes. Nothing has gone right for them.
Yep, this is exactly what I was so concerned about in the draft phase, that Paravision might come in and just create chaos, and BetBoom, their lineup, they were hoping this game would develop the same way we saw the first 2 games of the series, but this is a different ball game, Gareth, and it's because Paravision designed it to be that way. When they picked the PA and Slark together, it might look slow and greedy to some people, but PA is really, really good at playing this early game aggression style as well.
What ball game is it?
I don't know, it's the one where BetBoom are just running and hiding, man. That black hole looked like full-on panic. There was no one that was gonna die to it.
No, like, what are we doing?
Didn't even get to channel it. He hasn't had a single black hole that has been channeled this game. He gets cancelled by the Slark every time. Always that Yule Scepter.
16,000 net worth lead now. The PA, 16,000 net worth on her.
Yeah, this is, for anyone who is newer to Dota, this is a very, very large lead at this stage of the game. It's going to take a lot for BetBoom to sort of find a footing in the game again, as the Slark is wrapping behind the Enigma, finds him in the tree line. And sure, you saved the Enigma, but now you're TPing heroes down here, and Slark is out again. Like a little ninja, man.
So sneaky. The spy from TF2 behind enemy lines.
Incredibly cheeky. And Centaur jumping Ursa. Ursa is supposed to be strong against the Centaur to some degree, but he can't. This confidence from the Centaur as well is just...
So...
It's putting you in a bad spot.
And yeah, we talked about that lead. Oh my god, GPK. PA and AA. 2 heroes on the map. Again, we come back to this concept. If you're playing more than 1 lane, you're feeling strong. This is 3 lanes of aggression where they're hunting bottom, killing top, jumping mid, killing Kataomi, and Pure has to run back to base. Save is dead behind his tier 3. We might be close to calling GG. Miero's slain next to his throne. We were talking about an 18k lead at 78 minutes being kind of meaningless, but you're right, 20k lead at 26 minutes is monumental. Yes. This is BetBoom on the brink of elimination now.
I mean, this is absolutely enormous how they're playing the game and the confidence. Diving tier 4s like that as well, they're just feeling themselves right now. They realize how strong they are and still looking pretty controlled while doing it.
Oh, Pure. He has been read like a book. The Ice Blast clips him. That doesn't stop him from jumping away, though.
Yeah, that was crazy. He got the blink out before the AOT applied any damage, but AOT did clip him.
So the trail, the shatter effect was on him.
Yeah.
But I guess he blinked at the same time.
Yeah, he blinked right as it was connecting, but that only allows him to get to safety. We still have yet to see BetBoom be able to make any moves. Normally it's Caudle who facilitates these early moves, but it's been slow and clunky from BetBoom. All 5 of them now moving top, but it's been seen. Paravision know about this. The Slark
and
is
there's
watching you.
No one knows they were coming. Slark knows where they're going. And now you're being penned up into this top part of the map where you're stuck with your backs against a wall, and the other side are 5 Radiant heroes sprinting at you. And one by one, BetBoom fall. I mean, this game is just straight up over now. They've got a catch on the Ursa. Miero has a black hole on the PA, but they can't do any damage. It's stomped and cancelled. 4 heroes dead. GG called. Kind of an anticlimactic ending for BetBoom there as Paravision 27-4. There's no superlatives to explain how much of a single-sided game this was.
You can't beat Satanic, man. You can't beat Satanic. They come in here and finish up the game in a super fast fashion. And this is sort of the danger. They got into that lull of game 1, game 2. They're like, oh, it's going to be a slow game 3. They even bought double Midas along with picking Enigma. Yeah. BetBoom were all in on the long-term development of this game, but Paravision had a different idea. They executed that idea really well. And, I mean, it's just crazy to watch how much aggression is enabled by the vision removal of Slark. They know. Just that
Insane.
that fact in competitive Dota, to have full awareness that they do not see me here. This is a, this is a free rotation I'm making. It changes the game entirely.
Well, that wraps things up. Paravision, they move on forward, facing against Tundra tomorrow. BetBoom, unfortunately, out of the tournament now with a bit of a whimper in that last game of the series. And 12 hours from now, we'll have that lower bracket final. There'll be the mainstream going on, but there will be us as well, the newcomer stream for that Tundra against Paravision series, and then the winner against Team Spirit in the best of 5 grand final. And Wagner, do you have any closing? We've probably chatted your ears off for the past 9 hours or whatever it has been. You got any closing words before we say goodnight?
My closing words is that this series showed you what Dota can be. It can be a late game, crazy game with so many things happening, you don't even know what's going on. Or you can have a no-starter for BetBoom, like in this game. Just 28 minutes, and they didn't get to play Dota for a single one of those, Gareth. And that's the beauty of Dota. It's a full game with a lot of possibilities.
The good, the bad, and the ugly. We run the gamut here. We see everything and try and describe it for you. Hopefully you come back and tune into the newcomer stream tomorrow. 12 hours from now will be that lower bracket final series. Hopefully see you then.
Driving down the motorway, riding on the edge of my seat. I'm looking in the rearview, 'cause the future is so bittersweet. I need this misfits now, more than I could ever say. Hit me like a hurricane, yeah, hit me like a tidal wave. Take a deep breath, swim hard for the shore. Keep from going under, keep me coming back for more. Keep me coming back for more. Take a deep breath, take a deep breath, take a deep breath. Keep me coming back for more. I need this misfits now, more than I could ever say. Hit me like a hurricane, yeah, hit me like a tidal wave. Take a deep breath, swim hard for the shore. Keep from going under, keep me coming back for more. Keep me coming back for more. I need your love every day. I think about you night and day. I want you, babe, I feel for you. I'm fine when I look at you. I need your love every day. and she told